hold. Today's conference will begin momentarily. Please continue to hold. Thank you.
Discovery, go and throttle up. 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 Discovery, go
Please
and throttle up.
continue to hold. Today's conference will begin momentarily. Please continue to hold. Thank you.
Discovery, go and throttle up. 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 Discovery, go and throttle up.
Welcome. Thank you for standing by. At this time, all participants are in a listen-only mode until the
Discovery,
question and
go and
answer
throttle up.
session of today's conference. At that time, you may press star 1 on your phone to ask a question. I would like to inform all parties that today's
Discovery,
conference
go
is
and
being
throttle up.
recorded. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. I will now turn the call over to Joshua Finch. Thank you. You may.
Discovery, go
Good
and throttle up.
afternoon. I'm Josh Finch of NASA's Office of Communications. I'd like to thank you for joining us for this call this afternoon for an update on NASA's Boeing Orbital Flight Test 2. Today
Discovery,
I'm joined
go
by
and throttle
Kathy
up.
Leaders, NASA's Associate Administrator for Human Exploration and Operations, Steve Stitch, Manager of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, Joe
Discovery, go and
Montalbano,
throttle up.
Manager of NASA's International Space Station Program, and John Vollmer, Vice President and Program Manager of Boeing's Commercial Crew Program. We'll start with
Discovery,
updates from our
go and
presenters
throttle up.
and then take questions from media on the call. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kathy Leaders.
So thank you for being on this call. I really
Discovery, go and
appreciate
throttle up.
your interest in this. You know, this is obviously it's a disappointing day, but I want to emphasize that this is another example of why these demo missions are so very important to us. We use these demo missions to make sure we have the system rung out before we put our crews on these vehicles. You know, we conduct multiple rounds of testing and reviews before we bring a vehicle out to the pad, but over our spaceflight experience, in fact, in shuttle, we had 9 times where we had failures on the pad. We had to roll back. We have experienced failures on the pad, and when this happens, we have to have the maturity to stop, investigate, and fix before flying again. And that is what we are doing. We fly when we are ready. We are committed to continue to work with Boeing on bringing on their crew transportation system. And I know this is very, very hard on our NASA Boeing team, but I am going to tell you I'm very proud of them for how diligently and carefully they've been working through this problem for a week and a half. And through their mental resilience, I know that this is a team that has the attributes that are needed for us to be mentally prepared to fly crews. So we're going to go fix this problem, and we're going to move forward. And this team's going to, you know, go figure this out, and we will go fly when we are ready. Thank you. And I think, Steve, you're next.
Thank you, Kathy. I would say I probably represent the sentiment of our entire NASA team, saying it's a bit of a disappointing day. You know, we're all looking forward to flying the OFT-2 test flight and testing out the systems on the vehicle. So it is just a disappointment to us that we're not going to go have this opportunity in the August timeframe. I'm extremely proud of the commercial crew team, the NASA side and the engineering, the Boeing team, United Launch Alliance for the troubleshooting that we've done and the long hours and the very creative testing that we've done to try to get us ready to go fly. You know, they've been very professional, been very resilient, dealing with, you know, tough weather and various setbacks, and a methodical approach to try to go test this vehicle out and get it ready to go fly. As Kathy said, it's always challenging to bring on a new system like Starliner, and people ought to remember that it's always been a challenge in space flight when you get to the launch pad. I was remembering this morning STS-114 where we had some engine cutoff sensor issues in the liquid hydrogen tank that ended up delaying us, and we had to roll back and swap out the external tank. As Kathy said, you know, on the morning of August the 3rd, we were getting ready in the countdown, and I know John Vollmer will talk more about this, but we noticed some of the valves in the propulsion system and the service module were not operating properly. These valves are important. They isolate the thrusters from the propellant tanks, and they needed to be open for flight in order to have the appropriate thrusters for aborts and on-orbit maneuvering for the vehicle. We stood down on that day and we went into troubleshooting mode with the NASA and Boeing team working side by side. We worked methodically as best we could in the vertical integration facility to troubleshoot that problem and try to get the valves open and get to a flight rationale. John's going to talk more about it, but we could not get all the valves open. So we've decided to stand down, to roll the vehicle back into the C3PF and do more troubleshooting. We will work side by side with Boeing, as we have all along in Commercial Crew, and we'll go find the cause of the valve issues. We'll fix them, and we'll go fly when we're ready. And with that, I'll turn it over to Joel Montesano, the Space Station Program Manager.
Hey, thank you, Steve. You know, the Space Station Program is committed to working with Boeing and the Commercial Crew Program. Steve, myself, and John talk on a regular basis, and when the team is ready, we'll be ready for them on board the International Space Station. Since we last talked to this group on board Space Station and preparations, we've had a successful Northrop Grumman launch Tuesday evening, as many of you saw, that resulted in just an outstanding rendezvous, capture, and berthing that we had Thursday morning. And we're excited to have another Cygnus on board the International Space Station. We continue with 7 crew members on board, maximizing the use of the great facility we have on research and utilization, technology development for exploration, and low Earth orbit commercialization activities. With that, I'll hand it over to John. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I'll start with some comments, and then I've got some background that I'd like to go through. So First of all, I'd like to start with a thank you to our NASA teammates for their technical support. It's been extremely valuable as we've been going through this evaluation and testing of the vehicle.
That's sick, dude. What do you
And
got?
their partnership, as always, and commitment to get through this is extremely valuable. I'd also like to thank United Launch Alliance. We've been working very closely with them. Of course, our vehicle is in their facility, and so they have been very accommodating to have us work in their facility and do the troubleshooting that we need to do. I'd also like to thank Aerojet Rocketdyne, our propulsion system supplier. As we build the fault tree and work through that fault tree, NASA and Aerojet have been instrumental in helping us work through the trees and check off those items that are not issues. And finally, I'd really like to thank my team. You know, every one of them have been all in on finding a solution to this challenge. You know, we've exhausted every possible option while still in the launch complex, and we've exhausted more options as we went into the vertical integration facility. And it's taught us a lot about innovation, you know, what we can do when a challenge arises and what it takes to be safe working in a different environment. So, you know, while we are, we're obviously disappointed that we were unable to get these issues resolved in time to make this launch window. The launch window, while important to us, was not the driver. The driver was safety. We were working in a different environment than a factory, so we had to be slow, methodical, and deliberate, and so the team was. We took every precaution to make sure that safety was paramount.
Guys, to be honest.
This Florida weather can be demanding at times, and so, you know, we made sure that we stood down as we went into lightning and lightning alerts and had the various weather that challenged us, as well as the challenges we were trying to work through.
I don't think it's going to affect it too much, dude.
So we are determined to get this spacecraft back and ready to fly at the next available opportunity. We are committed to support NASA and their mission with the best spacecraft possible. Other thing I would add is that, as I've said before, you know, we will fly this test when we're ready to fly it, and it's safe to do so. And that's part of our core values at the Boeing Company, and it's the commitment we've made to our customer and our company. We want to have the safest orbital crew capsule for NASA and every future Starliner customer. So we're continuing to act upon that commitment.
What's up?
But unfortunately, the time has come where we have to bring Starliner back to the factory. Once again, we've done everything possible. We can troubleshoot the issue in the facility that we've been at, and we got to get it back in the factory to continue with further troubleshooting. So, although we will not be launching in August, it's not for a lack of trying. Like I said, the team went through a lot of collaboration and on-the-spot problem solving and troubleshooting. The team has been very resilient, and what they've demonstrated during this process is really remarkable. You know, and this will ultimately give us a much safer vehicle in the long run. But I want to take a few minutes and talk about a little bit more about the details of the issue that we've been experiencing, because I know that'll address some of your questions. The vehicle, there's been the 13 valves everybody's heard about. We were able to recover all but 4 of the valves. And then we've done everything we can on those, and we finally looked at the timeline and looked at where we were and said, hey, we've got to go back to the factory. But big picture, there are numerous valves in the system. There are 24 oxidation valves, there are 24 fuel valves, and then there are 16 helium valves that pressurize both sides of the system. So there's quite a few valves just in this portion of the system, propulsion system, and so the fact that we had an issue with 13 of them was significant.
Rice, take it down a notch, dude. Jesus.
I do want to emphasize that these valves, we use these during pad abort, We used these during the OFT-1 mission, and without any incident, and so we really had no reason to suspect any issues with the valves themselves. Part of the test procedure at the pad is to go through a checkout of these valves, so it was not a random failure that we found. We intentionally go and cycle these valves, and we had actually cycled them, excuse me, before leaving the factory. So we had a good read on the valves when we left the factory. Of course, we had gone through our initial rollout for launch attempt, which was we had to stand down. We came back for this launch attempt, and we were going through our nominal checkout for launch preparations when we found this.
Interesting.
The prior night, we had been through a storm, and so there were some erroneous measurements that we saw on the vehicle, so we were working through those measurements, and it turns out that some of those were related to the valve position indicators on these valves. And so it turns out as we worked ourselves through the fault tree, those were an independent issue. They were not part of this main issue that we're working through now, but it was something that we had to work through as well. So let's see.
Wow, I can't believe they actually told us.
What we're working through right now is the most probable causes that we're looking at is that we're seeing some permeation of the oxidizer, which is NTO, through some of the seals in the valve itself. When that NTO interacts with moisture, and so there was some moisture on the quote dry side of the valve, and that interaction we believe created some nitric acid, and that nitric acid resulted in some corrosion, which resulted in the stiction of those valves. So that is primarily what we're looking at right now as the most likely cause for the issue. Now, we got a lot of things on the fault tree, and there's a lot of pieces of that fault tree that interact with each other. So we have to systematically go through and disposition all those items. But right now, that is our leading candidate for what has caused the issues with the valves. Now, having said that, we did get to a position where once we break the bond of that nitric acid, and we continue to cycle the valves did cycle reliably. So all the valves that we recovered, if we continued to cycle those valves, they worked fine with nominal commands. So we were getting to a point that we were feeling comfortable that with continued cycling of those valves, if we were able to free them all, we would have been in a good operational condition. So that's what we were shooting for, but obviously with not getting all the valves, we made the decision that we were just out of runway and we had to come back to the factory to complete anything else that we need to do going forward. So we will be looking at driving this to root cause before our next flight and ensuring that we have the safest vehicle as possible. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Josh.
Thank you, John. And we'll now turn to taking media questions. A reminder, you can press *1 to enter the queue.
I'll go over all the
and
information at the end,
will
guys.
come from Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press. Marcia?
For both NASA and Boeing, for a timeline, I know it's impossible to anticipate how long all the repairs will take, but at this point, given all the traffic at the space station, other events, what is the earliest you can envision this mission flying? Where do you think you can shoehorn it in, and what will that do to the subsequent crew launch? How far down the road now is that? Thank you.
It depends. It depends on when they get a window.
I'll take the first part of it, Marcia, and then we can let John comment. You know, I think it's pretty early to speculate on where the flight might end up. You know, we really need to get the vehicle back into the factory and get our hands on some valves and then figure out what the problem is and how to correct it. I would say we'll work hand in hand with John and his team and Joel Montalbano on the space station program when we get to a point where we understand the cause and the fixes, and we will work hard to find that slot and get the vehicle flown as soon as we can. And it's important to NASA to get a second crew transportation capability online, and it's important to Boeing, I know, as well. And I'll turn it over to John.
Yeah, I'll just add that, yeah, obviously we've got to work through down to root cause, understand what it's going to take to make the repairs on the vehicle, and then we go through the normal things that we have to work with. We've got to find time on the range. We've got to find time with our launch provider ULA, and then of course with all the traffic at the station, we've got to work with Joel and his team to find a slot that will accommodate us. So
coming up next,
I don't have a pat answer for you, but I will tell you that we will get this vehicle ready as soon as possible and turn it around so that we can support NASA's mission as quickly as possible.
Do you hold out hope that this might happen this year, or is that unlikely?
Probably too early to say whether it's this year or not. I hope, we would certainly hope for as early as possible, and if we could fly this year, it'd be fantastic. But I at this point, I think that's would be too much to speculate.
Thank you.
And our next question will come from Bill Harwood at CBS News.
Billy.
Yeah, thank you very much. Two quick ones from me for Mr. Stitch. I know you don't like to give dates in situations like this, but for the record, you can't fly before Lucy, I'm assuming, so we're at least into November, right? I mean, there's no way you can launch before the end of October. Is that correct? Oh. And for John, I know you guys prepare for rain at 41, where your vehicle is obviously exposed once it's out of the pad. Any idea how water could have worked its way in? And if you have to replace the 4 valves that still aren't working, how long would something like that take? Because it sounds kind of invasive. Thanks.
Yeah, Bill, I'll start with the answer. I should have made it very clear. Yeah, we are definitely on the other side of Lucy right now. The reason we exhausted the troubleshooting in the vertical integration facility. There's really no reason to stay there, and we do need to get the vehicle back to the C-3PF and then let the Lucy mission proceed. The launch date for Lucy, a very important mission to explore the Trojan asteroids near Jupiter. That launch date, the opening of that period is the 16th of October. So we're definitely this mission's definitely after Lucy. So.
Hey, Bill, on the second piece of your question there, relative to rolling out with the weather out here. So, yeah, the weather's not kind in Florida. The afternoons are brutal, and that's where our launch window wound up, and so we knew that ahead of time. We did not expect as severe a thunderstorm as we got, so we did roll out. There was the evening before, it was a fairly severe thunderstorm. We did have a close lightning strike, and for that concerned us for a while. Anytime we get something that close to the vehicle, and we do have protocol, and so we went to our protocol, and we did do some vehicle testing and ran through all of our systems to understand and make sure that everything was good. So after that, we did. From everything we checked out, we did see that we didn't have any damage to any of our systems from the lightning, as far as we can tell. Your other piece of this, which was the rain piece of it, yeah, we have covers over the thrusters that protect the thrusters from foreign material as we sit on the pad and as we wait. The storm was severe enough to disrupt some of those thruster covers, which did allow some of the water entry, but the vehicle is designed to be out in the elements and the hard environment of space, but there was some water intrusion there. We have gone back and remedied that as a separate item we've worked while we were at the vertical integration facility. So that piece of it we understand, and as we've resolved that.
Our next question is from Chris Davenport at the Washington Post.
Golly.
Oh, hey guys, thanks so much for taking the question. John, you may have addressed this just in your last answer, but I wonder if you're now going to have to do a redesign of the valves, knowing that the water can permeate and move those covers. And then I guess for Steve Stitch or Joe Montalbano, wouldn't the flight have to come after SpaceX's cargo flight, given that the cargo Dragon's going to be on that port, occupying that port on the space station for some time, or is it possible to maybe move that around? Thanks so much.
Okay, hey Chris, this is John. Let me answer your first question. So let me make clear, the water intrusion through the thruster was not the issue that we saw in the valve. So those two are unrelated things. The moisture we saw in the valve is atmospheric moisture, so it is not intrusion moisture. Was there another piece to your question, Chris, that I missed?
Well, yeah, I was just wondering, is that going to require any kind of a redesign on your part, or do you feel okay with how it is?
So it's too early to say. We've got to go look at the valve itself and determine that root cause. Like I said, we're seeing that the NTO, we know there's some permeability with those seals. I mean, that's the physics of it. So we got to go look and see if there's something with the design that's causing the moisture penetration into the solenoid cavity. So at this point, I can't say whether it's a redesign or whether it's just some preventative measures that we need to take, but we'll work with our vendor, Aerojet Rocketdyne, to make sure that we resolve that.
And Chris, this is Joel Montalbano. As far as the cargo missions, as you pointed out, we only have 2 docking ports, and so once a date is selected with the Boeing Commercial Crew Program, ULA, we'll work with them to look at where's the best place, and adjusting a cargo mission may be the solution. It may be something we'll have to do, but we'll wait for a date is selected and then go from there.
And our next question is from Kristen Fisher, CNN.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for doing this. I know we're focused today on Boeing Starliner, but I have a question for Kathy or Joel about a slightly different topic. Russian state-owned media is alleging that a top Roscosmos official is accusing a NASA astronaut back in 2018 of suffering from some kind of medical or mental issue on board the International Space Station and then drilling a hole into the Soyuz in order to speed up her return to
CNN,
Earth.
why?
So what
Why
is
are
NASA's
you like
response
this?
to this, and will NASA defend this astronaut?
Oh my
God!
Absolutely.
So let me tell you, our NASA crew members,
Why are you like this?
They perform their missions with professionalism and integrity, and Serena's an extremely well-respected crew member who has served her country and made invaluable contributions.
Oh my God!
I stand behind Serena. We stand behind Serena and her professional conduct. I did not find it
bad question. Oh my God! Why are you like this? What are you doing?
Our next question is from Michael Sheets,
Oh my
CNBC.
God!
Hi all. I know we've really got into the too early to tell zone in terms of timing goes here, but in terms of understanding a little bit of the opportunities that are available over the next 8 to 12 months, how many launch opportunities and windows are actually available to Starliner for OFT2 to move forward in the future, and when are those?
Probably not a fair question for John. This is, I would say, we probably haven't looked that far ahead, right? I think we'll need to do a little bit of troubleshooting and understand what the potential root causes are and what we do to remediate it, and then find the window. Joel and I just haven't necessarily had the time to go look at the windows later this year or into next year and when those are. So I apologize, I don't have an answer for that question today. I personally have been focused on working side by side with Boeing to try to resolve the problem for the last 2 weeks, so it's just too early for us to have that data.
Our next question is from Jeff Faust, Space News.
question for John Vollmer. You mentioned the valves were checked prior to rollout. Just how soon before rollout were the valves checked? And is there any differences in the valves used on the OFT-2 spacecraft versus OFT-1 in terms of any design or just sort of the general concept of operations for launch preparations? Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, so we fueled the vehicle up about 5 weeks before rollout. And so at the time of fueling up the vehicle, we had checked out all those valves, and all of them operated perfectly. Those valves are the same design as we used on both the OFT and the paddleboard test. So no changes either to the valves or the methodology with how we operate them.
Our next question is from Eric Berger at Ars Technica.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for doing this. And I guess my question is about the NTO permeation of the valve that John Vollmer referenced. It doesn't sound like that's nominal, and it to the layperson, a non-engineer, it sounds a little bit scary that you would get this oxidizer permeating a valve that's supposed to regulate flow through the propellant system. So maybe you could walk us through that issue and whether it was sort of like expected or not. Thanks.
Valves don't regulate flow, you doofus.
Thanks, Eric. So, yeah, actually, it turns out that anytime you got moving parts and you're in a valve and you're trying to seal things, you've got to have seals in there. The seals that we use are Teflon seals. They're the only thing that really withstands the NTO, because the NTO is a pretty corrosive oxidizer. So that's one of the things that stands up well to the NTO. We know just the physics of it is there is some permeation through that seal. The cavity that it permeated into was intended to be a vented cavity so that it did not, vented any moisture out of that cavity. And in fact, the design is such that when you get on orbit in a vacuum of space, that it actually pulls that down to a vacuum such that you would have no moisture in there. So we've got to go back and look and see, was there some ambient moisture that was retained in there when we were during assembly of these valves, or was there something that caused a leak of moisture to get in there? So we understand the physics of how the NTO and the permeation of the Teflon seals. So that's a understood phenomena. I think the issue that we're dealing with here is how did we get moisture on the other side?
Our next question is from Kent Chang at New York Times.
Hi, thank you. Just a follow up again about the valves. There was fuel valves, oxidizer valves, and helium valves. Were the 13 all one type of valve or not? And is there a pattern among the 4 that remain sticking? And I was also wondering how much of a cost there is to Boeing because of this additional delay.
Again, this is John. Yeah, that's a fair question. Actually, there's 24 of the oxidizer valves, there's 24 fuel valves, and then there are 16 helium valves that compromise the system. They are all of the exact same design. The only valves that we saw issues with were with the oxidizer, and that's due to the phenomena that I described with the permeation of the NTO through that. So we had no issues with any of the fuel valves, the less toxic corrosive substance, and of course the helium is more inert, and we didn't have any issues with any of the helium valves. Once again, all of the same design. So it's a factor that goes with the oxidizer, and it's limited to just those oxidizer valves.
And the potential cost to Boeing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
How much cost will this be to Boeing because of the delay?
So I don't have a pat answer for you on that right now. that's something we'll have to work through and look at what the impact is. Part of it will be driven by what the solution is and the corrective actions that we have to take. So it's a little premature right now for me to say I have an answer on exactly how much that's going to cost.
And our next question is from Micah Maidenberg at the Wall Street Journal.
Hi. In 2018, some of the abort engine valves failed to fully close during tests. Are the new problems similar to what came up in 2018 with the valves? And were those earlier problems addressed? And if so, how?
So that was a different valve, but it's still part of the same propulsion system that's provided by Aerojet Rocketdyne.
And John, I was around at that time. Those are totally separate valves. This is Steve Stitch. That was in the service module hot fire testing. We did go figure out the root cause on those valves. Those were on the launch abort engine. Those have been corrected and fixed, and it's a totally different kind of valve. Those valves are actually actuated via pressure, right? It's a pressure-assisted valve. These are what we would call a solenoid valve, which are electrically actuated. So that was totally unrelated to what we saw on the August 3rd launch attempt.
And our next question is from Andrea Leinfelder at the Houston Chronicle.
Hi. Sorry to go back to the timeline again. I know we talked about Lucy and we talked about the cargo mission. Could you please tell me if there are any other launches you guys are watching that could interfere with this, or if there's any other traffic that should be on our radar? Thank you.
Yes, this is Steve Stitch, Commercial Crew Program. So we talked about the Lucy mission, an important NASA planetary mission in October. Also in October, we have the Crew 3 mission with SpaceX. That's a crew rotation flight. October 31st is the current launch date. That mission is designed to rotate up 4 crew members, and then we would return to Crew 2 in the November timeframe. That vehicle will be coming back with the crew that's up there right now from a NASA perspective. And then, Joel mentioned the cargo mission. I can't recall the launch date for that. There's one cargo mission that's going to launch on the August the 28th, CRS flight, and then another SpaceX flight at the end of the year in December.
And our next question is from Tim Fernholz at Quartz.
Hello there. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. I just wanted to ask again about the financial impact to Boeing. I just want to make sure under the contract structure, whatever costs there will be covered by Boeing, I assume, just to confirm that. And then in terms of the details of what's going to happen next, how long will it take to transport the vehicle back to the factory? And when you do that, what will you do with it there? Will it need to be disassembled entirely? How long will it take just to break it down to the point where you can start investigating this? And can you share anything about what you intend to do to continue this investigation? Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'll take that one. This is John Vollmer. So the process for what we call destacking the Atlas V vehicle is basically identical except reverse of the stacking process. They will pull the Starliner vehicle, the crew module and service module off. They will lower that onto the transport vehicle. It takes several hours for the transport vehicle to get from Launch Complex 41 back to our factory, the C3PF. When we receive that into the factory, it will be unloaded from the transport vehicle, and we'll put that into our fixtures. They'll be, and I don't want to sound like I'm avoiding the answer or the question, but we will put that in the stand, and we will not take apart that configuration until we have gone through a complete engineering analysis of which pieces of the system we need to take apart. our intent will be is to disassemble as less as possible so that we can minimize any changes to the configuration. So like I said, we'll work root cause. We'll see what parts of the vehicle we must take apart. And so, we'll dig into it as much as we have to and take it apart as much as we have to. But at this point, I can't tell you how much that is. So I really don't have a good answer for you until we get in and really dig into it.
And can you confirm just that under the contract structure, Boeing will be covering whatever the costs are necessary to get this back to the pad?
I don't know that I have the complete answer to that. I'll work that with corporate, but don't speculate that that we don't have an answer. An answer will be forthcoming. I just don't have that answer today.
Okay, thank you.
Our next question is from Stephen Clark, Spaceflight Now.
Thank you, Stephen Clark from Spaceflight Now. A couple of questions for John. Are you expecting to need to drain this oxidizer once you get back to the C3PF to continue this troubleshooting, or can you do some of the troubleshooting with the tanks loaded? And just so I understand the propulsion system architecture, are these valves associated with OMAC engines, RCS thrusters, the abort engines, or do these valves feed flow propellants to all of those thrusters? And then, if I could, for Steve Stitch or Kathy Leaders, any commonality between these thrusters, or these valves, and valves on other human spacecraft like Orion or Crew Dragon? Thanks.
Okay. Hey, Stephen, I'll take the first part of that one. This is John. Yes, there are reaction control system thrusters for both the propellant and the oxidizer. There is also OMAC thrusters, which are orbital maneuvering thrusters. And so there's both an ox and a fuel manifold for those. Now, these valves are the isolation valves from the main tanks, and so the main tanks run into manifolds, and then the manifolds run down to the thrusters. So, so yes, these valves control the flow of both oxidizer, fuel, and then the pressurant, which is helium, that pressurizes the movement of that commodity through the system.
And then I'll address, every spacecraft has this sort of system. It's in place to isolate, as John said, the propellant. If you needed to isolate a leak in a manifold, the space shuttle has these same kind of valves, and Orion has the same kind of valves. And not necessarily the same exact design, but they are oxidizer compatible valves in manifolds and just every spacecraft that I'm aware of.
So I think that's why it's important for us to understand what's going on with these valves, and obviously from a NASA perspective to understand what's different, and we do understand the differences between each of the valves, and so and obviously from a NASA perspective, understand the designs. Until the Boeing folks get the valves off, we don't understand exactly what's wrong with the valves, right? So this is where us collaboratively working together is really important. And as the Boeing guys find out what's wrong with these valves, we'll be able to go understand how the particular design or whatever issue that's there then pertains to the other valves that we have in our system, in our other systems. Obviously, we have these kinds of valves in all of our systems because this is a typical kind of design on all the spacecraft. But like Steve says, there's different kind of nuances to environmental protection or other things, and what we need to do is better understand what went wrong here and then go and do the work to understand how that applies to the rest of our other designs. Don't have that data yet, though.
Our next question is from David Curley, the Discovery Channel.
Thanks, Josh. John, I'm a little confused. I hope you could provide some clarity. You talked about atmospheric moisture, talked a lot about the rain, but then you suggested it could have come in at the factory. Can you give us some clarity? The reason you mentioned all this is that you don't know at this point. And then Steve or Kathy, I hear the frustration in your voices and I hear the commitment to continue working, but are you having any thoughts about this program overall? Thank you.
I don't think we have frustration. So let me make sure that I think I would tell you we're a little sad. We were getting ready to go fly. I'll talk to me personally, and Steve needs to jump in. We were getting to go fly, and we were really close to flying. And when that happens, and we're very excited about seeing the system go work. I know the whole team was very excited. You should have seen how excited everybody was to go get ready to go fly. And so that's why I think it shows the mental toughness of a team to not just keep pushing on flying, but to make sure that we're really then ready. We are really ready to fly when we find something new out. So, you might be hearing us a little tired because teams have been working really hard, more John and Steve than me, but we're not frustrated. I would say I'm a little sad because I really wanted to go fly, but I'm also very proud of the team, and I'm hoping that they are making the right decisions along the way to make sure that we're ready when we go fly. These are the kinds of things you want to find on the ground. If we would have flown and had these valves, and John has all kinds of checks in places, but if for whatever reason this was something that looked okay, and then on orbit after we were on station, if things would have not opened, that would not have been good. So I'm very happy that these are things we're finding here and that we're working through it. And go ahead, Steve, jump in, sorry.
Yeah, I hopefully my voice, probably Kathy is right. I think, John, this team is tired. I'm tired. I think, disappointment is probably more in my voice because we were gearing up and being excited to go fly the flight. I would give you an analogy in sports. We're getting ready for the big game and excited about the game, and then the game goes away. And so that level of disappointment and excitement when you're getting ready for the big event and it doesn't happen, that disappointment is, I probably can't describe in words what that's like for somebody in this business. I think John talked about the valves, and he can add to it, but, whether the moisture was introduced in the assembly of the valve or in checkouts of the valve in the factory in the C3PF or at the pad through a release system, it's probably too early to tell. We do know that moisture on that dry side of the valve, where oxidizer can permeate across that Teflon seal that John talked about, forms this nitric acid and then could cause stiction on that side of the valve. So I think it's probably a little early to say where it happened. I think once we are able to get our hands on the valves and start looking at it, we can maybe make some progress as to what that cause of it was and how we mitigate that in the future.
Yeah, that's a good read, Steve. And so I really nothing to add to that. But I do want to just echo that, while the team is disappointed, this is a team of seasoned human spaceflight professionals. And, they reacted to this situation with total professionalism. There was nobody moping about. These folks, they went straight to work. They pulled up and, looked at the innovative solutions. What do we need to go do? We adjusted shifts. We were around the clock with 3 shifts a day, so to cover 24/7 ops. It's just that's what we do in this business, and it's just that's how we go.
And for clarity, John, it could be the rain, or are you ruling out the rainstorm?
The rain, direct impact by the rain is not. We do not believe that's a factor because these are under protective covers. The high degree of moisture in the atmosphere may have been a contributor. That's something that we're looking into. We know that our last flight was in December, so it was a totally different kind of atmospheric conditions. So, we're really trying to look at what was we haven't seen this problem in the past, and we're seeing it now. What's different between our previous and current? And so I can't rule out that it was an atmospheric environment condition. I will say I don't believe it's direct impingement of water on the valves themselves, but rather maybe heavy moisture content in the atmosphere. But we just don't know totally right now.
Our next question is from Marcia Smith at Space Policy Online.
Thanks so much. If you could just clarify what these thrusters are used for. So if you had not discovered this problem, would Starliner have made it into orbit? And if it made it into orbit, could it have maneuvered to the space station? If it could have done that, could it have re-entered safely? I'm still not quite clear which thrusters these were.
Okay, so I'll answer it. This is John.
Hey guys.
Yes.
Can my computer get a virus if it doesn't pass post? Is that a thing?
RCS are the reaction control system thrusters. The orbital maneuvering and control we call OMAC. Those thrusters are the bigger thrusters. They are used for some of our orbital insertion burns and some of our deorbit burns. So those are the larger thrusters. The reaction control system thrusters are thrusters that we would use for fine-tuning, yaw pitch roll, and also as we did rendezvous and docking, we would utilize those precision thrusters. So we had oxidizer valves on both of those systems that had issues. We used the identical valves on both the OMACs and the RCSs, and so we experienced failures of valves on RCS and OMAC thrusters.
So you would not have made it into orbit, is that correct?
This is Steve Stitch. I would add one thing, and John, I think, talked about it earlier. The launch commit criteria is that all these valves are open right before we go launch. So we would have made it in, we would not have launched until all the valves were open, and we had total redundancy across our 20 orbital maneuvering and attitude control engines and our 28 reaction control engines. So the thing that stopped the countdown was that we had 13 of them that weren't open, and so we stopped the launch and held down because we knew we wouldn't have had propellant flow to those orbital maneuvering and attitude control engines and also the reaction control system engines. So that's why we stopped the countdown.
So the checks, the ground checks ensured we were in a configuration to be able to get to the space station.
And with redundancy, and with full redundancy.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah, the system has two fault-tolerant redundancy, and yeah, that's exactly why we check these valves in our pre-launch checkout. So, yeah, and they have to all operate before we are go for flight, and that's why when they did not operate, that's why we called stop on the flight.
Thank you.
Our next question is from Mark Carreau at Aviation Week.
Yeah, I have two quick ones, I think. Where's the location of the factory that the excuse me, where the work will be carried out going forward? And does anyone know the end of the Lucy launch window at this point?
I can answer the Lucy question. The Lucy launch period opens on October 16th, and I believe it closes on November the 7th. And John can answer the question about where the factory is. We call it the factory, but he'll tell you where it is.
Sure. The factory is on Kennedy Space Center. It's we call it the C3PF. It is adjacent to the vertical assembly building. Matter of fact, we are in its shadow many times of the day. It is the old shuttle processing facility.
Thank you.
Our next question is from Amy Thompson at space.com.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I was just curious about the cargo that was going to be on board the Starliner, and it critical cargo that the crew needed? And is it possible to send it on a different vehicle? And also, what about the science hardware that was coming back down? How does that affect the research plans for the space station? Thanks.
So this is Joel Montalbano. As far as the cargo, there was nothing on this vehicle that was critical such that contributed to the crew safety or vehicle safety. It was more logistics type things like that, both going up and down. And so what we'll do is, like we always do, we're always kind of looking a couple vehicles ahead. And at this time, we don't see any adjustment for SpaceX 23 going up. We may make a couple adjustments coming down. We're still looking at that. But again, nothing on this vehicle that's going to significantly impact the vehicle or the crew.
We have time for about 2 more questions. Our next comes from Ken Kramer at Space Up Close.
Oh, hi. Thank you. Thank you for doing this. I think my question is for John Vollmer. Can you make clear, because I'm not sure what you said, are you preemptively going to replace all of these valves that had the issue or not? And can you tell us a little bit about the history of the NTO permeation? And what would you do to mitigate it? And are you going to look at the other service modules to see whether there is an issue with them? Thanks.
Yeah, so we will look across the board once we get this down to a final root cause. Like I said, right now, and just emphasize, this is our most likely root cause that we're looking at. So we've got to make sure that we've examined all the legs of the tree and that we understand that if it's this and something else, that we understand everything that needs to be addressed. So as far as a fleet issue, I have not gotten it far enough to say this is a fleet issue yet. It's certainly an issue on this service module. We do have more of these valves in the factory, so we will go and examine those valves. We will work with our supplier, Aerojet Rocketdyne, and look and see if there's something with this lot of valves or something with this manufacturing of the valves that's different from the others. All those kind of routine things that we will do as part of our troubleshooting and root cause evaluation. So until I do that, I won't know whether I'm replacing all the valves on this vehicle or the other vehicles.
Thank you.
And this is Steve Stitch. I would say the permeation of the NTO oxidizer vapor is a common phenomenon with the Teflon seals, which are typically used in these valves. So it's a problem we had to deal with in the Space Shuttle program, and we had numerous problems with thrusters in the Space Shuttle program with various corrosive products that develop as a result of oxidizer. And so it's pretty standard across the industry to deal with the oxidizer vapor on these valves.
Did you have to replace those valves on the shuttle?
We did not have to replace the valves, and it was a different kind of problem. The main problem on the orbiters had to do with the oxidizer vapor in the thruster itself and the thruster seats, and how we handled that in processing due to the Florida air with the humidity sometimes caused the nitric acid, which would cause the valve seats to leak a little bit, and we ended up having some thrusters fail. So this was on a different valve, but a similar kind of issue.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
and our final question is from Jackie Waddles, CNN.
Hey guys, thanks so much for doing this, and I'm sorry I've been juggling, so I really hope I'm not making anyone repeat anything. But John, I just wanted to ask you for some clarification on something you mentioned earlier in the press there about some erroneous measurements that might not be related to the valves. Could you say a little bit more about what that is? And just wanted to also clarify whether or not there are any software issues identified, or if that, what you mentioned, maybe I was misunderstanding, about erroneous measurements that you guys were saying.
That's not
sure,
Jackie
Jackie, I can talk about that. So we had seen some valve position indicator anomalies in some of the measurements we were seeing. And those valve position indicators are the indicators that tell us whether the valves are open and closed. And we had seen that and it corresponded with all of the heavy rain events that were occurring. So we had already started looking into that, and that's when we had this other problem come up, we immediately thought there was some sort of relationship between the two. And it wasn't until we had further investigation that we discovered that if they were unrelated events and that there was some water intrusion that had caused the erroneous valve position indicator readings, and that they had nothing to do with this issue that's with the permeation of the NTO and moisture causing the nitric acid.
Thank you, John. And we'll now go to closing comments from Kathy Leaders.
Thank you, Josh, and thank you all of you for all the questions. You know, as you've heard here today, we have a team that is extremely professional on both the NASA and Boeing and ULA side. We were hoping to be able to recover the valves and be able to go fly again, but we were not able to do that. You know, we weren't able to answer some of the questions today, but what you need to understand is we are just finalizing that troubleshooting, that initial troubleshooting in the recovery process. So I know the team is committed to carefully working through this problem, fixing it, and then moving forward to fly again. You know, the team needs some time now to really be able to figure out what's wrong. And we will learn from this. We'll learn from this not only for the Boeing CST program, but what's great is from a NASA perspective and our ability to be able to work with so many different providers is that we will also learn better to be able to understand how to make the hardware more robust and potentially looking at other, or gaining future experience too. So John and Steve will now go off, begin that more detailed troubleshooting process, and then start building the schedule that you all wanted us, you know, to be able to have, to be able to go figure out then what it's going to take for us to fix this problem and turn around and fly again. We will be flying again. So, and when we get the new schedule information, we will be sharing that information on when we will be flying again. So look forward to the future planning. I know this team will be getting ready to fly once again, and we'll be letting you all know when we're going to be doing that. So thanks again for all the questions, the participation, interest. I really want to finish up by saying thank you to the dedicated team that has been working this for many, many months, and in particular over the last few weeks. We tried really, really hard to get there, but I really appreciate the fact that when we couldn't, we carefully and made the decisions to make sure that we're going to fly when we're ready. Thank you.
And thanks again, everyone, for joining us today for our update on NASA's Boeing Orbital Flight Test 2. You can listen to a replay of this teleconference by dialing 800-873-20.
By the rain is not, we do not.
Okay. The new flight sim update looks amazing.
But have a good day.
Oh, it's back. There we go. Okay, cool. Thanks. All right. All right. So, look, guys, here's the thing. First thing I'm going to say first and foremost is that, look, it's the journalist asks questions to get stuff on the record. That's why you heard the same question like 30 times. With that being said, it's still kind of funny to hear it. I think it's hilarious. It's like so they go into a detailed explanation as to why the valves work. Take the next question. Hey, why don't the valves work? Because you don't want to write your article, right? And say, oh, I'm a journalist at X news agency. Journalists from Y news agency asked why they did this, and this was the response. No. You want to say, I went and asked this question. That's why they do that. All right? Like, Don't get me wrong. Some of those questions were a little off topic. CNN. But I understand why they do it. That's why they do it. They get it on the record. That they get on the record that they were there and they asked the question. That's why. It's annoying. It's annoying, but it is what it is. So, yeah, it's annoying. If they did a full stack wet just rehearsal like they did for OFT1, do you think they would have caught the valve problem early on? They didn't do a WDR for this mission. Okay, Phil, I'll be 100% real with you. This sounds like bad luck. This just sounds like freaking bad luck. Alright, okay. Alright. Look, and I'll explain why. All right, so hear me out. What is this? What is this thing? Give me 1 second. Here, look. I know this is gonna sound weird. Just stick with me for a second, okay? What is that? What's that? It's a fan boat, right? Okay, so what about this? What's that? Lots of fun. I mean, yeah, no doubt. Okay. Why? What's the difference? Well, this one is designed to work in a very different environment than that. This thing can do things that one can't. Right? Right? Fan boats are designed for Florida. Now, one is designed to go out into the swamps. If you want to go out on the bayou and have some fun. Yeah, I know. I'm not from the South. I get it. Yeah, I mean, Ethan, let's break out another 1,000, right? So, what I'm trying to get at is that when you design a spacecraft, right? It's not designed to work in a damn swamp. It's designed to work in space. It sounds like when they rolled this capsule out, they got hit with a ridiculous storm, and there was electrical phenomenon, and thruster plugs came out, and the extreme moisture content of the atmosphere, because we literally launch in a swamp, screwed up the capsule. They said they did valve testing inside of the OPF. Or C3PF is what it's called, Starliner Processing Facility. Commercial Crew something processing facility. They checked the valves out before it left the factory. They checked them during fueling. They put the thing on the pad. And then the valves did something else. It sounds like just bad luck. It sounds like that rainstorm really screwed up the capsule. I mean, capsules are they're definitely not designed to work in a swamp like a fan boat is and a boat isn't, right? I'm serious. This sounds like bad luck. They made it a thing to say that they tested those valves on the ground. They tested them individually, they tested them on the capsule in the C3PF, and they tested it in the fueling facility and then moved it to the pad. It sounds just like crap luck. That's just terrible. That's just terrible luck. Like, your orbital window just happens to be in the afternoon in Florida during the summer. That sucks. Wait, there's water in Florida? Yeah, I know. I know, TJ, you're from the desert. You don't know what water is. It's fine. Do they have proof that they tested it? I mean, what? What do you mean? They said that they tested it. I mean, I'm sure they have proofing. Gerard, the other thing that they were saying is that they got to roll it back to the factory, and they're going to test the valves again. They're going to test them. They're going to test it against the original testing criteria to see what's going on there. Those valves got stuck because of moisture, because of NTO permeating seals. And they permeate seals and they form nitric acid. And you don't... If it's something that we've learned from other commercial providers, you don't want NTO going where it shouldn't. You don't want it permeating valves. That's not a good idea. Yeah, that doesn't end well. So nitrogen tetroxide is the oxidizer for spacecraft on orbit propulsion, David. It's very, very corrosive. It's not good. It's not good. It's disgusting. It's bad for humans. It'll kill you if you inhale it. But it's really, really good spacecraft propulsion for on orbit. I really thought someone would bring that up today, honestly. You mentioned boats? Nice. Well, they didn't inspect the last one before they shipped it. One would assume the second time around they would do a better job covering their butts. Yeah, Toronto, yeah, I know. What I'm trying to tell you is that they did, and they rolled out the capsule, and they tried to launch it, and a thunderstorm came in. Dude, these capsules are designed to work in space, man. They ain't designed to work down here. They're only designed to work. They're only designed to work down here for a second. Like, did you read the Aeroporter article about the NASA astronaut yesterday? Yeah, man. See, I read it, and then I probably lost some brain cells. So, nah, dude. Toronto. They said that they checked everything. They checked the valves. They said it was good when they put it on the rocket, and then it wasn't good when it got to by the time they rolled it off the pad. That tells me that something happened on the pad. They were talking about electrical. They were talking about covers falling off. I'm telling you, it just got too humid. Too humid. Spacecraft's not designed to operate in a swamp, dude. It's not a fan boat. It's not even a regular boat. Well, it kind of is. Right? Like, dude, I'm just using Occam's razor here, man. Like, if you have a truck and the truck's working just fine, everything is running fine, and you go to the grocery store, right? And you're coming home from the grocery store, and the temp gauge goes like this. Something broke. Something broke in between you going to the grocery store and later down the road. Like, something broke, obviously, right? Now, the cause of that, I don't know. They have to figure out the cause. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know. I have no idea. Maybe they did screw it up, but I don't think that doesn't sound right. Now, in terms of protecting it from moisture, from what I understand, that storm that came through may have hit the capsule. Or maybe it struck close to it. I think they said it struck close to it, and it may have. Dude, even the EMF, the electromagnetic field from a lightning bolt could screw it up, you know? Didn't they say it was working fine before they launched the last one into space, though? My point is later they went, whoopsie. I just feel like this time they have a better excuse. I'll drop it, though. I have to disagree with the bad luck thing. For the amount of money, time, and resources put into the capsule, any and all issues should have been addressed a long time ago. I don't think so, man. I feel like saying it's bad luck is just an easy excuse. Well, I mean, Element, I'm not going to sit here and say whoever decided to roll it out in a frigging monsoon is a smart person. But orbital windows and stuff, right? Like, yeah, no, I mean, if anything, that's who to blame. You rolled out the capsule in a freaking monsoon. Like, what do you think's gonna happen, right? Like, I mean, if anything, if I'm going to go pointing fingers, like, I don't think it's right to do that because we don't know what the exact fault is, right? You don't know why those valves did that for sure until you go and look at them, right? Whoever picked that launch window, you know, just wait a couple of days. Jeez, you know? Yeah, I mean, if we're not, you know, like, if you're gonna, I get what you're trying to say. I understand. Like, nothing happens by accident in space flight, and that's right. I mean, if anything, whoever decided to roll the thing out with a crappy weather forecast just because, oh, we gotta go is an idiot. Like, you're right. If that's what you guys are trying to say, I understand that. That's true. It does kind of sound like Go Fever, doesn't it? You could have just waited a day, right? Like, you ended up having to wait. Now you have to wait 6 months because you rolled the capsule out in a frigging monsoon and it broke it. It was a test flight, right? This is a test result. Don't launch when wet. Well, you learned that the capsule doesn't like humidity. What spacecraft does, though? The space shuttle doesn't like humidity. Steve Stitch said that in the press interview. He freaking hated it. The tiles fell off. Has Dragon ever sat on the pad in the rain? Yeah, Demo 2. It was very light rain, though. Remember when the second day, Demo 2, it started raining on the capsule. There was water coming down on the cameras. But, dude, I think this was that storm, you know, you're getting electrical phenomena, you're getting lightning strikes, and it's enough. So, okay, the plugs that are on the thrusters on Starliner, I'm going to go ahead and guess are shuttle derived. So, what those things are designed to do, the plugs on the RCS, they're designed to detect differential pressure, all right? And when I say detect differential pressure, it's literally like a balloon in the thruster hole, all right? So, when the pressure on the backside of this balloon, this cap, right, gets to be greater than ambient pressure outside, the thing just slides out. You can watch it on the shuttle. If you watch the dashboard cam shuttle launch footage, you see the forward RCS plugs, they pop out. When the shuttle gets high enough, they just fall out because they're designed to sense differential pressure. I'm going to go ahead and guess that Starliners are very similar because you don't want to just pump the RCS up when you're on orbit, right, and shoot that thing out the end of the engine. That would that doesn't seem smart, right? So these things fall out when the ambient pressure gets low, or when you have differential pressure between the thruster on the back, the combustion chamber on the thruster, and the cap on the end, right? If there's vacuum out here and there's pressure here, it's gonna pull it right out, right? If the wind was strong enough to blow those things out, to blow those caps out, that's one hell of a storm. Yeah, you're going to need to, that means the wind needs to be so much that it needs to cause a vacuum to pull that thing out. That's like monsoon conditions, dude. So, yeah, I mean, if I'm going to point fingers, I'm pointing them at the person that decided to roll the thing out in a friggin' monsoon. Well, not a monsoon. I bet you they rolled it out when it was sunny, and then when it was on the pad, Florida rain, but still. Joel said it, I think it was Joel that said it. You shouldn't, he's like, oh, the launch window just happened to be right then. I'm like, are you, like that's where I'm going to point fingers, dude. I think the valves are fine, to be honest with you. I think almost basically submerging your capsule in water is not a good idea. It's like if you parked your car next to the ocean for a year and just said, yeah, it's fine. When you come back, there'll be no car left. I don't know. I see Boeing. I'm having a hard time eating their bull crap. I'm not even riding on the meme train on this one. And Fastling's like, I'm getting Florida rain right now. Hold on a second, Flankin. Hold on. There's a lot of paragraphs in here. So fix this to prevent it from happening again would be better to secure the plugs or no, Nighthound, you're thinking about it the wrong way. Don't roll out the capsule if you think it's going to rain. That's a really easy thing to do, and I think that's what they'll do. You know what I mean? Gerardo, I don't know. What do you mean buying their bullcrap, dude? Boeing is paying for this mission out of pocket. They're paying for this mission out of pocket. Why would they be like, whatever? They're paying for this on the company dime, dude. Like, why? That doesn't make any sense. Now, for the OFT-1 mission, yeah, you screwed up. They screwed up bad. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that they didn't screw up bad, but they did. They really screwed that up. But how many orbital flight tests have been successful out of their total orbital flight tests? They are 0 for 2. Bro, no. All right, dude, I don't. You are 150% looking at it the complete wrong way. They're not 0 for 2. They're 0 for 1. They haven't launched anything. That scrubs don't count. That would be like counting Dragon blowing up on the test stand as a mark against Dragon's overall reliability. You're not judging the criteria right. That's not correct. They're not 0 for 2. That's not how this works. You're dude, like, here, I'll just explain it. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be a jerk. This is testing. Teething problems happen during testing, and I'm willing to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. Boeing wouldn't intentionally sabotage their own spacecraft. That makes no sense. A scrub is only a day or so. Am I wrong? Yeah, dude. Scrubs can be 6 months, man. Yeah. No, like, look, it's annoying. Like, let's be real. It's freaking annoying, dude. It's like, you know, like, I could see sitting here looking at SpaceX and looking like, dude, what the heck's going on? Why are you guys taking so long? Like, but it's spaceflight, man. Like, this is difficult stuff. It's difficult stuff, dudes. It is. Like, and I would ask anybody to come in here and, you know, say, how much experience does Boeing have making capsules? Capsules. They haven't made spacecraft. Rockwell made the shuttle, and North American made the CSM. Guys, it's going to take time. But, you know what, man? 5 years from now, we won't remember that Starliner had all these problems. We'll remember it flying people to the space station. Or we won't. Really, guess that kind of depends. Yeah, that's right. Taradra L-44 on a Delta IV Heavy scrubbed almost a year. Dude, this stuff happens, man. Like, I understand. Like, it's just poop. It sounds like, I mean, like, I'll be honest with you, it sounds like they got a little bit of go fever. I mean, Element, I think we're right in that regard. It sounds like they picked the first launch window that they thought was a good one, and it happened to be at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Florida during the summer. Like, dude, just wait a week. You have a nominal launch window, like, that's the second and third week into August. They just picked the first one and said, yep, let's go. That's right, floating. What does your shirt say? I have a shirt like this in real life, you know. I agree, TJ. Yeah. I mean, the important thing is getting that capsule up into space, man. Like, yeah, I get it. It's annoying. Like, it's annoying that it's taking this long. Also, you have to remember that Nauka happened. Pretty sure the storm wouldn't have hit if they didn't push due to the station flipping. That's right. That's a good point, Thomas. Yeah, that's right. Starliner was supposed to launch the next day after Nauka, and they delayed it to that window where they had that monsoon. That's what I mean about bad luck, dude. Like, dude, that's just, like, how could you have that crappy luck? You know? You don't, Apollo. I mean, dude, I understand being fed up with it. Like, guys, I get that. That makes sense. It's annoying, dude. Like, SpaceX did this so much faster than you. You telling me, like, I mean, yeah, Boeing doesn't have any prior experience building capsules, and it shows. Like, and that's not a demerit. I'm not saying that Boeing is bad. Like, what I'm saying is space is difficult. This is hard to do, even if you have experience in it, you know? Yeah, but why would you put your date so close to Nauka then? I don't know, Kim. Because of the tight schedule on the ISS, dude. Like, guys, we can sit here and say, you know, like, oh, why did they do this? That's dumb. Why did they do that? It's so easy to see it in hindsight, guys. It is so ridiculously easy to judge in hindsight. You do not understand how easy that is to do. It's a really, dude, it is so hard to predict this stuff before it happens. Look at me in KSP. Like, we had the big SSTO, the first test flight. It worked great. Everything worked just fine. And then I forgot one little thing with the landing gear. One little tiny thing of changing the sliders on the landing gear, lost the entire vehicle. See, it's always something like that. There's unknown unknowns with spaceflight. All right, this is something that Gene Kranz said in his book. If you want to read Failure is Not an Option, it's a fantastic book. It'll teach you a lot about how they go about doing these missions, right? There's stuff that you can predict, and then there's stuff that you can't predict. Like, we could say, just create a checklist for unknowns. Are we sending crew to the station today? I want to do 2 missions, John, yeah. We gotta do the flight test, and then we have to, then we'll send people. We can do 2 launches in one KSP stream. We've done it before. Like, and, you know, like, if you disagree with me, I'm interested, like, I'm not gonna, I don't want you to drop it just because you disagree with me. Like, Taradra, Element, you guys, like, dude, I'm not gonna, if you freaking disagree. I want to talk about this, you know? You didn't fly last night? Glad I went to bed. No, John, I went to put the payload into the SSTO and the crew access arm popped off. So I was like, nah, I'm done. You know, like, I want to hear other sides. I want to hear people that are dissenting because, like, dude, I can totally understand being really annoyed with Boeing right now. Like, it's really easy to do that, but I also think that cooler heads prevail usually with spaceflight. It doesn't matter who's doing it. Any other damage other than popping off? I recovered everything, Chief. It popped off, and then it landed on the SSTO. It landed on 10. It didn't damage it, but it landed on it. And when I went to undo the SSTO, it kind of started going to the side, and it kind of lodged itself between the crane and the pad, and I'm just like, I'm just going to recover all of this and go to bed. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fun night. Chief, I saw it, like, the second we popped off the crew tank, the crew access arm, I was like, nah, let's scrub. Yeah. That's exactly it. We can have discussion and be adults about it. You're damn right we can, Element. Hell yeah, dude. Dude, I see what you and Taradra are saying, man. I mean, there's no such thing as luck, right? Like, I mean, there is, like, but there isn't. Like, I get it. It's all circumstantial, especially with spaceflight. Like, yeah, I mean, it sucks. It's annoying as all hell. But once again, I mean, okay, Element, hear me out here, and anybody that disagrees with me, just hear me out. We know good and well how stupid of an idea it is at this point to get rid of a program or something, or say this isn't worth it, blah, 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 blah. It's not a good idea. Every time we do that, every time that happens, we always end up with less capability, right? So, I mean, at this point, all you can do is kind of just, hey, all right, we got to wait a couple of months. Let's make sure we get it right. It sucks. It's really annoying, but there's a vested interest here, you know? Like, that's why I always try to give Boeing the benefit of the doubt, man, because they're not, like, do you think the PR people at Boeing know full well what this rolling off the pad is gonna do. Like, fellas, look at this. Look at this. I mean, it's not much of a dip, but do you think they want that? So, at 10 a.m. this morning, we were at 239. Now we're at 235. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's not much of a shift, but look at the correlation here. Boeing tweeted this morning that they're rolling from the pad. And look, right there is where the press conference ended. See what I'm talking about, man? You think they want that? Heck no. I don't think anyone is saying ditch the whole program. The opposite of that. We all want it to work at the end of the day. Right on, man. Okay, cool. I'm glad we're on the same page there. Hell yeah. My wall. All right, let me see. Let me read. Well, no. So if you flew the large SSDO and blew it up, that's one case and we move on. If you grab another large SSDO and before you launch it, you see there's stuff broken on it, where do you think the confidence levels of success are on your large SSDO in an investor's eyes? Well, I get enough crap from chat, dude, anyway, but yeah, I understand. No, I understand that. Do we just chalk it up to testing and let you build and fly more? Tiradra, well, you know what? That's actually, see, and I want mission mode to correlate this. There's a reason why I'm launching out of pocket. Every SSDO test, like the last 6 of them, have been out of pocket. I don't want any more chat funding. And you know why I did that? To show that just give me more money. I'll get it to work. Just give me more money. I'll get it to work. No. So, I mean, right? That's what we did. Right? I said, nah, I'll do this on my own dime. I mean, to be fair, that's what Boeing did. That's what they did. The whole OFT-2 mission is $400 million out of pocket for Boeing. 400 mil. So the correlation is there. Why not? I thought you were role-playing as a real spaceflight company because I care more about results than profits. Where do we invest in EJ stock? No, Solar, that's not what Taradra's saying. He's saying, like, what Taradra's saying is you screwed up the first time. You haven't even tried a second attempt and you're already having problems. What the frick? That's what, Taradra, am I right? Is that where we're at? That's what you, dude, I can understand that. I really can. Absolutely. It's frigging annoying. 400, so it would be 100 mil per seat. Yeah, no, Taradra, right? Like, if you're at your job, right, and you screw up bad, right, and you lose a lot of money because of it, if you're the boss and you're looking at it, and you know, if the boss is looking at you and you screw up again, the boss is going to be like, all right, I'll have somebody else do this. You go over there, right? Like, I get you. I get that. That makes sense. I understand that. Spaceflight is very, very difficult in that regard, so it's hard to see, like, oh, you're screwing up. It's hard to see that, right? With rockets, that's what I'm talking about unknown unknowns. It's really difficult to understand that and see that as a boss, and that's why that flight experience really pays. I mean, I'm kind of happy that they found it. You know, like that one question about would it have made it to orbit? I mean, that was a dumb question, but yeah, no. If they had said screw it, let's go. Oh yeah, you would have stranded people in space. And I know Boeing don't want that. But I see you're talking about like workplace culture and stuff, dude. I can understand that. I get you. Fix your stuff. Yeah, yeah, Kem. I know. 100 million per seat, huh? Kem, I would assume, and you tell me if I'm being too nice, okay? Because I'll be honest, guys. Like, I am always biased towards more spaceflight. I don't give a crap how expensive it is. I really don't. I think more rockets, more dissimilar architecture, and more capsules is the good way forward. Hey, Bradley, thanks, man. I think that's the way forward. So sometimes I might be a little bit too nice, but look, I think I can empathize with how difficult this stuff actually is, at least to an extent with Kerbal, with how I play KSP. This stuff's tough. Investing in EJ stock hype? Nice. It's difficult, man. It's really, really complicated stuff, dude. If Kerbal is just if Kerbal represents like a 1/1000th or 1/1,000,000th of how difficult this is, it is mind-bogglingly difficult. Right? But, on the other hand, Boeing was paid for a service. You should, come on, man. We're paying for this. Kathy even tweeted her statement on the whole thing. NASA astronauts, including Serena Chancellor, are extremely well respected, serve their country, and mark invaluable contributions to the agency. We stand behind Serena in her professional conduct. We do not believe there's any credibility to these accusations. Guys, it's a hit piece. Look. All right. Look. That TASS article, all right, if you want to switch the subject up a little bit, that TASS article is a freaking hit piece because some moron over here, somebody over here, I won't say who, said that, the Russians intentionally made Nauka do that or something. It was off of some stupid article over here, and it's even acknowledged in the Ars Technica article. The Russians ain't gonna take that crap. They're the Russians. You think they're gonna take that crap? Hell no. Not a chance. I wouldn't take that. Screw that. Screw you. I get it. Somebody wrote an article saying that Nauka fired its thrusters on the space station intentionally, and I think, what did they say? I think they said that it did that intentionally because the Russians want to show how dangerous it is with the space station so they can have an excuse to leave. That is literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That is setting a new low. I get it. Have a good Friday, Pigzig. Drink every time I say I get it. Have a good Friday. You ain't gonna remember this one. You ain't gonna remember this Friday. It's gonna be like Tres Comas night up in here. Do you know what this means, Pigzig? Do you know what that means? It's Spanish. It says, it's called Tres Comas. Do you know what that means in English? No, it means 3 commas. It's the amount of money I'm gonna have when I get that hype train and make a frick ton of inner sight money. So I can get a spacecraft with doors that open up like this! Or like this! Not like this. Strength to rebillionizing. Tarader, what's up, dude? It's difficult, but it's not like rockets are new. We've been working with rockets for 70 years. Yeah, it's a new design, though. New design, to be fair. New design, and Tarader, everybody's overlooking this fact. Boeing doesn't know dick about making capsules. Not until Starliner. They made a space shuttle. Is a semi, just because you can work on a semi-truck doesn't mean you can work on a smart car. You know what I mean? Oh, great, you built semi-trucks. Can you make smart cars now? Or you made smart cars previously? Can you build a semi? I mean, Elon's the one exception to that, but his spacecraft make it into orbit too, huh? I understand what you're saying, dude. We shouldn't take this. Dude, I get you. I get what you're trying to say. I understand. It's tough love. I get it. Drink again. Right? Hey, CosmoQuest. Let's just bring Northrop Grumman back, the old one. How does this jive with your philosophy on deadlines? If you did it for 50 years, I bet you could. Well, Roger, I take very big exception to my work. You see how much it pisses me off when something fails. I take the game way too seriously. I take the game way too frigging seriously, man. To be fair, Boeing makes a ton of satellites. The capsule is just a satellite with life support and re-entry hardware. Yes, Havocs, but you're right. But also, dude, yeah, but this stuff's difficult, man. Dude, it's a little more complicated than that. You can lift parts off of another satellite, but off of other satellites. But what I'm trying to tell you is so think about it like this. Hang on. Let me come up with a good analogy here. And Havocs, I know you probably know this stuff, but I'll give you a really good example. That thing, not this one, the far left screen. That lifted parts from another vehicle. The exact parts from another vehicle. It's not always that simple. Oh, this is just a bunch of parts from the space shuttle. It'll be easy to make. Boeing has plenty of experience making that. It's just parts from another vehicle. You see what I'm talking about? Like, dude, that goes both ways, man. Sometimes lifting parts from other vehicles makes it more difficult. Sometimes it's better to just clean sheet the design. Now, it's just a satellite, but it has everything a satellite doesn't. Now, don't get me wrong. Like, I don't think that's a mark against Boeing or anything. This stuff's difficult. I think that after OFT... So, okay, there's another thing, dude. There's another thing that NASA was really worried about SpaceX making their capsule right. So NASA had a lot of oversight with SpaceX, and they didn't have a lot of oversight with Boeing. Whose fault is that? Is that Boeing's fault? I don't know. Got to work 90 minutes early. Please keep me entertained. Does that help? Did you see this? But, oh, savage, Question. No recycling with rockets. Juniper, it doesn't really, it kind of works, but you'd be better off clean sheet and stuff. That's the height of space content. Yeah, solar, once again, I see both sides of this, dude. I think it's really easy to understand that, space flight is difficult, but at the same time, what the heck, guys? I thought you said you had experience in this. Like, I get it. It's tough love. I understand. It's not that people are hating on Boeing just to hate on Boeing. Like, I think what Taradra's saying and what, like, certain journalists are saying is two different things. Your handsome face is always better than a blank wall. Gameplay, what if you watch me staring at a blank wall? Does that do anything for you? What if you were offered some stock option equity sharing program? Would that do anything for you? We all want Boeing to be better. We love space. I think that's where we're at, Boring. Mm-hmm. Is the paint drying on said wall? No. Did I see the new Blue Origin infographic? Yeah. yeah. Last. Got a hot minute. I want to know if you could possibly diagnose our car by the sound it makes. Flyking, can we wait until, it's 2:45. Give me a second. I'm looking through what everybody's saying. Phil, I'm looking for it. Did I lose it? I might be moving too fast. Did you see the shade Rogozin threw at the Boeing OFT? Wrecked. No. Oh, okay, here we go. Are we reading too much into this? Let me see. What's Mikey saying? Huh. Interesting. And that's a big what if. Grits, that's all hypothetical. You go to work and there's a new guy there. Your boss spends the day with a new guy while you do your work. You screw up, but the new guy doesn't. Is that your boss's fault? Yeah, that's a good point, Hibbit. Anyway, we're talking about like 4 or 5 different things, guys. But yeah, folks that are, fed up with Boeing stuff, I got you. I see what you're saying. It's annoying, but hey, at this point I'd rather them wait and get it right the first time around than not, you know? Anyway, the other thing that we were talking about is the hole drilling thing. Like I said, guys, somebody... Here, I'll show you. Look. So, here. And Kem, you tell me if I have my finger on the pulse here. Look. So, there's this article from ours about the hole drilling, and that's in response to a TASS article about why that hole happened in the MS-09 Soyuz. Somebody drilled a hole in it, and the Russians were like, we didn't put that there, apparently. And they said that a NASA astronaut did it because they had a mental breakdown in space or something, right? But that article is a hit piece, and it's based off of another hit piece from... And it's even self-admitted in the article. Look. The TASS article attempts to rebut criticism in U.S. publications, including ours, that covered an incident and raised questions about the future of Roscosmos-NASA partnership in space. This is freaking clown shoes, man. The Russians are a lot of things. They ain't gonna take that crap sitting down. No way. That's not how they roll. That's not how they roll, man. They're not gonna take that sitting down. You gonna publish a hit piece about us? We'll publish a hit piece right back around you. You want to air out the dirty laundry? Let's do it. He's stirring the pot all the time. Yeah, and Kem, Roscosmos, Dmitry shouldn't take that crap. He shouldn't. This is why I don't like him. Because he does that. He stirs the pot just to make a story. He makes something out of nothing. It's something out of nothing, bro. Look, at the end of the day, spaceflight's complicated, man. It's an unknown unknown. I don't know why that damn hole is there. I don't know how it got there. All I care is that the cosmonauts and the astronauts get home alive. If you can figure out why the hole is there and make sure that doesn't happen again, I guess figuring out why is kind of important, or how it got there. I said at the time it was probably just QA or something. And we all kind of agreed that just sounds like somebody drilled the wrong hole and kind of just patched it up and said, oh, you know, I don't think that's a reflection of the Russian engineering. I said this at the time. I don't think Soyuz is a bad design. I think, you know, they're trying, and Nauka is a very good example of them wanting to, you know, of the Russians wanting to, you know, showing that, like, look, we'll launch more modules to the space station. We got you. Like, it wanted to work as a team. I mean, Kem, if you think, Russian viewers, you think I'm wrong, just tell me. Like, but, you know, it's not, like, this is what I always keep saying. We're on the same team here in regards to the ISS. We are on the same team. And that might be difficult for some people to understand. Might be difficult for some people to get. But we're on the same team here. It's an international space station. We're working, like, with other projects, if we want to go at each other's throats, go. But not this one. No. That's really stupid to do that. And it's really stupid to make hit pieces in that regard. How would one even drill a hole in space without it being noticed? Yeah, I don't know. Nauka almost killed everyone type of thing. Ugh, Kem, it's such Bush League. It's such Bush League stuff, dude. These folks have no idea what they're talking about. Like, it's to the point where I ain't even mad. Like, it's just, you guys... Like, people write articles about stuff that they have no idea what they're talking about. Send it, but only so I don't forget. We can wait until later. All right. With a drill, it's noisy. Yeah, it's like, oh my god. I think the hit piece on the U.S. astronaut was uncalled for. Roscosmos has screwed up several times recently in trying to deflect with this crazy article. So, Boring, do we think the right action is to kick them when they're down in that regard? We're on the, like, same team, dude. Same team. Hello? Like, it's just... Yeah, that's right, TJ. Berger doesn't speak for NASA. Berger doesn't speak for NASA. Yeah, I know. But when NASA goes out and says that we're on the same team and we don't think anything's wrong in this regard, and then Eric says, well, I think there is. Everybody listens to him. This clown shoes, man. Couldn't it just be space debris, as with Canadarm? Space debris doesn't drill a hole on the inside of a spacecraft floating disk. No, I don't know how that hole got there. As long as they take care of it, as long as they figure it, as long as they take care of it, make sure that I mean, and like heck, 2 Soyuz have flown since then. They don't have holes in them. Exactly, Kem. And dude, way to screw up this international project, dude. Thank you. Like, that's, Kem, I don't like that. I really, really don't like it. I don't like it. You don't need to do this stuff, man. Yeah, let's, like, I mean, no wonder you guys don't want to freaking make the next space station with us, dude. Like, Jesus. We can't say we're on the same team and then in the same sentence have people do that kind of crap, dude. As long as we agree that Blue Origin forgets to mention that Starship can bring the same payload to the lunar surface as 700 Saturn V's. Gameplay, I have a theory about those infographics. Blue Origin is making a lot of heat on purpose. They're making a lot of heat on purpose because they want 2 lunar landers. Those things aren't necessarily knocking SpaceX's design. They're just saying it's high risk, which is correct. But it's not saying it's a bad design. They just say it's high risk, and they make it in every one of their infographics, not to choose them as the HLS lander, but to choose 2 HLS landers because it's high risk. If they were saying Starship is stupid, our design should have gotten picked, that would be one thing. But none of the infographics that they've released have said that. That's why I think they're not necessarily saying it's a bad design by any means. They're just saying 2 needed to be fielded to retire risk. And, dude, I agree with them. I agree with them. I think that's right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Maybe the wrong time for this, but what's this about Roscosmos accusing astronauts? I just got finished talking about it, Arsenal. Yep. All they need to do is say that, yeah. Is it possible that there's some nuance there that we don't get? I mean, I even think it's a bad design. Snore, I don't think it's a bad design. I like Starship's approach. I really do. And I agree with what Elon does. And I think eventually we're going to need to move to full reusability if we want to think about space, if we want to take space seriously and we really want to be multiplanetary. I think he's right. I think he's right in that regard. But that doesn't mean that there isn't room for innovation in other fields right now. Look, SpaceX could make Starship. It could be 100% successful. If there's no competition for them, if they have nothing to point the finger at and say, look, that design's bad, our design is better, it's going to stagnate the industry. EJ can read your dyslexic typing. Yeah, gameplay is no problem, dude. I do that a lot. I try to understand what folks are saying, like typos or, inflection in text. It's something that takes a lot of practice. But yeah, I gotcha. Has Blue Origin been playing dirty on social media? They've been playing dirty, Arsenal. They haven't done infographic stuff like this before, guys. They've never done stuff like that. The only time they did it previously was with Richard Branson, like a couple of months ago. So, They've never. I don't remember in recent memory anything happening like this. If you guys think something else, you tell me. How do you build a piston in KSP with 2 hinges on it to rotate heavy parts? Think of a dump truck piston rotating. Attach 1 hinge to the dump, Canadian. Attach another hinge with the hydraulic to the truck, and then strut the hinge and the hydraulic together. That's how you make a closed loop thing like that. There has to be a bigger reason for them doing this. I don't think they're petty. Tiggs, yeah, I'm with you on that one. I really don't think that's what's going on. I really don't. Look, I have one of those infographics up right now. Check it out. Here, let me get it open. I just changed the title up. Look. What immense complexity and heightened risk looks like for going back to the moon. From NASA source selection statement from July 30th, GAO report referencing SpaceX's proposal. See, this one, yes, this one is a little more cutthroat than the last one. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. It doesn't say it's a bad design. It just says it has a lot of untested stuff. I mean, once again, people aren't going to take it. People are going to, they ain't going to take it that way. They're going to take it like a personal attack against SpaceX. And I suppose I can see that with this infographic. With the last one, they were like, no, we need two lander options, right? But yeah, floating. Yeah, I know. Where are they posting these infographics? I only see reports. They're on their website. How many flights would they need to land the same amount of payload on the moon? That's exactly miles per hour. That's the stuff that they're not mentioning. They're not mentioning that they can move like a pickup truck's payload worth of stuff to the surface of the moon, and Starship can move the entire pickup truck, and like 4 or 5 times over. You know, but. See, that one is kind of, this infographic here is kind of messing with me a little bit because they don't say that in this infographic. I looked at the other one, and the other one was like, no, it's not that this is a bad design. It's that we need something that's based off of tried and tested hardware. This one is just a straight Starship hit piece, and that's kind of annoying, dude. Why can't we just have two? I just want both of them. How's the BE-4? It's on track to be finished on time, albeit with a schedule that includes parallel testing because of prior problems. But it's on track right now. It's a little bit of a compressed timeline, Trojan, but it's on track. I've said this once. I'll say it again, guys. It really depends on what you're sending to the moon. If SpaceX is sending a shoebox to the moon, Starship does not need to refuel at all. If SpaceX is sending a Cybertruck to the moon, you're going to need 4 or 5 refueling flights. If SpaceX is sending, a Tesla Semi and a HAB module, and they want to get Lunar Starship back, then you're going to need 10 to 15 refueling flights. You know what I'm saying? Like, didn't Troy Bruno recently say that the BE-4 is way behind schedule due to manufacturing delays? No, Trojan, he said the exact opposite of that. He said that there were problems with the BE-4 during it basically failed pre-qualification testing. But this was like in 2016 and 2017. And the result of that failed testing and redesign is compressing their schedule right now. So that includes, instead of like one task being done, stop that task, go to another task, they're testing in parallel. They're building flight engines while they're doing qualification testing. So that means that a failure, like a stumble a couple of years ago, is compressing the timeline right now. But the reason they're compressing the timeline in the first place is so they can scale to NSSL. The entire plan was for Blue Origin to scale to the National Security Space Launch contract and have BE-4s mass produced and ready to go by the start of 2022. Once again, they're overlapping the testing right now. And that doesn't point to any problems, particularly right now, like everyone implies. But there was a design qualification failure previously. And once again, this stuff happens, guys. It happens. Rocket engines fail during testing. SpaceX is a little more forthcoming with it. We've seen their engines fail mid-flight with Starship. Raptor's more complicated than the BE-4, you know? It's just, you know, that does shift the schedule a little bit. See, the thing with SpaceX, and I think this is why people like them so much, is because they're very forthcoming with that. They're like, look, this stuff's hard, we might fail, and if we do, we'll figure it out. You know, that's, you know, whereas other companies are, you know, like everyone else says, like, oh yeah, no, nothing happened, you know, like that. Like, but Tori Bruno said in that same article, Trojan, that it's better to just be forthcoming with stuff, and he's right. People are going to find out. They're going to find out what happened. You're going to find out what went wrong. So if you lied, they'll call you out on it. I'm inclined to believe the dude working on it, but regardless, this infographic is more of a hit piece than they have. Yeah, exactly, Lulz. I see why people are pissed about this one. I still love the image of Blue Origin's lander being deployed out of Starship's payload bay. Yeah. I think Blue, see, like, that's the thing. Until this infographic right here, until this dang infographic right here that we just saw, they've been adamant about saying that you need 2 landers, which is, it's really annoying that now they're straight up knocking Starship's design, which is stupid. Yeah, you should do the delta V calculations on stream. I mean, yeah, Novus, we could. We could, but see, the mass numbers for Starship is constantly in flux itself. I don't even know what mass Lunar Starship is going to have. I don't know what it's going to have inside. We know it needs 2 airlocks, so I guess we could weigh the shuttle's airlock and times that by 2 and go from there. The point is that, like, okay, the shuttle and SLS, right? The shuttle had a way to compensate for differential payload mass in the engine gimbals, right? SLS has a way to compensate for differential payload mass because they overrated the core on purpose. They rated it to 260% of load, right? Starship's way of accounting for differential payload mass to the surface of the moon, not to like a rectilinear halo orbit, right, is the refueling. That's its way to compensate. And so that really depends on what you're sending to the moon. I mean, we don't necessarily need to do the delta V calculations on Stream Novas. It'd be fun to, right? I remember when they said Starliner will work with Falcon 9. Wonder what the media would say if they put it on top of one for a mission. I don't recall them saying that, but I mean, that'd be interesting, right? If I remember correctly, Blue Origin offered $2 billion off of its contract, which means that they were able to do that in the first place, but kept it for bargaining because they knew they had a slim chance. Yeah, Lulz, I'm not going to sit here and say that that's, you know, borderline That's borderline good faith, right? But why should they want less money why should they take less money unless they absolutely have to? If you're working for a company, don't you want to get the deal that's going to make you the most money? And well, I swear, if you say, well, they have enough money, I'm going to slap you. I'm going to slap you. You're going to get slapped. My hands up. I'm going to slap you. Nice, John. Okay, cool. Yeah, Spiffy. I'm gonna slap you. I'm gonna slap. There's the Boston I know. You gonna get slapped. You can work backwards. Assume a full tank of fuel, 1,200 tons. Delta V to get to rectilinear halo to surface. Enter a new rectilinear halo or an ISP given by Musk off Twitter. The only unknown would be the dry mass. Yeah, and yeah, Novus. I mean, what I'm thinking is that the dry mass is variable. Is Lunar Starship going to have a cargo bay? Like, maybe. We know per HLS that it needs 2 airlocks, redundant airlock capability, right? I don't know. I mean, yeah, but seeing how much SpaceX charges for things, they could have guessed it would have been cheaper. Well, Laws, NASA changed the clarification on the broad agency announcement. That's Appendix H for Next Step 2, HLS, BAA. They changed it to say that you could they could either choose 1, 2, or 0 landers, and then they added a stipulation in there that you could fund it out of pocket. I think Blue Origin may have missed the memo. I'm pretty sure that that's what happened, because that was their protest. That, oh, we didn't know. We didn't know. You have to tell us. And NASA's like, no, we do not have to tell you. We're the one that puts out the contract. It's your job to pay attention to the freaking legal work. And the GAO sided with NASA. I mean, that's on them, dude. Like, that's on them, bro. Hey, Smirks, what's going on? Making sure I got everything. Thomas, yeah, the spaceport that doesn't exist. Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit of a loaded statement, don't you think? That seems to imply that they'll never get clearance to launch out of Boca Chica, which is... Alright. AJF, what do you got? Yeah, this is what I was missing. The number of flights doesn't worry me yet. Falcon 9 launched 19 times in the first half of 2021. The Starship system is designed to be more reusable in almost every way. Starship has an absolute boatload of problems in the next 2 years, then I'll worry. I mean, see, AJF, this is why people like SpaceX so much. And don't get me wrong, I'm a fanboy myself. But I try to make sure that I don't have that impair my judgment because people listen to me. I don't want to just be a mouthpiece for Elon Musk, okay? Even though I really, really agree. I really agree with what he does. But here's the thing. If I really agree with what he does, I should have no problem talking about the counterpoints to SpaceX. I should have no problem talking about that because SpaceX's ideas will still come out on top on the end. Even if I'm completely impartial. If you think that that's the right idea, you shouldn't defend that idea. You should attack it. And Elon says that himself. He says that in Tim's interview. That's exactly what he says about like working on spacecraft. Take this part off. Take this part off. If you're not attacking your own design, right? You're not going to make a good design. That's how I think about things just in general. If my idea is truly good, I should be able to throw 1,000 wrenches in the machine and it should still work. It should still come out on top with an impartial judgment. Guys, you have no idea how big of a SpaceX fan I am. I'm pretty up there in terms of a fanboy. But I make sure to remove that from my judgment, especially when we're talking about space news. That's very important. That lends credibility. I'm willing to throw monkey wrenches in SpaceX's ideas because I think their ideas are right, not wrong. One wrench made your SSTO blow up. I'm sorry I went there. Solaire, why you gotta kick me when I'm down, man? It's a teething problem. All spacecraft have teething problems, man. Every single one of them. Without question. But am I a bigger fan than Eric? I bet you I know more about Starship than he does. Delete the part.
Discovery,
yep.
go and throttle up.
No part is the best part. It's only something. It's only only something someone would say in a CPU intense simulation. Yeah, you're. Yeah. He's hiding the machine's gameplay. So, AJ, going back to what you were saying, SpaceX has a dude. They have. I mean, here's the thing, man. None of this is wrong. That's the thing. None of this is wrong. But I think SpaceX knows about every one of these and knows how difficult it's going to be. It's not like they don't understand the architecture that they want to implement. Elon himself has said that they have a high probability of failure. Like, stuff's going to fail. Stuff's going to blow up. Heck, I don't think SN20 is going to make it through. If you really want my honest opinion, I don't think it is. I think it'll puncture. And you know what? That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. SN8 didn't land. 9 didn't land. 10 kind of landed. Partial credit, I guess. 11 definitely didn't land. SpaceX has made failing in testing a part of their culture. That's because you learn the most from failure, even though it hurts like hell. You know. Yeah, Ando, that's another good point. I mean, it's not like NASA doesn't know the risks involved, but SpaceX, yes, that's Scott's point is lifted from the source selection statement. SpaceX does the majority of their complex operations with Starship, refueling. All the refueling and docking operations happen in low Earth orbit, so there's very little risk. Docking something together in low Kerbin orbit in KSP is way easier than trying to get out to the moon, rendezvous with something, and then docking out there, right? And in real life, the dangers and the difficulty are exponentially higher compared to KSP, right? $11 landed in pieces. Hey, passed my college final with 100 yesterday. 30th away to a master's degree. Good, man. That's awesome. Could you have done better? That's right. I'm going Asian dad on you. Could you have done better? You think? Honest question, Jeff. Sure, you don't know the actual dry mass, but that's why you're solving for it in the equation. Yeah, okay. Solving it that way would be the maximum amount of dry mass that Starship can have to make the trip. I mean, Novus, okay, you're absolutely right. I have a question, though, and this is just kind of where my brain is going. What do you think is the right mass to get to the surface of the moon for what NASA needs? You see what I'm saying? We could sit here and calculate maximum dry mass for Starship and how many refueling flights you'd need. But after all, this is a NASA mission. So what do you think? What do you think the proper mass to the lunar surface would be? Like, how much? Long story short, how much payload do they need to get down to the surface? Like, what do you think is good for NASA's needs? 420 tons. Nice. I'm thinking 69 tons. Which Starship could move to the lunar surface with 14 reflights. With 14 refuels, I mean. Ray, yes! 154 tons, right? 250 kilograms. I mean, what, are they moving me? Are they moving me to the surface or something? I don't weigh 250 kilos, sorry. Media still attacks SpaceX testing failures like they have to work regardless of testing. Yeah. You do with your streaming rig. Good point. I don't know. It depends on the mission requirements. I don't think NASA has put out any RFIs for long-term surface hardware or gotten anything on contract. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, certainly with the protests going on, they're definitely not gonna do that. Will the lawsuit pause HLS again? I don't know. But guys, I believe that Blue Origin is making noise because they want 2 landers. I think the national team is making noise because of that. What do you think about catching the ship too? Oh, dude, he did say that this morning. I don't know, Balk. That, once again, it's just like catching the booster. It's doable. It's definitely doable. Difficult, but doable. 2 landers would be nice. Yeah, I agree, Ray. If we want to really, if we want to take seriously going to the moon, we need to safeguard for sustainability as much as possible. And sometimes that means stuff that doesn't make any sense from a financial standpoint. Gateway being an operative example. Having 2 landers is another really good example. That's going to create sustainability in the program. It safeguards it against stagnation, because if someone tries to cancel the program, if the more people you have involved, more landers you have involved, they're going to make noise, and it's not going to happen. You're safeguarding by bringing commercial in for HLS, even though you might not think there's enough. There's a lot of competition in low lunar orbit for commercial, which there really isn't. But bringing in 2 landers is a good way to safeguard the lunar program for a long time. Just like commercial crew. Same thing. And working with NASA rockets on top of that, with NASA in-house designs, is probably the best thing we could ask for. Having SLS work with Starship, despite SLS's very, very high cost, but remember, total cost involved, seemingly high cost, I should say, is a great way for sustainability. Just like the Gateway doesn't really make sense. You know, there have been pundits that say that, you know, the Gateway is a toll booth to the surface of the moon. That's right. What does a toll booth do in real life? You pay to use the road so the road can stay maintained, so the road stays working. See what I'm talking about? The Gateway is a way for sustainability. It keeps that roadway to the surface of the moon open. It safeguards it against the program being canceled. He's right in that regard, Odin. I think Robert Zubin is right. It is a toll booth. But Zubin, I mean, I'm pretty sure that guy hates politicians pretty hard. More than most, you know? Toll goes to the government budget. No guarantee that money goes to the roads. Well, Solar, in this regard, having Gateway out there and justifying its expense goes, oh, we gotta keep sustaining it. We don't want to get rid of it. We paid a lot for it. We paid a lot for this road. We don't want to stop maintaining it. And you see that exact thing going on with the ISS. We don't want to abandon it. The ISS is past its prime, guys. Way past its prime. It still works, but maintenance costs are getting pretty high. Sunk cost fallacy? You think so, Zero? Is it sunk cost fallacy if there's no alternative? Lunar bond, now, please and thank you. That's literally what the Gateway will do, caveman. Doing nothing as an alternative. And that's exactly what happened during the Apollo program. No sustainability, so they just pulled the plug. No sustainability, no competition. Bye-bye. One giant leap for Kerbal kind. Is that my truck with... For Cord kind. Okay, what is this? Did you make my truck into an airplane? Yep, okay. I don't know, Smoked. I hope NASA would work on going back to the moon, and I hope we would leave the low Earth orbit over to commercial. You turned my truck into an airplane. Okay. All right. How does it fly? That is truly a jet truck now. Oh, boy. Hey, panels aren't as bad at aerodynamics as we say they are, right? How does it fly? Like a truck? I mean, Hera, that is not an inaccurate statement by any means. It flies like a truck. So what's this tweet from David Willis that was just, wait a second, hold the phone. If Human Landing System Starship can only go to the moon after refueling at an on-orbit depot, then you could launch it empty on a certain rocket, a certain big rocket, a certain big orange rocket. Oh, Dave, my man. Oh, I would love it. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it, dudes. That would be... He's not wrong. That's not incorrect. Yeah, Odin, that's true. That's true. That's true. A person did ask that question, and we thought it was stupid. Novus, what do you think? You think an empty lunar starship could just be lopped on top of that core stage? Maybe a lunar starship with just the header tanks? Wait, lunar starship doesn't have header tanks. Yeah, pretty much human. Yeah, that's Solar, it's a little bit of an open wound there. That would be... You know what? I'm going to reply to David. I don't hate this idea. I don't hate this idea, but I'm not sure it would work. But also, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't know if this is true, but if this is true, that there's a country that's not welcomed on the ISS, China, what's it called? The U.S. doesn't want to work with, it's the Wolf Amendment, that's what it's called. U.S. companies are barred with working with China, and that's not out of some, fellas, that's not out of some, like, fear-mongering or anything. You want to look up Intelsat 708, and you'll figure out why we don't do that, why we don't want to work with them. Yeah, Intelsat 708 is a good example as to, well, not, it's the example as to why. Anyway. Give me 1 second. Intelsat 708 smoked, yeah. So the short premise is that the U.S. we tried working with China, We tried doing that. The U.S. worked with China on by letting a commercial launch, Intelsat 708, go over, let it be launched on a Long March 3, and we went over there and we upgraded the avionics on Long March 3 to interface with the satellite. We basically gave them the guidance systems, so Long March 3 would be able to put the satellite in the desired orbit. And they went to launch Intelsat 708, and the rocket did this. It went up and literally took a left turn, crashed right into a village that was near the launch site. And then, right after that, everyone that was not Chinese that was working on the project was promptly bused to the airport and deported from the country right after that. No word on why the rocket failed. No word on where the satellite ended up. What happened to that village? Nothing. It's shady. That's a little suspect. Like that's why we don't work with them. People either don't know about this or they're very easy to forget. But then again, it was 25 years ago. Times change, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, well, MC, we upgraded Long March 3's guidance systems and showed them how to have an upgraded guidance systems, and yeah, upgraded guidance systems with rockets. We basically gave them stuff that was protected under ITAR, and yeah, then, after the rocket failed, they just said leave. That's a little weird, don't you think? And yeah, I get it, 25 years ago, but like, I'll be honest, if people don't see why that's a little weird, then I don't think people understand how difficult it is to launch this stuff into space and how to get it to work right. Like, that's... People saying they can't be trusted is just hitting me hard. I got Chinese in my family, and it's... Solar governments aren't race. What All right, we're not doing this. I'm not talking. No. Yeah, dude, I get the sentiment, man, but also at the same time, we're talking about two different things here. But yeah, fellas, don't weigh in on that. Please don't. Let's not. You know exactly where this leads. Don't do it. Okay? No, I'm changing the subject. Here, look at this. Look. Here. Let me find something else. Here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Interesting, Kem. Neat. What is Casa Bonita? What is Casa Bonita? Casa Bonita is like if you took a Mexican restaurant and Disney World and you combined them into one thing. It's a real place? Yeah, it's a real place, dude. The guys Trey Parker and Matt Stone bought Casa Bonita. Yes! That's so awesome. It's so funny, dude. Yeah, I think so. ICBS is 30.7 ton gross mass, and Orion plus the ESM is 25.5 tons for 56.2. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's enough, dude. That's awesome. It's Casa Bonita. Casa Bonita. They have cliff divers in a restaurant. Here. Look at this place. All right, look. This is Casa Bonita. Look, this is a restaurant. I'm telling you, it's a restaurant with like cliff divers and stuff, man. It's like a Mexican restaurant that's Disney World, dude. And also Adventure Dental. Like, it's awesome. It's real. Yes, it's real. It's amazing. No, Casa Bonita, no. It's in Denver, guys. It's the best restaurant ever. That's so good, man. Yeah, Dama. Tell him, Dama. It's the best. South Park has a ton of episodes about Casa Bonita. It's amazing. And then they bought it. Look at this place. This place is amazing. Yes, it's amazing. The creators of South Park bought it. That makes me so happy. That's such good news, dude. It's a DLC in the game? No way. 2 years from today, we should do a meetup there. We should do a meetup. Casa Bonita. Yay! Oh my god. I love it. Would you have your wedding reception there? I don't think Primo would let me, Keith. You should really play the South Park games for After Hours. I've played them. I haven't played the DLCs, but I've played them. Yeah. Not engaged, Rich. No, not yet. I'd get way too drunk with friends and like fall in the pool. Risty. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, Apatoxin. I can dream, dude. I can dream, my brother. God damn, that makes me happy. I love how half the comments in this Twitter thread are like, what you guys are saying. Wait, this place exists? That's so awesome. That makes me so happy. Yeah, sure, John, when we load up KSP. Yeah, Stick of Truth in... What was the second one called? Hang on. Casa Bonita is hilarious. It's so good. It's so good, Stark. What was the sequel called? I've played both of them. Let me see. The Fractured Butthole. That's right. Yes. Yeah. That's right. Maybe we should. Maybe you're right. Maybe we should go mess with those games again. They're a little bit strange. Wait, do I have? Wait, I thought I have that game. I thought I've played it. I don't remember. Let me look. Okay, so we have Stick of Truth right there. I never realized that pun until now. The Fractured Butthole? Forlook, come on! Maybe it's under T? Wait, I haven't played the second one? I know, Pauls. That's why we were talking about South Park. That's amazing. God, it makes me so happy. Well, are all those your games? Yeah. You have not seen. Isn't it on the Ubisoft platform? Dude, I swear I've played that game. But, whatever. I wanted to go there when I was in Denver last month, but it was closed. That is just a travesty. I want to see EJ win a game of Siege? Oh, jeez. Did you expect this stream to be just Cast B? I have a shirt like this in real life. What were you expecting? Hey, Vulcan, what's going on? Would you ever play StarCraft again? I don't know, Pilch. That game just... StarCraft makes me angry. I'll be honest with you. I get a little annoyed with StarCraft, but if I can control my temper, then yeah, maybe. Have you played Elite? No. Not too much. Just chilling for a few days before class starts back up on the 23rd. Cool. Yeah, serious. StarCraft is infuriating, dude. It's worse than... I'd say that it's worse than Counter-Strike. StarCraft will get you pissed off. Counter-Strike will get you pissed off. StarCraft will get you really mad. Space News quick week recap. Do we know an approximate new liftoff date for Starliner? No. So, Swishio, the valves on Starliner got stuck because they basically rolled the capsule out and then a monsoon hit and there was humid air inundated the capsule. Yeah, the rollout date just coincided with a freak thunderstorm in Florida and screwed a lot of things up from what I understand. They tested those valves before the thing rolled out to the pad. They tested them in the factory. They tested them when they were fueling. Yeah. It just, I mean, whoever decided to roll it out in the rains, it's kind of dumb, but whatever. The community in StarCraft doesn't help either. Yeah. I don't know, Vanguard, maybe. Isn't Relativity's naming scheme based on StarCraft? Yep. Mm-hmm. I mean, Pilch, the community in Counter-Strike is, worse than StarCraft. Yeah, well, it's a little worse, dude. Remember I said the electronic valve check was last resort before destacking? Yeah, it sucks, man. I played in the Starbase Alpha, Speedy. I have Starbase installed. CSGO community is the epitome of trash. What's worse? What's worse though, chat? Fortnite or CSGO? Jim also said that there's a chance the humidity acclimated in the service module during assembly. Yeah. They both suck. Fork knife. Me and EJ should play Sea of Thieves together. How dare you say something that's so true? Any chance you're thinking about coming down for Artemis 1 rollout? Expected to be early to mid-September at the moment. I wasn't planning on it, Vulcan, but you know how this industry works. Everything's in flux. League of Legends is the worst of them all. Too many cheaters in both games. Dude, you have to have the hardest of the hard skin to play Counter-Strike, especially if you take games seriously. You really need to not let anything bother you. It's like playing Counter-Strike's like basketball. You can psych people out and stuff if you troll them. That's just part of the game. Not really, but humans are playing the game, and that's a human thing. So, Overwatch is also really bad. Any competitive game, Chief, is pretty bad. NASA's been real quiet about SLS as of late. Yeah. Dragon capsule. Yeah, Havoc's competitive game, yeah. It's better to play with people that you know. Don't play rando, because you never know when you're going to get stuck up with somebody that's an idiot, you know. Is Starliner fricked? No, not really, yes. Dude, like I said, the high traffic on the ISS is... High traffic on the ISS forced them into a launch window when they had to roll Starliner out at like 2 to 3 p.m. on a freaking... in the middle of the summer, in the afternoon. I mean, I guess, dude, the winds, they were saying the winds that hit Starliner were so bad that it knocked the RCS plugs out. You know, the plugs that they put in the thruster holes, so when the thing launches, they fall out. They use differential pressure to fall out, right? That means the wind was so strong that it created enough differential pressure between the plug, the RCS thruster, and outside that it pulled it out. You need a lot of wind to do that. Yeah. That means the wind has to be so powerful that it's making a vacuum that pulls the thruster out. Or pulls the thruster plug out. Like, I'm not sure any capsule would have been okay in that condition. If that was the shuttle, they would have just said, nope, bring it back. Nope, hell no, bring it back. So, I mean, I don't know, dude. It depends on what's wrong with the valves. They got to take the valves out. They got to look at them. What did I miss? Savvy, Starliner has nitric acid and moisture in the NTO valves on the fueling system for the RCS. They have 2 redundant systems on either side. So there's 12 valves over here, 12 valves over here, and then 16, 8 and 8, so 16 for the helium pressurization systems for the NTO and MMH. All those sticky valves they got working except for 4 NTO valves for the RCS. There's nitric acid, they said. They said they detected nitric acid inside of the valve, which means that NTO is permeating through the valve, which is normal. NTO does that. It's a pain in... It's really nasty stuff. And then they said it's creating nitric acid, so that means the NTO is reacting with moisture. The leaking NTO is reacting with moisture. So my running theory is that when they rolled out Starliner and it rained, that lightning struck near Starliner and screwed up the electronics, and then the rainstorm was so bad that it inundated the thing with humidity. And that's not really a good thing for a spacecraft. Nice shirt. Thanks, Cornbread. Have I seen this? It just... Yeah, it sucks, man. It just sucks. Oh, gun camera footage. This is sick, dude. It's just... sucks. Oh, that footage is gnarly, man. Boeing confirmed that the storm had nothing to do with the valve getting stuck. Yeah, Forge, I don't know where you're getting that. They literally just said the opposite of that in the presser. Didn't they say that? Didn't they say that they don't know? If the valves were working inside as a C3PF, and they were working during fueling, and they were working when they put it on the pad, and they rolled it to the pad, and now they're not working, yeah, that could be an underlying issue. But also at the same time, there was a rainstorm that was strong enough to pull the RCS plug thrusters out. Or the RCS thruster plugs out. Yeah, Nova, this is going to be a pretty hard delay, but it's not a delay because they have to. It's going to take 6 months to fix the thing. It's a delay because there's too much traffic at the ISS. Where can I get a shirt like this in real life? I don't know. I mean, this shirt that I got in real life was gifted to me. But Forge, I mean, I don't know if you listened to that presser this morning, dude. But yeah, guys, this at the end of the day, dudes, this stuff's complicated. And while I understand, you know, let's go, come on, it's taking you this long. Like that mentality never ends well in spaceflight. Ever. Ever. It never has, it never will. You know, eventually you're going to have to get to the point where you're confident enough in your system, right? But it's only going to take one thing for, you know, you got to be careful. I hope Russia and China save us some space on the moon. All right. Jeez. It's brought up a lot of emotions I didn't think you guys had. Holy crap. Jeez, dudes. I get the dissatisfaction with not launching, but holy cow. Jim said that they found water in the RCS pods after the covers were blown away, but the corrosion on the valves was not caused by the storm. He didn't say... No, he said the RCS was unrelated, Forge. He said that the RCS plugs popping off was unrelated to the valve issue. That's... Dude, what press conference did you listen to? Unless I'm misremembering the press conference that we heard like an hour ago. Or maybe it was 2 at this point. He said that the RCS wasn't related to that, but there was still moisture. There was moisture inside of the RCS plug because it blew the plug out. And there was moisture in the valves overall. Do you think that the C3PF or something is too humid? Like, I don't know, man. That just... Chem, that's what pisses me off, dude. I'll be honest. That gets under my skin a little bit. SpaceX had a capsule blow up on the test stand, and everyone's like, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. They'll be fine. Everything is good. And then Boeing has a small problem with their valves that could be an issue. And the Starliner is a piece of junk. It's like, dude, all right. Homer, we use Teflon seals that can withstand NTO, which is a very corrosive oxidizer. We know there's permeation through the seal. Have to go back to see if ambient moisture was retained during assembly. So that means they're not sure. What time is KSP? Give me about 2 hours, Pilch. If I remember correctly, you said that Dragon blowing up is not a big deal. Yeah, Valxy, and I'm saying that these valves are also not a big deal because spaceflight is hard. But look at how much flack I'm getting for giving impartial judgment to, or the benefit of the doubt at least, to both of the providers. See what I'm talking about? I like your shirt. Thanks. Yeah, it's weird. Farmer says that while there was water intrusion into the thrusters from a storm the night before the scheduled launch, that was not the cause of the issue of the valve problem. He's saying that water intrusion isn't the problem from the storm, but humidity from the storm also could be an issue. Am I reading that incorrectly? Guys, it's not... It ain't a swamp buggy, all right? This is a spacecraft. It's a precision-engineered piece of equipment. And spacecrafts are not designed to really deal with humidity because there's not humidity in the vacuum. Remember, it's designed to work up there. Hey, Mike, what's going on? I don't know, man. I understand like, what the hell, Boeing? Like, come on, guys. Seriously? It's going to take you this long to get the capsule working? I understand that. But also, that type of mentality can lead to go fever, and go fever gets people hurt. I just don't think it's wise. That's mean to swamp buggies. Those things can be I'm gonna slap you. I'm gonna slap you. Get my hand out. Get my hand out. I'm gonna slap you. I'm gonna slap just whoosh, right across the face. Just so Marcia Smith here. Disappointing day. That's what we need. Well, I don't think that there's pressure from SpaceX necessarily, Solar. I think the pressure comes from the high traffic window in the ISS. NASA didn't foresee this problem, I guess. You have 2 docking ports, and you have 3 spacecraft that need those 2 docking ports. Starliner, Crew Dragon, and Uncrewed Dragon. You have 2 docking ports, and you need room for 3 spacecraft at any given moment, because there has to be mission overlap. I think the scheduling is what forced them to roll out in the rain, you know? Oop, dropped my pen. I'm trying to keep up with y'all. A lot of information being thrown at me real quick. Boeing delay has less fireworks than SpaceX testing, so of course people are not entertaining more grumpy. Oh man. How can we get another adapter up there? Well, there was a third adapter, Swishio. They made a spare, but that's at the bottom of the ocean. Starliner is designed for 4, see, Kraken. Just like Dragon. Yeah, Cosmic, that's a good way to say that. Man, that's fast chat. Hold on. I mean, Phil, that just tells me that space is difficult, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But then again, it's been more than a week since the initial launch date, so they had some spare time to maneuver. Sometimes I wonder why the hell is Cargo Dragon using an IDSS? That's on NASA, because NASA said we want you to make a cargo craft, and SpaceX said we're gonna make one Dragon use the same cargo and Crew Dragon. We're gonna use the same docking port, and NASA said, "Yep, sure, that's fine." That's on them, man. It's on them, bro. Grahi, 11-month resub. Like Dragon, Starliner could seat up to 7. Yeah, exactly. Both of them could seat 7, but for NASA missions, they're contracted for 4. Guys, crews of 4. So what you're telling me is that SpaceX sabotaged the 3rd docking port to cause scheduling conflicts for Boeing? Apatoxin, your first name isn't Eric by any chance, is it? Your first name isn't Eric by any chance, is it? Dude, like that's what I mean about stirring the pot, man. Like I know you're kidding, but there's people that do that unironically. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Stop it! You're not helping. You're hurting. Bad. No, I don't think I will. Yeah, Forge, I know, right? Dragon won't ever see 7, though. Yeah, it could, but yeah, Thomas, it's not going to. I wouldn't put 7 people in a capsule, man. Is your first name Eric? What if it is? Which shuttle is the most edible? Yes. Yeah, Dish. I don't know, man. It's just... I'll also point out that SpaceX has been iterating on the same pod a decade before they launched the crew version. They had the ability to test a part one at a time over the span of years. Boeing has had 2 chances at getting it right. Savvy, that's the other thing I say, and I don't think people buy it, but look, at the end of the day, dude, how much experience does Boeing have with making capsules in-house? And I know what people are going to say in the same breath. Oh, the space shuttle. They didn't design the space shuttle. They operated the space shuttle. Because Rockwell developed the space shuttle. Rockwell's the one that developed it, and they merged with Boeing in 1994. Boeing operated the space shuttle. North American, also absorbed by Boeing. They made the CSM for the Apollo missions. They didn't develop it. They operated it. Well, no, not operated. I don't think they even operated it. But either way, what experience do they have making a capsule? This is literally their first time. It's their first time, dude. I'd say they're doing pretty good for their first time, considering they conjured it out of nothing. Like, it's pretty damn good. Oh, Grahi, I don't know what happened to the Israel launch. I don't know. Their third stage malfunctioned somehow. Would have gone so much better if we were still an engineering company instead of a parts integrator. Dish, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. It ain't the personnel. It ain't the personnel that's the problem. You know what the problem is. It's those McDonnell Douglas melon farmers, man. Those bean counters. You can't bean count engineering, man. That's how you get people killed. If you try to bean count aerospace engineering, people are gonna get hurt. It's because bean counting a commercial company when it comes to aerospace engineering is like underfunding a NASA program. It's the same thing. Because there's no one, not even SpaceX, that can accurately predict how much a certain thing is going to cost. You can guess within a nominal window, but there's no chance you're getting it right. These projects are extremely difficult, extremely hard to keep track of, and extremely hard to track all the numbers and costs. If you try to engineer based off of comptrolling, that ends very poorly. Literally every time. Beans are magical fruit. Our leadership has sucked rectum for the past 20 years. Gee, what happened in 1997? About 20 years and change ago, Boeing? At Boeing, Dish? I think they merged. You know, that's, yeah, it sucks, man. It sucks. We need to get this middle management stock price consultant morons out of there. They need to get out of there, dude. Because like I said, it ain't the personnel and it ain't the technical expertise. You know, it is their first time putting a capsule together. But at the end of the day, guys, that's the first attempt. It's the first attempt. Space is difficult. You know? As one guy told me, McDonnell Douglas bought Boeing with Boeing money. Yep. Yeah, gameplay, exactly. That's why cost plus contracting exists, guys. Because you're never going to know how difficult it's going to be until you go and do it. And that's the reason why SpaceX addresses this problem by just putting foot to tail. That's why they do what they do. Because Elon knows that. He knows that, you know, anybody that comes around and says, oh, it's going to cost this much, that person is lying 100% of the time. The aerospace engineering is too complicated to accurately predict. Okay, admit that Boeing knows better than me what they are doing, but am I the only one who thinks having offset center of mass in an airplane? I don't know, Rev. I'm not well versed in systems engineering with planes well enough to be able to tell you one way or the other. It's actually the second attempt, but yes. Well, no, I'm talking about the design, Swishio, not attempting to fly it. No, I'm talking about the capsule. This is their first attempt at making a capsule. Yes, they've tried to test it 2 times now. The first one didn't go so well, and yeah, this one isn't going so well thus far either. Yeah, Pop Bear, it's a it's middle to upper management problem, dude. These people that think that, you know, there's folks that are just driven by the stock price and stuff. I hate those people. These bottom dollar, you know, oh, we could save less money if we just decrease or increase the tolerance on this part. You know, we could save $1 million a year if we just change the tolerance on this part to save ourselves some money. And we could use that for stock, like, and then not fully realizing that the tolerance on that part was left wide open on purpose to make it reliable. Like, it's that kind of crap. It's that kind of stuff. You know, see, I never liked that type of engineering, that way to go about it. I never really liked it. It's not a good way to do things. That's like saying, oh, that's the saving $30 billion nonsense. It's just, okay. Yeah, Dish, yeah. Can we just, like, start Boeing 2.0 and just call it, like, Boeing in reverse and just, like, Gningbib? Gniob. And just engineer spacecraft better than they can? Like, we should do that. No, because calling anything 2.0 is lame. Yeah. Gnoib? Noib. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. I agree, Dish. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. And it's showing, dude. It's showing pretty hard, man. Gnoib. Yeah. We'll start a new plane company called Gnoib that just makes planes better than everybody else. Cost be damned. Make the best damn plane you can, because I'm pretty sure that's what Boeing was about until 1997. Gnoib? Twitch chat builds a rocket, yeah. Call it going. That's the best one, Spark. Yes! Call it going, but spell it like this. Spell it like this. Hang on. Yeah, exactly. Spell Oh, how sick would that actually be? Dish, how awesome would that be? Yeah, right? What a clown. Yeah, Iron, we'll call it going. No, went. That's the best, dude. Got a GSE tank lift. Was going to be yesterday, but the crane. Hey, all right. That's pretty good. I don't like to talk to fanboys of SpaceX that denigrate everyone else and yell at everyone else for minimal error, but Starship, yeah, Swishio, the non-impartial judgment really does piss me off. Yeah, that's very annoying. Like, you know, there's people that come in here, they read a couple of articles on ours, and they read the SpaceX subreddit, and, you know, they think they're experts on it. That's, dude, what a slap across the face to engineers. Like, see, here's the thing. I do the same thing, right? But I pay attention to the craft, and I listen to the engineers in chat. And I listen and I make my judgment based off of that. I go full ham on learning this stuff, okay? I go full ham on making sure that I'm saying the right thing. That I can interpret what NASA says and interpret the engineering and understand it and convey it in the proper way. All right? And when I say the proper way, I'm not trying to get an end result, because like trying to get people to think a different way. I try to teach the engineering and the concepts and the mentality behind doing this stuff. Not just some punk that just goes and reads Reddit and then just weighs in on a freaking complicated issue on Twitter because they think they know better. The funny thing is you probably read that book better than I have. Well, Savvy, with no degree, I can't afford to be wrong. But I mean, I still am sometimes, you know? Like, I don't have a degree in engineering. I'm not an engineer. But I convey engineering. And if I'm going to do that, I'm going to be damn sure that I've done my homework, you know? Make that emote right now. Yeah, right. But I don't know better. I just like to sound smart. Sim, it really is that. It really, really is that. There's a lot of... I see people weigh in on this stuff and they have no idea what they're talking about. Yeah, Phil, I get you. I get you. That's bottom dollar nonsense, dude. I'm with you on that one. I think we all hate that. I think that's why people are not on board with Boeing, you know? That's right, gameplay. I take that stuff super seriously, man. Probably more than I should. I really take the time to make sure the information that I'm conveying is correct. Like, you can talk circles around most of the people that I graduated with. Some of those people now work for I really need that degree, Savvy. Yeah, really need it, man. I would love to weigh in on it, dude. I'd love to get my hands wet. That'd be fun. Or maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. Yeah, Vin, well, pretty much. If it's one thing that NASA has taught us, dudes, is that listening to your engineers pays off. Doesn't sound like Boeing's doing that, you know? Is there much more space news, Russian stuff? No, not really. Papa Bear, I was going to take a break. I was going to take a break soon and go grab something to eat. I mean, there is other space news, guys. We've been just talking about Starliner and stuff. Who's that subbing in there? Hey, pandas. Look at this. What's that, Ark? I don't hate it. Also, that's that's super dangerous. Is it bad if I know it's dangerous and I still kind of want to drive it? In gameplay, once again, yeah, engineers, you're right. Engineers are the ones that know how the rockets work. Can someone CC in management so they know? When you're talking... That's what I mean, gameplay. When you're talking about engineering, dude, engineering is all application-based, man. It depends on what you're doing. You know, when you go to cook, like stir-fry, right? Say you're making stir-fry, right? You're trying to achieve a certain result. You're trying to make stir-fry. You can't say, oh, you know, I could save some money by not putting soy sauce in. And we could make stir-fry for a lot cheaper and end up saving tons of money off of not putting soy sauce in my stir-fry. Like... Yeah, then you didn't make stir-fry. You made steamed vegetables with beef. I mean, that's good too. It's not that that's a bad thing. It's just not stir-fry. That's not what you were intending to do. There's no way to skirt physics. You can't bottom dollar the laws of physics. That's not how that works at all. It's a zero-sum game, man. That's not how you can't do that. It doesn't work that way. We can make mac and cheese but save money by using milk and cereal. Right. Exactly. Not listening to the engineers results in launching a rocket in a colder environment than it was designed to launch in. That's what I mean, dude. You can't nickel and dime aerospace engineering. That's a really bad idea. It's really bad. On the other hand, you know, you have to have a system that, you know, is not just blatantly wasting money, but you can't be too heavy on the comptrolling. That has never worked in any point in human history with any aerospace engineering project where you got really stingy with the pricing. That has never worked. Yeah, that's right, Creeper. Yep. Last, what's up, Switch? Oh, here's that ESA space news. Yeah. Okay, guys. I'm gonna take a quick break from doing space news. There is some other stuff we can talk about. We talk about. Oh, dude, Elon posted some nasty stuff on Twitter, dude. Nasty in a good way. That sounds like he's just stirring the pot. No. I'll tell you, they want to try and catch Starship with the pad catcher arms. That's what he was saying. You know, I don't know if that's what they want to do. I don't know how hard that's going to be, but we could talk about that on the other side of space news. Sorry. Hey, Black Raptor, 77 months. Wait, didn't you 77 me the other day? I'm confused. Huh. Either way, that's a long time, man. Thank you. Thank you for being with me. Budget version. Oh, Cam. Oh, that's the self-burn, but damn, dude. Can we, Cam, can we just, hit Darren Musa in the face or something? I know that's against the law, but can we just a little love tap, just a little love tap. It'll be fine. Just maybe two, just, Can we just do that, please? I'm kidding. Don't hit people. Bro, you didn't talk about the biggest fiasco today. Oh, I touched base on it, but we could talk about it more. Yes, Spoon, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Are you sure gameplay? Hey, we can talk about it on the other side here. I'm just gonna go grab a quick bite to eat, guys. And then we'll keep going with the space news that's not Starliner. I knew I didn't even bother to try and play an early hours game today. I knew we would sit here talking about Starliner for a little while. So that's why I budgeted a lot of time for space news today. So space news should still stop at around 6. Give me 10 to 15 minutes and I'll be back. We're going to keep talking about what's going on in the rest of the industry. And then we have 2 SSTO missions to fly today. The crew tank test flight. And if that goes well, we're sending people up in the small SSTO today. Yeah, I built a little crew access arm. It's pretty cool. Tendies, yeah, that's right. RT, 45 months. Merci. Merci beaucoup. Thanks, man. Hey, wait. One thing, RT, I want to share real quick. Before I go on break, I will leave you with this picture. That's such a good picture. That's the best. I don't know. Thought maybe. Oh my god. Check the Ortega. Hey. Fiesta Flats up there. Nice. That's so awesome, dude. What a crap post. You posted that on Twitter. So funny, dude. I love it. I love that guy. He's he's quickly becoming one of my favorite European astronauts. That guy's the best. Toma is great. True memer. Just he even has the freaking cap. I love it, dude. That's so good. Oh, that's so funny. All right. Yeah, Sim, exactly. To get the flag and the hat and everything up there probably costs so much money. But for the memes, dude. For the memes. Worth. Link, please? Sure, man. Alright. Dudes. Alright. I'll be back in a second, okay? I'm just gonna grab some food. Oh, boy. One day, he's in the presentation of Friends to the Olympics, and the next day he's doing this, and that's great. Toma's cool, man. Be like Toma. Be like Toma. He's cool. Alright. I'll be back in a second, dudes. All right. I just finished eating my stroop. The stroop waffle. And we should be good. Yes, I just had stroop and coffee. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to finish up the rest of Space News Blue Shorts. I talked about the big stuff, and I allocated extra time for the big stuff. We'll just go through the regular news cycle now. Did I warm the stroopwafel on top of the coffee? Bro, do I look like an amateur to you? Yeah, absolutely, man. Oh, yeah. I made sure to go get a nice hot pot of coffee. Yeah, it softens it up a little bit. It's friggin' delicious. I could eat 1,000 of those. Smoking a pancake, piping a crake, bonging a blinch. You are now of Italian-Dutch heritage. Okay. Hey everyone, I am from Holland. Isn't that weird? I mean, you know, just based, we have espresso. Well, not we. The Italians have espresso, so I have to have something to appreciate my coffee with. I mean, stroop is the perfect thing. Nice. Stroop waffles are really good, man. They're delicious. Okay, well, I tried to get all the real controversial stuff out of the way. So now I'm looking through here, and I'm just moving some stuff around here. I'm trying to group up all the Starship stuff. Okay, let's start with the PDF that we didn't get to yesterday. It's just a 7-page PDF that's coming out from the European Space Agency here. Take a look. So, the ESA Agenda 2025, Executive Summary, make space for Europe. Man, I wanted to see it fly. Oh well. Unknown unknowns, Lavi. This stuff happens. I'm not happy about it either, but it's alright. I mean, the only thing that's delayed Starliner this year is ISS traffic and those valves, so it is what it is. I talked about it in pretty good detail before that. I don't really want to talk about it now, but yeah, it does suck. But anyway, here, check this out. Make space for Europe. Let's see. ESA priorities for 2025. Okay. Strengthen ESA-EU relations, boost commercialization for a green and digital Europe, strengthen space for safety and security, address program challenges, complete the ESA transformation. Okay. Did you see Dimitri's tweet? No, I didn't. To meet our ambitions for a green, digital, safe and inclusive Europe and world, Europe needs to step its game up in space. As Europeans, we must have the ambition for our space program and space agency to be world-class and world-leading. Investing in space is investing in people and in the science and technology required to create inclusive growth. All right. All right. The ESA Agenda 2025 is a plan for Europe to maintain and expand its excellence in space for the benefit of everyone on Earth and Europe in particular. And it's a good day for Canada and therefore the world. Someone let the Germans write this. Ooh. Strengthen ESA. I don't care about that. All right. Commercial space activities are growing quickly. New space approaches have led to smaller, narrowly focused satellites and reduced launch costs. This has opened up space to new players and has led to lower prices of space products and services and faster innovation. To benefit the growing space economy in Europe, the ESA must be more forceful, more dynamic, and faster to interact with startups and companies to help them succeed. Space applications on the ground, such as navigation, and vital observation of the Earth and its climate, help our everyday lives. The new fast-growing markets of green and digital economic recovery offer huge opportunities for businesses that we must not miss. Oh, this really reads like a PR statement, guys. I'm not sure there's much of substance in here. I mean, it's good that they want to work more with commercialization. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Huh. There's a lot of things that are on this timeline that aren't space things. That's good. Yes. We want Europe to benefit from space as much as the US and China. We already have the required expertise, know-how, and industrial capacity. What we need now is a common European space vision and ambition. Here we go. Top actions. We will work closely with the EU. We will help create markets for space technology serving green and digital agendas by acting as a technical partner for interaction with investors such as venture capital funds and business. Okay, further, ESA will boost commercialization by opening up its access to unique technical facilities, sharing responsibility and risk with the industry, simplifying access to ESA programs and activities, updating ESA procurement and technology strategy, reducing the average time to contract significantly for contracts below 1 million euros by the end of 2022, boost the technology strategy to achieve 30% faster development and adoption of innovative technologies. Doubling spending on game-changing technologies. Fellas, alright. Oh, negotiate with NASA to land the first European on the surface of the moon. Wasn't Europe the birthplace of rockets? Nope. Modern liquid fuel rocketry, in the instance that we understand it nowadays, is an American design, believe it or not. Robert Goddard, man. First liquid fuel bipropellant rocket engine. Right in Massachusetts. Right where I'm from. And, yeah, solid rockets come from China. That's correct. Mm-hmm. Dude. Fellas, you remember what I was just saying a second ago about, like, comptrolling your space program? That's a lot of stuff that is very, very vague on purpose. That's very, very vague. Espresso will become the rocket fuel of the future. In fairness, the Soviet Union made crazy good engines. In fairness to whom? We're talking about where the liquid fuel rocket engine comes from, Livid. Yeah, of course they make good engines. I don't. How does that pertain? Or are you just saying, like, dude, I get you. Yeah, they make great first stage engines. I think we make better second stage engines, if you really want my honest opinion. A lot of Rule 8. It's vague on purpose because a lot of countries have to agree to this. Yep, true that. All right, next news. Ooh, S-Master Savage. The RL-10 is cheating. You ain't wrong. Yeah, Inky. That's lame. Alright, so this one's coming from Mike Sheets. NASA updated the Lunar Landers section of its Artemis program page and removed the reference to picking SpaceX's Starship for HLS and changing it to built by American companies. NASA worked with 3 American companies during initial base phase period to design modern human landing systems. The agency picked SpaceX to move forward with their Starship HLS design for a crewed demonstrator to the surface of the moon. Built by American companies, human landing systems are the final mode of transportation that will take astronauts from lunar orbit to the surface and back. What? I don't know if this is reading too much, but what if that means 2 providers incoming? That would probably be the optimistic way of looking at it, yeah. And they removed the spacesuit stuff altogether. They removed the spacesuit stuff altogether? So remember the XEVAS thing about them going commercial? Award stuff should apparently be in March of next year. Let's just hope that that is because they want to field 2 landers. Okie dokie. The site was updated today, by the way. Time to land on the moon and look at it out the window. It's like I told you the other day, man. The Investigator General doesn't audit people for no reason. They don't audit it because it's fun. They audit it when they see something stupid. Can you imagine? Dude, I'll be honest with you. All right? And here's the speculative part of this news. I would hope that it's for 2 landers, but if they renege on Starship and switch to national team, I'd be very disappointed. I want 2 landers, not 1. You know? Who was audited? The spacesuit program, Chief. The Investigator General audited NASA's spacesuit program the other day, so the EVA suits for Artemis. There was already a program in place in 2019, and they audited it because the spacesuit program came about in 2018 for making the EVA suits for Artemis, so getting out of the spaceship and walking around on the moon. Kind of an important thing. Jim put that program in 2018. It got underfunded for 2 years straight, and then NASA decided to change the criteria for the spacesuit completely in April of 2021, basically starting from scratch. And they wanted to farm out the spacesuit components to commercial contractors because of constant underfunding. So the reason why they did that is because they were afraid that they wouldn't make the 2024 goal of landing people on the moon. So the solution was to implement a program that for sure won't get them to land. It for sure won't get them to land with spacesuits on the moon in 2024. Yep. When you expand on the lunar lander thing, it still shows the news box about NASA selecting SpaceX for the contract. All right, cool. So let's just hope that they did that, because they're fielding 2 landers. AJ, I'll be real. Yeah. 2024 was already off the table, though. Yeah, well, now it's really off the table, Thomas. You're not going to convince me here that... I say you're not going to convince me. It sounds like such a dick thing to say. Thomas, it's $30 billion. We're saving $30 billion. Oh, well, it's very clear that we might not be ready in time. And if we might not be ready in time. Here, let's implement a program that makes sure we're not ready in time. That's literally what's going on here. And It's $30 billion. Oh, Constellation is underfunded, so let's cut the whole program. Here, have Commercial Crew as a Constellation Prize, because they can do it for cheaper. Never mind the glaring issue that, you're going to save a ton of money, but you're not going to go to space for 10 years. That's what I mean, dude. You have a chance to eliminate the stopgap capability in spaceflight in terms of Constellation, so the shuttle stopped flying to Ares 1. You have a chance to eliminate it in 5 years. Oh, no, that's going to be too expensive. Let's wait 10 years instead to do the same thing. But commercial, though, like, that's not a good idea. The fact that we keep just defaulting to commercial as the way to do it. Oh, commercial is the way to do it. Commercial is the way to do it. And I'm not saying that, commercial is not a bad thing. Right? I've always advocated for a symbiotic relationship between NASA's in-house program and like SpaceX or Boeing or whomever. It can't be the end-all be-all solution all the time, because if we just keep doing that, is basically just circumventing the problems that NASA is just too, like, you're basically circumventing the fact that, NASA is not working for you. NASA's not doing what you need it to do. Oh, well, NASA can't do it in time because it's too expensive for them. Let's just give it to commercial. It'll be cheaper. If we just keep doing that, there's going to be no NASA left. And then what? It can't keep being the end-all be-all solution. Somebody's going to have to go in there and start to, I don't even know. You don't want to control it either, because NASA is for scientific spending. Sometimes you just got to let the program run its course. It seems like analysis paralysis here. Like that, it's not a good idea. It's not a good way to do things. That's bad. NASA got pretty spoiled by just giving everything to commercial and not figuring out the stuff themselves. Precisely. Yeah. That's what I think, Swishio. I'm pretty dang sure that's what's going on. Yeah, Phil. Hopefully. Vanguard, yeah, people say that, but that's not what's going on. Yeah, even then, I never understood the, NASA should, do one or the other. They should focus more on climate, or they should go back to the moon. That's stupid. We can do both of those things. The technologies that's required to do those things is the same. At the end of the day, you need a rocket to go into space. If it was me, Vanguard, I wouldn't pit them against each other. I would force them to work together. You really want to create sustainable climate observation? Good. Build a constellation. Build a constellation of climate observation satellites with modular architecture, so you can swap out the equipment, you can swap out the sensors as you see fit, and then contract out commercial to maintain it with satellite servicing vehicles, like a Starship or something. That gives you a market for commercial low Earth orbit applications other than the ISS, and you also get more climate observation that way. I would make them work with each other. Kill two birds with one stone, because the overlap between climate science and human exploration it's a Venn diagram, man. So you want to find something right in the center. Put them both in a room. Whoever survives gets the contract. They need a new team because they are dying compared to the commercial side. Yeah, Ginger, and that's what I mean. Skirting the problem and just defaulting to give it to commercial every time is going to end very poorly for us in terms of a national space program. And once again, I don't mind giving contracts to Elon. I like what Elon does. Reusable spaceflight should be the norm. But I do believe in redundant capability as well. So what if SpaceX makes Starship and it works? What if it works to what Elon is doing? He'll corner the market on spaceflight overnight. Then what? Then what? Do we have an antitrust board breaking up SpaceX? No. There's always going to have to be competition because of NSSL. You always want redundant dissimilar architecture. That's what the Space Force wants, and that's what NASA wants. I can't see a way where that this happens, were not funding NASA or farming out everything from NASA to commercial is a good idea. It's not going to end well. Did I see this? I have that in the news. NASA has a major brain drain as well. New startups are attracting new talent with stock options and chances to get rich, while NASA keeps calling 50-year veterans back out of retirement to help with programs. How can NASA compete for talent? Serious question. It's a good question, Pete. Give me a second. Give me a second. So, Pete, the only thing that I can really think of is to have a robust in-house space program. That's the real only thing I can think of. So, Constellation. NASA has the benefit of being able to get funding in places that does not benefit commercial. There's no market to build a super heavy launch vehicle right now. SpaceX is the one exception to that rule, right? But they're not just building a super heavy launch vehicle for demand for super heavy launches. They're building a super heavy launch vehicle for multiplanetary purposes, right? So the only way that this works is having something like Constellation. NASA needs something to trade off of to get people involved, and they need, like I said, if we just had Constellation working in conjunction, or the space shuttle working in conjunction, it would, with commercial, that's the way they do it. But you're right. This putting all our eggs in this, that's exactly what I'm saying, dude. Putting all your eggs in one basket like this is not smart. It's brain draining NASA. You're literally milking out a government organization, and there's going to be nothing left soon. That money pot will dry up eventually. I mean, Pete, so I'm trying to think here, like, and keep in mind, fellas, this is personal opinion. This isn't going to be an end-all be-all solution, but I just want to be very clear that like this is thought up off the cuff. I don't know, like, Pete, the way, a good way to do that would be to put NASA on like a 10-year plan type thing. Put it on a 10-year plan. Or, you know what, we'll say 8-year plan, because 2 presidential terms. Let's just do that. And because that's, if you look at like rule of thumb for development of a launch vehicle for an in-house government program, so the Gemini program, Apollo, the space shuttle, SLS, mean time is around 8 years, believe it or not. So putting NASA on an 8-year plan would do that. Putting NASA on an 8-year plan would probably get that done correctly. An 8-year plan with specifically mandated goals. So go back to the moon in this decade, stuff like that. Or go back to the moon in 2024. An 8-year plan would probably be the best way to do it. That guarantees funding and stability for the program. The only problem with that is that you're not providing much sustainability in that regard. What happens at the end of the 8 years? And you have a new executive branch. Did they just cancel the program? But then again, what happens now if there's 4 years and they cancel the damn program right after? Like what happened during Constellation. 8-year plans, you'd at least get something done. We did have an 8-year plan in 2017, and that's why I thought it was a good idea. No 5-year plans? Nah, that's not a good idea. A 8-year plan with solid deadlines every 2 years, I think, would be very, very feasible. Maybe even 4, depending on the difficulty of the deadline. I agree, Green. That's why this brain drain is not a good idea. Yes, I've been saying that forever. NASA budgets should be protected under law for, we'll say 2 presidential terms, all right? 2 presidential terms. And I think that should be enough to get everything done. I think NASA, ever since we second guessed ourselves with Constellation, has been in a recurring cycle of analysis paralysis. What do we want this to do? What's this rocket's mission? Where's it going to go? How is it going to get there? Stuff like that. That's really what needs to get done. That would be the way to do it. You need something that has long-term architecture well thought out in mind. Deadlines for deadlines. Now, see, here, check this out. What's that? Colin, Halloween. A kid comes to the door with a sign. I love ceilings. What are you? A ceiling fan. Gave him all the candy. Just because that's Colin Mockery, that we'll let it pass. Take your time, Pete. All good, man. I'll be here. Take your time, dude. Seriously, you do you, man. I get it. Like, I know how much of a pain in the butt this stuff is. Like, go and read about it for fun, dude. You do you. Shoot me an email when you're ready. I'm serious about that. I know this ain't your just, email tag follow-up nonsense, dude. There's some credence to taking your time. It's all good. I really wish they just flew the shuttle until SLS was ready. Well, that's what I mean, TJ. You have to safeguard against somebody just coming in and saying, no, don't do that. So how do we do that? You do that with deadlines, and you do that with sustainable programs. So like the climate science observation thing. Literally make an Earth science observation constellation. Like Starlink, but with climate observation satellites. I'm serious. And then make those satellites need to be serviced. Give them modular architecture, because the thing about climate science, right, is that you don't know what to look for necessarily. The scientists look for patterns. They look for patterns and they look for trends. So the needs for that program are going to change constantly, right? So the way to solve that problem is satellite modularity, okay? You change what the satellite can do. You design the satellite to everything in between that you think it needs to be able to do, and make a modular satellite bus with variable power, so you can power different instruments. And then you make a vehicle that can take off and put on components to those satellites. And then you could farm that out to commercial if you want. And then that would mean that you need some type of maintenance vehicle that has an airlock, and then that technology can transfer over into sending people beyond low Earth orbit, because you're making EVA habitats, you're making EVA flight suits. See, this is what I mean. You can overlap these programs. There's so much potential to eliminate waste by making these programs work together. I don't know why people don't do this. This is literally a gravy train that everyone can ride. And the thing about it is that, look, I get it. Gravy trains in the government, it's a pain in the butt. But at least this gets us something, right? Phoenix, 13-month resub. What do you call a boomerang that doesn't return? I don't know. The schedule and delay comes from change in direction. Whenever you change direction, you incur cost and schedule penalties, i.e. the chart in the system's handbook. Yeah, Novus, that's why we need a solid plan. And I don't mean to beat that constellation drum all the damn time. This one, right here, right? That guy. Yeah, no, I've been reading all about that, dude. Yeah, you have to have a set goal, and you have to go towards that goal. And you have to have good interim deadlines to get there. If you don't, the program will just squander. Pete, that's the way to eliminate the brain drain. That's the way to do it. You need to make NASA competitive with these commercial companies. And NASA needs its own in-house capability to do that, or else there's going to be no NASA left. I don't know if that's necessarily what happened, Green, but yeah, I don't have any sources for that, but that does sound like what happened. What book is that? This is NASA's Systems Engineering Handbook. All this know-how that I have, guys, about like why the space program works this way and why I think it's totally fine that Boeing wants to take Starliner apart and send it back to the factory. Reason why launch is scrub, why programs get extremely expensive or seemingly expensive is all in this book. This will show you the systems engineering of why NASA works the way that it does. This will teach you a lot if you know what to look for. Why is there a hole in the book? I see no holes. Oh, that's NASA's portal technology. Yeah, you don't know about that. Some other time I'll tell you. It's super. It'll teach you a ton about implementation, technical risk. How like CDRs. We could go through the list. How an RFI works, then an RFP, then a broad agency announcement, then pre-qualification, qualification. Like it goes through the whole thing about like what it takes to like make a rocket engine and what like the way you should structure that program. All of the systems engineering points towards programs that need set goals and set time frames, but the time frames need to be realistic. And you have to have a guarantee that the money is there. Because if you don't have a guarantee that the money is going to be there, what a congressperson will do is say, no, you can't cancel this program. We might need to use this in the future, and then wring the program out, which is exactly what happened with SLS. Everybody said, no, don't cancel it. That's really stupid because we're going to need this rocket in the future. And then Rule 8 took over, and then they shoehorned that program through, just like the executive branch previously shoehorned, canceling it through. You have to have, Pete, that's my answer, dude. NASA needs a 2 presidential term deadline, 8-year plans. That it has to work that way, and it can't just be an 8-year plan for climate science. It can't just be an 8-year plan for human exploration. These programs have to work together. They have to work together. So have your aerospace program. Work on hypersonics with the aerospace program. That could feed into cheaper ways to launch into space. That could feed into, spaceflight operations. That could feed into satellite servicing and stuff. You have to have, you can get all these programs to overlap. But the one unifying thing is that you need a plan. Boca road closures posted 16th for possible booster 4 movement to the pad. Cool. Hey, Azamek. Funny that set goals and deadlines were not NASA's strong point before Jim. And Galaxy, that's my biggest criticism of NASA for the longest time. And this isn't something that I just thought up, dude. The systems engineering book says that everything that NASA did from like 2008 to like 2015 was very, very incorrect. With the exception of like commercial crew. Yeah, it's just not a good way, not a good plan. NASA needs to be able to run multiple big missions at the same time. Space telescopes, search for life, moon, Mars bases, interplanetary science missions. And if you get the programs to overlap, Pete, we could do more with less. Meaning that if you have a science mission directorate working with the human exploration operations mission directorate, and don't get me wrong, there's overlap, obviously. There's overlap. CLIPS is an overlap. Commercial Lunar Payload Services, precursor missions to the Artemis landings, that's an overlap right there. You're given the Science Mission Directorate basically full open season to study the moon, and also you find landing sites and you prepare for the science experiments that you're going to run when you send people there. That is a perfect overlap. That's perfect. We need more stuff like that. Look at how well CLIPS is doing. We have like what is it, 5 or 6 lunar landers? These things just came out of the blue, and guys, they're all going to launch next year and the year after. Some of these things are prospecting for water ice on the moon. Like, man, that's the big thing. This 8-year plan, Pete, should have sustainability included into it to make it so it's tough to change the goal. Basically, it should be elaboration, not stagnation. You have to put incentives in these programs to elaborate. And if it works, and it works really well, it's less likely for it to get canceled. But at the same time, you need to include sustainability into that program as well. Sorry if you've already saw this. Twitch crashed. The schedule delay comes from a change in direction. You always incur a cost and schedule penalty. Yeah, Novus. No. Dude, there is a reason why I keep this at my desk. I showed the chart again. It's like right on the first page. And Novus, I told people about the systems engineering book and why it's important. I opened up right to it a second ago. Hold on. There's your funding chart. What this chart basically says is that it's saying exactly what I'm saying. You have to make a goal and you have to stick to it. If you change that goal halfway through program development, costs will exponentially move up by the end of the program. I used this chart as a cited example why putting Europa Clipper on Falcon Heavy is going to end up costing us billions of dollars in the long run. Because your operational lifetime of the satellite is like 3 times what it was than launching on SLS. That could dude, that's gonna hog down the program real hard, man. Like real hard. It's true. They changed the launch vehicle for Europa Clipper halfway through its development. That's not a good idea. Yeah, great. We save money on the launch. That money is immediately going to be awashed when the mission takes a decade instead of 5 years. Yeah, pretty much, Vishio. Yep. Shackstar, 63-month resub. Only 6 left. Nice. Anyways, all I'm saying is that these arguments here is all about the funding of NASA, but there's money to be given out in the overall budget if you're... Is there money to be given out in the overall budget if you're already running a deficit? Don't get me wrong. I want to see more money given to NASA to space, but I was just thinking that's all. Yeah, Solar, our budgeting thing is a whole nother crap sandwich, dude, that I just don't really want to get into. Yeah. That's my trick, citizen. I'm always in debt. Yeah. Yeah, Solar, that's a whole nother problem that I frankly don't know dick about, dude. As much as I want to sit here and be the champion of every single type of information medium and technical analysis and poli-sci and engineering and aerospace, that's out of my wheelhouse, bro. You're gonna have to ask somebody that knows politics. All I know is how to fund a program correctly. A space program at that. I know, I was really posing a question since we keep talking about funding. I mean, Solar, what I do know is that debt sucks. That's not cool, but we borrow money based off of confidence that we will pay it back. So that's all I know. That it's based off of confidence in the currency. And I'm not sure I mean, dude, all I know is if I keep racking up my debt, that's probably not going to end well for me. But if I'm good for it, whatever that means, then maybe people will lend. But I don't know, man. That's the extent of what I know. Personally, I think the gold standard made way more sense. We did the Apollo program. We funded that completely fine on the gold standard, so... You know, I don't know, brother. I have no idea. If you wanted to pull the graphic up. Yeah, there you go. There's the graphic. Bobby has it in chat. If you rack up debt, the bank is willing to collect on your debt. Nobody tries to collect the debt from Uncle Sam. Yeah, that's probably... Green, that doesn't sound right. That's all I'll say. That doesn't sound right, but I'm sure there's a reason why. Sometimes, you know, Starliner rolling back to the factory didn't sound right either, but we know the reasons behind that, right? This is what I mean about weighing in on stuff that you don't know about. I don't know how that works. I'm not smart enough to do that. I'm smart enough to know how a rocket engine works. I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. Bro, I don't know. I actually don't know the answer to that question. Boxy, what's that? 2 things. The long operational costs are counted, and it will be still much cheaper than SLS. Second, nah, that's not true. James Webb, Boxy, is a perfect example as to why that's not true. If you want real life examples, Hubble as well. Hubble sat on the ground for like 5 years. They were supposed to launch that right after Challenger. Yep. John Young was supposed to be the commander, and the Hubble ended up costing way more money because one, it needed to be repaired, and two, it sat on the ground for an extra 5 years. That's incorrect. Operational costs account for about 45 to 50% of a project average. The systems engineering book says that, dude. Taking the mission timeline and doubling it is going to cost us billions of dollars in the long run. Yeah, it might seem like less sticker shock because it's only a couple $1 million here, a couple $1 million there. But because the program now is going to take like 15 years instead of like 5 to 7, yeah, the cost will go into the billions. It's just going to go into the billions, not right at the beginning. Yeah, that's what I mean about it being a zero-sum game. It doesn't matter. Now, this way, yeah, you get more assurance that the mission is going to go on time, but because you did that, you're just going to pay for more operations later. You didn't save money, you just shifted the money somewhere else. And don't get me wrong, that might be the right way to do it to fool like a bean counter or a politician to get it to be funded correctly. Like, I understand both sides of that, you know? Sorry, I didn't mean to get this close into Rule 8. Yeah, Solar, you've been doing that a lot today lately. Hey, I know it's just wandering mind. I understand, dude. I know you're not trying to start stuff. It's just genuine curiosity. I get it. Like, there's nothing wrong with asking questions, man. If people get mad at you when you ask questions, well, whose fault is that? Exactly, lower cost a year is the correct way. I could see that, Boxy, sure. To lessen the sticker shock? Yeah, absolutely. I still don't think it's right. I mean, all that does, Boxy, is literally water down the science because we get less science over a longer period of time. You're not going to get as much science. You could get the same amount of science if you want to be quantitative about it. You could get the same amount of science by launching it on SLS and spending a lot of money all at once and getting that program done and then working on a follow-up program off of what you learned in 5 years with SLS, 5 years of operations, and then you could have 10 years of operations if it launches on Falcon Heavy and end up spending the same amount of money over a longer period of time, right? For the same amount of science. So at the end of the day, NASA doesn't make profit. NASA's not supposed to make profit. The knowledge from NASA is scientific understanding. That's the equity there. SpaceX does that same thing with rapid prototyping and why they tested Falcon 9 landings. The goal was never to make Falcon 9 cost effective. The goal was to learn about how to do that so you can make Starship cost effective, right? NASA needs to do that. And in that regard, you're putting literally value on scientific understanding. If NASA's job is to make to gain understanding and learn about our place in the universe, about climate science, about human exploration, etc., etc., if their job, their profit, if you will, is scientific understanding, spreading the costs out over a longer period of time is watering down your science. You're not getting as much science as you could. So at the end of the day, what's the price on science? See what do you understand? I get what you're saying. You spread the cost out to avoid sticker shock. Not a bad idea, but you're watering down your scientific understanding there. By doing that in the guise of not saving pennies, selling it like that and getting a little bit more sustainability to the program, you're watering down your scientific understanding. Off topic. What does your shirt say? Well, I have a shirt like this in real life, Do we want science? Yes. What do we want? Science. When do we want it? 2040 is fine. XDC, 11-month resub. Good point on the price of science. Solar, like I said, is NASA a gravy train or is it something that's going to produce results? Don't get me wrong. Government spending most of the time is a gravy train, but why we keep putting up with it is we get a net benefit as citizens. Our net benefit in the case of NASA would be scientific understanding and learning our place in the universe and understanding that how the universe works to help us improve quality of life down here. That's NASA's stated mission statement from 1958. That's their stated goal. So, can you put a price on science? I think it's a very, very important question to ask. The world benefits too. Oh, absolutely, Solar. Yeah. Xaneth the other day, a viewer in chat, asked me what are technologies that NASA invented that help our everyday lives. I talked about water purification systems, but because I was trying to get stuff done in KSP, I didn't mention this. You see this right here? This thing right here is something that improves our quality of life. It makes our life easier. Or harder if you go on social media. Boom! Got him. This thing right here is a direct result of the Apollo program. No, NASA didn't invent the damn iPhone. Also, if you judge me for having an iPhone, I don't care. I don't care. Sure, your Android or Windows phone is probably better. I don't care. Shut up. Because it's relevant for those people that use those phones too, right? Now, they didn't invent the NASA didn't invent the microprocessor. They didn't invent the digital processor. Alan Turing did. He was a British mathematician. Very, very smart. But the strides that we made in digital processing technology that were a direct result of building the Apollo guidance system on the Saturn V and the lunar lander set us on the modern technological course that we're on right now. Without the Apollo program, we'd still be using tubes. Without the Apollo program, we'd have a Nokia 3310 right now. I mean, that's not a bad phone. That's a sweet phone, to be honest with you. Kind of wish I had one. Right? NASA's advancement from the beginning of the Apollo program to the beginning of the 70s in digital processing technology is a direct result of like our current timeline. They shifted the course of history with the Apollo program. I mean, and then that's not even including the fact that we sent a person to another celestial body. See what I'm talking about? The best phone is a semaphone. Change your semaphore. The best phone is a semaphore. Wait, what? NASA pioneered satellite television. That's what I mean, dude. We would not be on our current trajectory in terms of digital processing and how we think about using the computer in an application of everyday life if it wasn't for the Apollo program. Straight up. Full stop. That is so important to understand. NASA needs to get back to doing that. And how did we do it during the Apollo program? We had basically what amounted to an 8-year plan. 1962, we choose to go to the moon. 1969, one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Elon's bashing Jeff again on Twitter. Wrecked. It was fun listening to his speech yesterday, Draco. It's so ridiculously smart, man. I'm so proud to say that guy is from my state. I'm so damn proud, dude. Oh, it makes me so happy. It's so smart, man. Oh, my goodness. What he was saying about how, capitalizing on understanding and that science for that we understand from learning our place in the solar system and in the universe is so important as a national stated goal because that stuff could be used by people with nefarious purposes. It's so ridiculously smart. Oh my goodness. Oh. How he had the foresight to say that in 1962, I'll never know. I believe that I am a time traveler from the 2050s sent back to the 20th century to make sure that we get off this freaking planet. There is no strife. No conflict in outer space as yet. Its hazards are hostile to us all. It deserves the best put forth by all mankind. It's good stuff. Hi, Primo.
Hi.
We choose to go to the moon.
In this decade?
And do the other things.
Not because it is easy, but because it is hard.
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 Not hard.
Hard. It's hard, chat.
Good enough. You going?
Yeah, I'm going.
All right.
I love you.
Love you too. Have fun.
Thanks.
Primo's
bye.
going out. Girls' night.
Oh, God.
It's girls' night. Don't get too white girl wasted on me.
Fine. Jesus Christ.
She didn't say no. Sorry. Yeah, Alex, she's pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. He survived his boat being blown up in the war. He's got to be a time traveler. True that. Hey, Taco, what's going on? How do you determine pride ratio based on geographic distance? I don't know. Why does Rice play Texas? Hey, all right, fine, Ando. He's a masshole. You're not proud of anybody from your country that's done anything useful? Okay. Nah, she's taking the train, Tan. I'm good. Yep. Wasn't his old man a mobster from Prohibition? Maybe. He was the mayor of Boston for a little while, so maybe. Speaking of clips, what's that, Balxy? Intuitive Machines adds third CLPS mission to follow first landings in 2022. Boom. Kelly, what's that? Nice. Hey, Maka, what's up, dude? Santos Dumont versus the Wright brothers. Velo, I know the thing behind that. There's 14 biz, right? 14 biz. So the Wright brothers, here's the thing. Santos Dumont built a plane that can take off by itself, but it can't fly for very long. So basically it goes up, and then it comes back down, right? The Wright brothers made a plane that needed a catapult to take off, but it could fly around indefinitely until it was out of fuel. Now, which one you think is the first airplane I don't know. That's really... Brazilians say Santos Dumont. Americans say the Wright brothers. I don't care. I really don't. I'm about the vehicle. I don't really give a crap who did it first. It's like rockets, you know? The Chinese were the first to invent rockets by siege weaponry in, what is it, medieval? I think it's medieval times. Somebody that knows Chinese history, clue me in. And then the Americans, Robert Goddard, figured out that you could use liquid fuel with that. And then von Braun took his designs and made the first integrated launch vehicle, for better or for worse. And then the Soviets got a hand of that technology, and they made the R-7, and we got a hand of that technology. We made the Saturn V, and then from the R-7 they went to the Soyuz, and then from Soyuz they went to the N1. Like, see what I mean? I don't care who did. I mean, doing it first is cool, but I'm after the tech, dude. I'm always after the tech. It's some Brotherhood of Steel stuff, minus the hatred, minus the xenophobia. I don't really care about that. It's about the tech, dude. That's what's important. The tech, bro. He who dies with the most toys wins. In 1232. There you go, Gooch. Thanks, man. He who dies with the most toys wins. It doesn't matter who makes it. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Hell no, man. I just want the toys. That's why I want more spaceships. I want the toys. Give me all the toys. Yeah, Supercraft. Yep. It is what it is, dude. Hey, Frank, what's going on, man? The answer is the first aircraft is Clement Adler with the eel. Leave it to the Frenchmen to think they did everything first. We invented the democracy, existentialism, and their love. Get out of here. Get out of here. It's not. We invented the jackhammer, only it's not a jackhammer, it is a jockhammer. No, you guys are alright. I like you guys. That whole, you know, Republic thing. Good call. Good call. Good call.
Discovery.
Storm that Bastille, boys. Hell yeah. Good call. Republics are neat. You know what? It's almost like that's a good idea, Alex. Josh is like, yeah, I wish we did that. A for effort, bro. I thought it was Greece. Greece invented the first democracy. And then there was the Roman Republic. And then modern republics started with the French Revolution. That's what Bastille Day in France is all about. Pretty cool history. Actually, Brimo has been reading a lot about the Greeks lately, and it's kind of getting me. It's like some real Tom Sawyer stuff. Like, oh, look at how much fun I'm having reading the classics. I'm like, oh, I kind of want to do that. Probably should. America is one French experiment. Well, I mean, Bram, Lafayette. The French came over here and helped us fight the British because screw the British. Wait, you do not like them either? No, we don't like them. The tea. Oh, we should work together to stick it to them. Yeah, we should. That's right, Kelly. Yeah. Oh, boy. History class with EJ. The entirety of human history can be narrowed down to just trolling. It's just trolling. A lot of it is just trolling. Trolling is much older than we have previously theorized. That's exactly how that went down. What don't you know? I swear you know everything. Straight up let Maka. Dude, I don't know, man. There's all this rich history, dude. There's all this cool stuff from history. It's so fascinating. Like, okay, if you read Plato, all right? No, not the children's toy. Plato. He was a philosopher, right? If you read some of his writings, right? He has a writing about how there's two teenagers, right? And these two teenagers are giving they don't respect their teacher, right? They're being disruptive and they're making jokes and stuff, and they're giving it to the teacher. That is literally the same thing I did when I was 15. Only it was 6,000 years ago? It's fascinating. It's fascinating. It's like, huh? The Apollo 15 stamp scandal. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff like that. Like, dude, humans haven't changed much, man. If you go and read history, we haven't changed. That's why trolling is the one constant. It's it's fascinating stuff. But, Maka, there's so much cool stuff, and there's so much stuff to learn. Dude, I never want to stop learning. It's so fun. You learn all new stuff every day, dude. And because I'm an idiot and I have to read things 3 or 4 times, I inadvertently go through repetition. I go through repetition. Okay, so you ever reading a book? And you zone out for a couple of paragraphs and then you snap to and you're like, wait, what the hell's going on? That happens to me. I have to read it 3 or 4 times. But the benefit of that is that I remember everything. Steel trap, dude. It's very rare that I don't remember stuff. Like, I go back and I read it again, Solar. I never want to stop, 6-7. It is so fun. Learning is an addiction. Once you start doing it and you get your mind blown by something, it's just like, you never want to stop, dude. It's a freaking dopamine hit. In the immortal words of Sun Tzu in The Art of War, only through moderate tomfoolery can a general truly secure the tide of battle. I mean, Alex, that can be applied to Formula 1. If you ain't trying to skirt the rules, you're not going to win. What's your favorite time period in history to read about? World War II, Draco. World War II and the Cold War. I love reading about it. There's all kinds of stuff to learn. See your last link. You remember everything. What did I eat yesterday? Chicken McNuggets. And stroopwafel. I ate some of it on stream. Boom. Now you believe. Primo would love this. What's that, W? Nice. Can you explain chicken nuggets with maple? Well, chicken nuggets, dipping chicken nuggets in maple syrup? Oh, I get an odd look every time I go into McDonald's and ask for that. And then they kind of think about it for a second and they're like, oh. The dipping sauce that I get with my chicken nuggets, I get maple syrup. Because I was thinking about it one day. You know, there's chicken and waffles, and chicken and waffles is fantastic. So you take fried chicken, take some waffles, put some syrup on it, it's delicious. Don't knock it. It's really, really good. I'm telling you, don't knock it. It's delicious. So I kind of came to one day and I'm like, you know, French fries are almost like a waffle. It's close. I mean, it's a potato. If you have potato waffles, then it's very similar, right? Or if you have pancakes, like, kind of, right? So if you can do chicken and waffles, you can do chicken nuggets, french fries, and maple syrup. And I tried it one day, and it's phenomenal. It will change your life, I swear. Chicken and waffles are delicious. I could eat chicken and waffles every day. Oh, yeah. You're telling me that adding more sugar to something makes it better, taste better? No way. Well, yeah. I mean, there's already sweet and sour sauce with chicken nuggets. Nobody bats an eye at that. I just took the sour part out. I think genetically Americans have the taste bud of rocks. No, Bauxy, you know what it is? They put artificial stuff in to make it taste better. I'm telling you, dude. Okay, dude, if you ever come here, you're going to have something that looks like slop, like tater tots with bacon and mac and cheese on it, right? And you're going to look at it and you're going to say, oh, what the hell, man? Then you're going to eat it and you're going to be like, wow, that's freaking delicious. And you'll end up eating the whole damn thing. And before you know it, you're 6,000 calories deep. They make the food taste insanely good. It's not good food for you, but they make it taste good. I'm telling you, dude, if you ever get over here, I'll take you to McDonald's. The food looks disgusting. Like, I'm not, obviously. It's not a home-cooked meal, right? Duh. Food looks disgusting. But you don't eat McDonald's because you're looking for a good meal, you know? Yeah, Ando, that's what I've heard from Europeans that I talk to at, like, PAX and TwitchCon and stuff. They all say, like, the American portions are insane. It's true. And Bauxy, I have it twofold bad. I'm Italian, so we already eat. Ethnically Italian. Don't get me wrong. I'm American, man. Like, you put me in Italy, I'll be just as out of my league as anyone else, you know? I'll be like, scusi, bappity boopy? And they'll be like, che cosa? Don't get me wrong, but I have the eating gene from Italy, man. I like to eat, and then compound that with American. It's like, oh man, dude, I have to be so careful with the food that I eat, especially since I'm sitting here all day. But I'm telling you, if you're from Europe, right, and you come over here and you eat the food, you're gonna be like, this food looks like slop, but it tastes delicious. That is American food in a nutshell. You just want to keep eating it. So, like, next time you see an American that's not like, you like, imagine the mental discipline that's needed to do that. To not be like, that, dude, that is a lot of mental discipline, man. In the Netherlands, we have vending machines for fast food. Cool. Deep fried butter's okay. Like, if we're gonna talk about foods that shouldn't be fried that we fry anyway, deep fried Oreos, delicious. I'm telling you. Take an Oreo, put it in the fryer. It's frigging delicious. I don't know why. That doesn't sound good. It sounds gross, but it's delicious. I'm telling you, Geeson, you'd come here. It's like Scotland times like 20, all right, in terms of fried food. You'll come here and you'll eat, before you know it, at the end of the day, 6,000 calories deep. And you'll be like, oh, God, what did I just do? Deep fried Twinkies are good. I've had deep fried Twinkies. Yeah. Yeah, TJ, no, I'm with you on that one. Yeah, Twinkies, I'm considering doing some solo travel when the world comes down a bit. Would you be up for showing me around Boston? Of course, Laserman, sure, absolutely. I could show you where we threw the tea into the harbor, man. Oh, harbor, excuse me. Think about it. No, yeah, absolutely, man. Deep fried chocolate covered bacon was a mistake I made once. SLS road trip when? I'm working on it. Oreos are at the top too. Deep fried Oreos. Deep fried butter it doesn't taste good, man. Deep fried butter was too much for me, and I eat a lot. Hey Adam, ciao, come stai? I'll even bring some tea for myself to throw in. I think they might sell it. I think they might sell tea there. I'm serious. There's like a... So, it's called the Fort Point Channel in Boston. Little side history lesson here. It's called the Fort Point Channel. That's where the Boston Tea Party started. And keep in mind, it wasn't a channel when it started. this, when the Boston Tea Party happened, was not there. They were a little ways offshore, and right at the mouth of the Fort Point Channel, right here is where the Boston Tea Party was in real life, right? This wasn't here. That was water. Boston used to be a peninsula. We reclaimed a ton of land. You could tell the reclaimed land because the reclaimed land makes sense. The reclaimed land is grids. Makes sense, right? The not reclaimed land is not grids. Yeah, very easy to spot. So like right here, take Mass and Com Ave. That's reclaimed land. You know why? Because it makes sense. Yeah. Funny story. Look at the north end. That doesn't make sense. Why? Not reclaimed land. That's one of the oldest parts of the city. But right here, Laserman, check this out. You go in, there's the Boston Harbor Hotel. They have a restaurant right here, and you see that? It's all Tea Party themed, which is wicked funny, dude. I know Faneuil Hall. You can get the same tea that they threw in. Yep. I would get lost in Boston. Ah, yeah, TJ, you got to grow up with it. Trust me, Brimo still goes in here and she's like, nope, I have no idea. That was in Fallout. Yeah. The harbor. Yeah, dump it in the harbor there, guy. Yeah, see? Any place that you see grids, reclaimed land. See, East Boston, reclaimed. All reclaimed. You can even see when they reclaimed it. They started here, right? And then they reclaimed that and made more grids. And then they reclaimed this, and then the entirety of our airport, all of Logan Airport is all reclaimed land. That was a swamp. It looked like that. It was just wetlands, tidal wetlands. Entire airport's built onto the swamp. But if you go out to Winthrop over here, not grids. That's not reclaimed land. Yeah. That's Boston in a nutshell, man. Dude, this area right here used to be a peninsula. And Tremont Street, this road right here. Tremont Street that goes through the south end, that was the only way in or out. The land used to go here, like this. And then none of that was here. South Boston was there at one point, but South Boston used to end right here. All this, the shipping terminal and everything out here, the fort, the castle, in real life, that's called Castle Island. Castle Island. There's a reason why it was an island at one point. Sealath, what's up, man? We have this. Oliebol is a traditional Belgian and Dutch fritter. Oh, yeah. Smooth balling. Lard balls. Oh, God, dude. That's the... Yeah. Oh, jeez, W. Yeah, that's almost as bad as we are. Yeah, see, Boston used to look like this. Like, from here out, it just used to look like that. Yeah, all of it's reclaimed. It's really funny. They did what we did in Minecraft. You know, in our Minecraft save, in the Minecraft world, we just leveled a couple of mountains and just reclaimed the land. That's what they did in real life in Boston. It's actually really funny. Uptime. Long stream. Bro, this stream's got another, like, 10, 11 hours. Oh, yeah, we got plenty of time. You mentioned your love for World War II history. Here's a picture of my father's World War II flag that I have now. I have my dad has my grandpa's flag at home. He said he wants to give it to me at some point. Yep, I'm taking it with me. Pleasure Bay sounds like a swingers. In Hong Kong, it was very obvious where they reclaimed. Where it wasn't, it was hilly. Yeah, Joe, the entirety of Kowloon Bay is reclaimed. Kai Tak, heck, even the airport that replaced Kai Tak is still reclaimed land. Yeah, you know, you got to innovate when you don't have enough space. Speaking of rejected ideas that were inspired by French cuisine. Don't show me that. Where's Hermes, Alex? Seriously. Come on. Where's Hermes? Please, give me Hermes. My Starlink just arrived. That's awesome, Blue. Cool. Hermes was a good idea. And you were like 90% of the way there. What the heck, man? Qu'est-ce que c'est ça, Alex? Oh, come on. I don't know, but I want it. We're trying, but these European Rule 8 people, it is an uphill battle, no matter what country, right? It's just an uphill battle. You know, we went over an article with Dmitry Rogozin in Russia the other day saying how they're hamstringing him for funding. They're saying do more with less, and he's like... And then Kness says the same thing. Stefan Israel says the same stuff. It's just the same stupid uphill battle, man. Such a pain in the butt. That's the struggle, right? You know, the struggle's real. Just want to go to space, man. I just wanted to be left alone and go to space. Kowloon Bay area is dead now. Loss of substantial industry since the airport was shut in '98. Really? Now I want to look, Joe. Why did you do this? I mean, Joe, I suppose with Shenzhen right there, yeah, it doesn't really make sense, right? I mean, the industrial base in Shenzhen is insane. You guys want to see a ridiculous city? So right by Hong Kong in China, Shenzhen is unbelievable. It's ridiculous how big Shenzhen, Dongguan, Guangzhou, this area is insane. Like, look at how much city there is. It's unreal. Like, I appreciate it as a cities player. I really dig it, you know? There's Kowloon Bay right here. That's where Kai Tak was. And, yeah, the train station's still there. That's where 90+% of the world's electronics are made. Yep. Yep. While you're there, look at Hong Kong Airport. Sure, man. Where's the airport? We gotta follow the highway. Chap Black Cock. Yep. Yeah, the airport's cool, man. I watched a long time ago, Adam, I watched a Modern Marvels about it. Like, this was like in 2005, and I was just dumbstruck by how much earth they moved. The entire airport is built on reclaimed land. And don't get me wrong, this isn't the first time to do that. Like I said, Boston's is too, but that is a monster of an airport, dude. Look at all the planes. They're claiming more land for a third runway. Yeah, you can see it right there. It's such a cool airport. Great plane spotting. Oh, I bet, dude. Joe, if it was me, I would literally sit up on one of these hills with binoculars and just... Oh, yeah. You'd probably get a really nice view from up here. Yeah, I was reading about the construction project. Guys, it's actually a really cool thing. So in 97, 98, they started building Hong Kong Airport, right? To replace Kai Tak over here. Kai Tak Airport was ridiculous. It was one runway that was right into Kowloon Bay, and they would land 747s on this. But here's the thing. They would land 747s on this from this way. Problem with that is the glide slope goes through a hill. So it's really, really freaking cool. What they did was they set up the ILS. They set up the ILS for Kai Tak over here somewhere. And the planes would do final approach going this way. And then at the last second, they would take a big right-hand turn and land on the runway. You can see where the runway was. The reason why they didn't have planes come in and land this way is because of the wind. The wind comes this way, so you got to land into the wind. You can't try to land with a tailwind because when you go to land, you'll wind up in this highway over here. Where's the checkered approach? It should be on this hill. It might be old. I don't even know if it's still there. Oh yeah, dude. If you take a look and Google Kai Tak approach, there's pictures of 747s like 100 feet off the ground. Like, look. Is that nuts? What a picture. Oh, they took it down. That's a shame. Yeah, here. Read last. Yeah, Kai Tak is cool. Read about the Kai Tak airport. Wish people Live stream airports taking off and landing. Oh, I could go out to Logan. I could do it, TJ, if you really wanted to. I could go out to Logan. Castle Island. That island that I showed is a great place to plane spot. I used to do it all the time with my dad. Yeah, that's Kai-Tak. Nuts. Absolutely insane. I mean, the displaced threshold right there should tell you everything you need to know about landing on this sucker. How long is this runway? It's a 9,000 foot runway. Actually, it's about 10,000 feet. That's a long runway. Yep, there it is. There's the checkerboard right there. See? Yep. This is all the waypoints for getting in and out of the airport. We know about these from Flight Sim. 2.4 miles, Alex. So, man, that's a long runway. That's a very long runway. Look at the descent rate, dudes. That is one hell of a descent rate. That's real quick. Last for a landing. Yep. Yeah, Geeson, how about that, huh? Yeah, read about cool airports if you like Kai-Tak. When 2020? I have it updated. I didn't get the newest patch, but I have it installed. I reinstalled it, Pandaman. Whoa. Wait a minute, Thomas. Hold on. No way. I didn't know this. Are you kidding? I have a feeling that live streaming an airport will result in a visit from DHS. Yeah, it's possible. You should probably tell them. I didn't know that this landed at Kai-Tak. Oh my goodness, that must be so difficult. Holy balls, dude, you don't know how... Oh my god, that's so sketch. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that's so nuts! What are you doing? Holy crap! Bro, oh my god. So, okay, watch. It's very subtle, but watch. Dude, Concorde needs to maintain an extremely high angle of attack here. That's why the nose droops down. The only way it can generate lift at low altitude, at slow speed, is to have a huge angle of attack. That's why it has strake wings like the Space Shuttle. Space Shuttle does the same thing, believe it or not. It's the only way they could get the damn thing to land. The wings are like, they're convex like this on the leading edge. So what happens is when Concorde goes at a high angle of attack, it allows air to go up over the top of the wing and create a giant vortex over each wing. That resulting vortex creates insanely low pressure. It's insanely turbulent air. It intentionally makes turbulence on the top side of the wing. And that's what allows it to land. That's what allows it to generate all that lift. Because it's forcing all the air down under the delta wings, but it creates crazy amounts of low pressure up top to make additional lift. That's the only way it can land. So taking a turn like this with the Concorde, when you do something like that, you're taking the lift off of one of the wings. I mean, you're doing that with another plane too. The lifting force of the wing isn't going parallel to the force of gravity. So the resulting action is a cosine loss of lift force. Watch the plane in slow motion. Watch this. When he banks in, the plane starts doing this. It starts kind of shuffling to the right. Watch. I'm not sure if it's frozen. They said minor updates, S-Master. That doesn't make sense. Concorde can't go supersonic above land. I guess they went for a polar route. Yeah, Adam, I didn't know. Look. Watch the vapor trail on the right wing. It would be the vapor on the left wing. More vapor trail is more lift. See? You see it? Watch. It's going to start doing this. It's going to start sliding to the right just a little bit. Look at the vapor on the wing. See, it's screwing it all up? And the thing's flying like this right now. It's slipping to the sideways. It's causing nasty side slip. Holy crap, that is dangerous. Dude, the stones on that freaking pilot. Yeah, right, S? Dude, yeah, high angle of attack, steep bank near terrain. Yeah, no, I'll take the other thing. Thank you very much. I think the routes to Asia required a refueling stop. Flights to Singapore required them. Dude, I never knew that this thing landed at Kai Tak. Oh, that's so cool. Japanese Airlines. Either that or it was Cathay Pacific. I couldn't tell. See, that's why. See, look, the plane slipped too far to the right. So right before he lands, he has to bank it back to the left to compensate. And he banks it right back to the left to get it to line up with the runway. Oh, dude, that is so sketch. That's so much sketchier than it looks. Freaking buildings, dude. You gotta be kidding me, man. I didn't know that this landed at Kai Tak. That's unreal. Right, Tessa? For sure. Yeah. They must have flown with less passengers to accommodate for the pilot's big cojones. I wonder how the Concorde handled during a stall. I'd be willing to bet it would very abruptly and probably roll. Yes, it would do this. It would just flip over and it would try to nosedive. Wow. That is one hell of a landing by that guy. Talk about dialed in. That's ridiculous. I never knew that, Thomas. I never knew it landed there. It did it in the 70s. I never knew that. Today I freaking learned. That's so damn cool. Wow. How do you land at Kai Tak? Oh my goodness. That's how it's done. Yeah, but Adam, with Concorde, it ain't a 747, man. Yeah, Kai Tak was insane, dude. Insane. It would be cool if in Flight Sim they still had it. Like, yeah, see? Look at that. Oh, look at the MD-11. Or DC-10, could be either one. Yeah, I know, Tessa. It's so gnarly. Oh, dude. If this was anywhere else, I'd be like, what is that plane doing? Is it about to crash? MD-11 wingtip. Thanks, man. Oh, man. Plane drift. Plane drift. That guy is going like this. He's sliding it in from the side. You better give it some rudder, bud. What the frick? Guys, that's not a small plane. An MD-11 is almost as big as a 747. That's not a small airplane. Oh, that is metal, dude. That's so damn cool. My dad flew in there in the 90s. That's so awesome, dude. Holy crap. What a Chad. There's plenty of 747 footage. I meant, that's not how it's done. Oh. See, doing that slide thing, inducing yaw, Adam, with Concorde, not a good idea. Like, you can get away with it with that thing, but the Concorde needs to fly up like this to get it to fly right at low altitude. What a Chad. Let's see if does he get it in the hash marks? Nail the hash. Close. Close. Oh, just a little bit. Little bit ahead of the hash marks. That's nuts. That is nuts, dude. Absolutely insane. I love it. I'd love to fly that approach, Adam, just once. Just once, and then I'd never need to do it again, man. Yeah, right, S? Oh, my goodness. Dude, and look, all the speed brakes, all the thrust reversers, you're running out of runway, and planes don't float very well. Yeah, Joe, it's pretty gnarly, dude. That's pretty cool. Anyway, let's get with the rest of the space news, dudes. I'm gonna get through this stuff quick, and then we'll go. So while we're on the subject, check this out. Do you think the shuttle could land there in time? No, the runway's too short, T-Man. You'd make a nice boat out of the shuttle. And by boat, I mean submarine. Going back to Boston being landfill, here's a photo from 1858. Yeah, yonder. I have a book in the living room. Yeah. Of how they reclaimed the land, when they did it, and the reasons why. I should read that book to you guys sometime. It's crazy, dude. Can you believe that? That's cool, yonder. Thanks for showing me that. I want to see the photo? Oh, sure. Give me a second. We gotta go, though, dudes. It's 6 o'clock. But I'm not gonna pass up high-tech landing footage, either. Yep, there's Boston. Yep, one road in and out. This is from the city, looking back at, Beacon Hill is what it's... No, it's not Beacon Hill. Beacon Hill is over there. I think this is from Beacon Hill. But see, that's Tremont Street. Tremont Street is right there. See? This is called Back Bay. There's skyscrapers right around where my mouse cursor is. Because this is looking from Beacon Hill, looking back at like west. It's not Bunker Hill. Bunker Hill's over there. Check Green Dragons last. You want Kaitak for Flight Sim? Here you go. Nice. Pictures pre-Civil War. Yep. You know what's crazy? If you go to Beacon Hill where this picture was taken, some of those buildings are probably still there. And I get it. Everyone from Europe is like, all right, so they're 100 years old. So what? Well, it's 170 years old at this point, I guess, right? But that's old for us, dude. Yep, and here's the Common. That's Boston Common right there. And then the gardens, the swan boats, Goodwill Hunting is right here. It would have been right there. And then that means Com Ave would have been right here. And then Newbury Street would be right there. It's crazy, dude. Or am I looking at this wrong? Yeah, no, that's Boston Common right there. Yeah, no, I'm looking at this right. Yep, one road in and out. The flat I'm in right now is built in 1832. Yikes. I mean, Tessa, this apartment building is old. It was built in the 20s. But they took it apart and fixed it a couple of times. I'm sure that's the same with you. I'm making Gemini in KSP for a contract. Just a question. Did they deorbit both capsules at the same time, or did they deorbit one capsule and then the next one at the next orbit? Are you, what mission are you doing? Gemini 6 and 6A? Or Gemini 7? Kaitak is one of the airports listed my legendary airports. The other one is EDDI, KCGX, and KTTS. Yep. I think I know what those all are. Getting a nice healthy dose of asbestos? Nah, Papa Bear. The building was this apartment block was refurbished in 1985. The only reason I know that is because I'm a weirdo and went and looked at the cabinets in the kitchen, which look like they're from the 80s, and I saw their you see the tag for the manufacturing date, 85. So sometime either 85, 86, this apartment building was completely refurbished. So it's kind of new. It's kind of new in here. Yeah, I'm weird like that. That's the kind of stupid stuff that I do. Just curious mind, man. can't stop it, dude. It doesn't stop. Hey, you should figure this out. 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 It's like, dude, all right. Does it have air conditioning? No. Why do you think you hear the AC unit in the background, dude? I got a window AC in here. This room would be, I mean, look, this is even with the AC going overtime. It's 81 degrees in here at 45% humidity. The humidity isn't bad. It's 81 is hot. Kinda new. It's still older than me, yeah. I'm kinda new too, Tessa. I thought that was your PC making that noise. Nah, Livid, well, here's the thing, dude. I have two PCs right here, and they're liquid cooled. But the problem is, one of those PCs is doing a lot of calculations. Kerbal. A lot of calculations, and then I have all these lights. And, yeah, that's great. The PC is liquid cooled. All the liquid cooler does is exchange heat with the ambient air. So you have fans blowing through a heat exchanger, right? And that circulates cold coolant to the processor. It flows over the processor heats up the water, cools itself down, or the coolant, and then it goes back to the fans, right? That's it. That's all it does. If your ambient temperature inside of the room where that radiator is exchanging heat, right? If it's the same temperature or approaching the same temperature as the processor, you're not gonna cool the processor. Once this thing runs out of cold air in the room to heat, then the temperature on the processor starts going up. That's why I have NZXT Cam open all the time. I'm monitoring it, and I have it send me a message if the processor starts overheating. Because now, don't get me wrong, it's not bad if the processor heats up, but putting the processor through a lot of thermal cycles is going to reduce its lifespan. Just hang the PC radiators out the window, and if it's hot outside, Geeson, then we'll heat the processors up. We probably won't heat them up, but something like that, Sevi. I'll show you guys that in a second. It's not trivial to the contract. I was just interested. They deorbited one and then they deorbited the others. The reason why they did that, Swishio, is because they launched one, got it up there, and then they launched another one a day later, and then docked them, deorbited the first one, and then deorbited the second one. They staggered the mission starts. It's not like they launched them both at the same time. Do you have a mini fridge? No. All right, let's get back to the space news here. So we're talking about Kai-Tak. Let's see. Andrew Jones is Space News. Space News is Chinese space program correspondent. Let's see what they're up to. And so we have China's answer to New Shepard. CAS, a Chinese Academy of Sciences launch spin-off, is developing a reusable suborbital tourism rocket, ambitiously aiming for the first flight demo test in 2022, tourism services in 2024, 7 passengers to 100 kilometers. Huh. Wait. What? Wait. Okay. All right. I don't mind that they're doing this. I really don't care. Yeah, this would be a good way to do this. I'll bet you what they're doing, fellas. Okay, hear me out. And you know I'm critical of China when I have to be, but hear me out. All right? It makes sense for them if China wants to pursue reusability, and it shows that they definitely do. Long March 3 boosters have grid fins on them to steer them down and do pinpoint landings that aren't near villages. We know that. China wants to pioneer reusability. This is the way to do it. And that's why I'm looking at this, and it doesn't make sense to me, but now it makes sense. So, I mean, there's no doubt that that looks like a Dragon capsule, right? I mean, it looks like a Dragon capsule. It has an integrated launch escape system, which New Shepard has. What I don't understand is why do they have the nose cone with a docking port on that thing? So, that doesn't make any sense. However, that makes pretty good sense if you want to test out your capsule systems and make a capsule for later that goes orbital. New Shepard with Blue Origin, as always, Jeff Bezos stated this himself. It's not necessarily about tourism. It's over-engineered for that. It's about finding critical pathways to prove technologies for bigger boosters. Like, I get it. Herder, China copies everybody. There's no doubt some design influence taken from Western ideas. No doubt. But I'm pretty sure this shows me that China's taking reusability at least somewhat seriously. I can respect that. CASC has openly said they are inspired what SpaceX is doing. Yeah, pretty much. Can I get a link for that? Sure, man. I see it. And if they came up with a unified capsule design, which is why I think we see a Dragon-esque capsule on there, it makes sense. You could prototype your capsule at the same time. I see it. I see what they're doing. I get it. No, that's propaganda. They feed the people ideas, and they will never realize them. I mean, yeah, the docking port cover, Alex. Test as you fly, I suppose? I'm just floating a theory, guys. I don't know what they're doing. I'm not a damn commie, dude. I have no idea what they're doing. I'm not sure they do either. Like, I don't freaking know. Maybe they... I mean, see, like, that's the thing. You shouldn't underestimate people like that. China definitely knows what they're doing. At least to some extent. They launched people into space, and they built a space station. Like, it's not... You can't sit here and say that, oh, they don't know what they're doing. I take that back. They know what they're doing. They know exactly what's going on. They're smarter than that. I know they're smarter than that. It's that you can't... underestimating people like that is not a good idea. You shouldn't underestimate your enemy, but you shouldn't overestimate either. I'm calling it right now. China is going to the moon before 2030, 2035 at least. Switchio, if it's one thing I'll say about the Chinese, and I have my criticisms of their program, right? Dropping stages on people, that's Bush League stuff, dude. That's not good for spaceflight. Look at what happened with the Long March stage. That was very high profile. All that's going to do is start Rule 8 nonsense, and we already have enough Rule 8 nonsense with China, okay? I mean, some of it makes sense, but you know what I mean? You know, China wants to be taken seriously on the world stage, and sending people to the moon has worked for positive influence on the world stage. I get it, right? Take a shot. No, yeah, they got to move away from that stuff, dude. They got to move away from it. I mean, dude, do I sit here and like that, you know, they copy, like, there's blatant influence from Western design here? No, but, hey, man, you don't know if somebody in the, you know, like, okay, well, look at the Soviet Union, for instance, right? The Soviet Union and Glishko, the guy that engineered Energia in Buran, right? Glishko probably wouldn't have made a space shuttle had he been given full reign with the design, right? The Soviets funded the Buran Energia program, right, as a response to the U.S. space shuttle. Basically, the politicians at the time said, no, build this. You need to build this because we need to match capability, right? So, you know, the engineers, like, if you use that as an example, how do we know that somebody from the Chinese Communist Party is not just sitting there saying, no, it has to be like Dragon because SpaceX knows what they're doing. It has to be like Dragon. You know what I mean? Like, I doubt that this is the engineers saying, like, oh, let's build we want to do this. We want to build it this way. It's probably mandated to be built like that. But on the other side of that argument, dude, the engineers over there could have been inspired by SpaceX. They could be inspired by SpaceX. That's what they said. That's what Phil was telling me. So, like, you can look at it from two different ways. I don't know. What I'm telling you is that, like, think for yourself, dude. There's clearly some Western influence in this design. But whether that's on purpose, like you have to design it this way or we shoot you, or, it could be just a bunch of engineers that are excited about rockets that are inspired by SpaceX, I mean, it could be that. It could be either one. Who knows? I mean, it's not like the Apollo program didn't inspire people in Europe. You know what I mean? Oh, just, if you're not American, you can't get inspired about what our space program's doing. That's not the point of having a space program. It's to show that you're competent on the world stage, right? IMO, it's time to stop giving China the benefit of the doubt. They're absolutely spying and stealing U.S. tech. I generally don't give them the benefit of the doubt. It's pretty obvious. They said it while they were watching the Long March 5 space station mission. They copy what they see is working. That way they can go a lot quicker, catch up, and maybe prevail. Is copying ethical? Nah. Is it efficient? Yeah. Yeah, like that's the thing, man. Like I wish them the best in their space program, dudes. I really do. Stop dropping stages on people, please. Just stop doing that. Please stop doing that. That's not a good look. All that does is give people that believe that we shouldn't work together, on projects like going to the moon, all that does is give people fodder for not wanting to work together. But then again, I'm not sure if China gives a frick. I don't know, dude. It's still a graphic rendering. Nothing is set in stone. Yeah, that's the other thing, Cornbread. When do graphics end up looking like the final product? Heck, renders of the space shuttle from the 70s didn't look like the space shuttle, right? So... Wait, what? Wait. What is this? Phil, what? Hold on. They don't look exactly like the space shuttle, Tron. It's kind of... God damn it, guys. Try to be nice, dude. Just trying to be nice. Making it a little bit difficult to do, man. That's why I think those pictures is just propaganda. Yeah. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I wish them the best in their space program, though. Because even Chinese people getting hurt is just going to give people fodder for... Like, all it's going to do is give people fodder for something else that has nothing to do with space. It'll give Rule 8 people, oh, we shouldn't work with them. It's just... Bro, we've been through this. We've been through this already with the freaking Soviets, man. Like... Again, yeah, John, yeah. An office copying machine is a good analogy. Yeah. I don't know, dudes. Like I said, I wish them all the best, dudes. I really do. I want their space program to succeed. Just, I don't know, okay. The copying just tells me that they're not, the copying, and this is the vibe that I get. You guys tell me if I'm wrong. I don't know. The vibe that I get from all that copying, I don't mind. People copy people all the time. This stuff happens. There are Soviet designs that the U.S. liked, and we took bits and pieces off of it, and vice versa, right? Like Buran in the shuttle, good example. MiG-105 in Dream Chaser. It happens. You pick apart because you're trying to get intel on your enemy. You find things about it, and you're like, oh, okay, that's really cool. And then You know, you incorporate pieces of your design. You duplicate and you elaborate, right? Like, the elaboration part is why I respect Russian engineering, because the Russians got, like, the A4, for instance. They got the V2 rocket, just like we did, right? We got the engineers, too, but the Russians, they got it, and they elaborated. They tailored the engineering for what they needed to do, right? They tailored their engineering. They elaborated on the engineering to tailor it for their... They elaborated. They changed around the rocket to do what they needed it to do, right? We did the same thing. And once again, that's why I respect Russian engineering so much, because it showed that somebody didn't just copy. Somebody thought about this, and they thought, you know, the way the Americans do it is that way, but that's not going to work for us. So here, let's change the engineering, right? Like, that's why I respect it. I haven't seen that with the Chinese stuff. It just looks like it's all just... There's a lot of influence, Western influence there, and that's fine. It's not like duplicating stuff and making it do the same thing is an easy thing to do either. I just haven't seen much elaboration. We got to give them some time, but it just seems like a lot of the stuff is like they're not. It seems like they're, and maybe I'm biased. I don't know. You guys tell me. It just seems like a lot of their stuff is, you know, oh, they have a landable rocket. We want a landable rocket too. You know, it's not like... It seems like they just wanted to show that they have it. You know, it doesn't... I don't get the vibe that they want to, you know, elaborate on the engineering. But then again, once again, I don't know if I'm the best person to be talking about this, you know? Yeah, S, I'm with you on that one. S, there was a guy in the next town over from me that got deported from the U.S. for trying to steal submarine secrets. Oh, yeah, that happened. You can go look that article up. So, like, there's no doubt, like, that there's a lot of espionage going on, right? Like, people spy. Everybody spies, dude. But, I don't know, man. It's hard for me to pass judgment. Like, once again, I try to be apolitical about this stuff, right? Like, because that's the right move. You guys think for yourself. Don't listen to what don't parrot my opinions, you know? Yeah, S, it seems like they're doing it for appearance. And don't get me wrong, we probably are too, right? But that's not how we pitch it. And I don't know if that's a social component, like a sociological thing that I'm just missing, because I know the engineering. Human interaction's not something I'm particularly... I mean, I'm okay at it. I'm not the best, right? Like, I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah, don't parrot my opinions. Yeah, right. I don't know, dude. Yeah, cornbread, right? Check last. I don't know, dudes. It's just... It seems like, see, you know, you can say like, oh, they copied this. I just don't want the Chinese to be a punching bag every time something is going wrong. You know what I mean? Oh, they copied us. Like, oh, this is the problem. This is the problem. Like, because then if something actually does go down, like, that's how stuff like the Gulf of Tonkin happens. All right, that's how, like, that's not. I don't think that's a good idea. You shouldn't make somebody the boogeyman like that. That's just that's my opinion. Some people are going to disagree with that. That's fine. I get it. It should be about going to space. It shouldn't be about copying. But then again, one could argue that the entire Apollo program was about beating the Soviets. So you see, like, that's what I mean. It's, you know, I guess it's a very, very fine line there. Yeah, yeah, the neighbor from Borat, nice. I low-key want a space race between China and the U.S. As long as it's non-confrontational, Swishio, that's what I mean about wishing them success. I really do. I genuinely want that. I want the Chinese to do better in space. Maybe they'll get some people to pull their head out of their tail over here, like when the Soviets launched Sputnik. Same thing, you know? It just seems to be a cost-saving measure. Easier to take a proven design and reverse engineer it for use than to go through iterative design. And, well, Analog, that tells me that they don't give a crap about the design. It's about having it, not, you know, like, it's about owning a Ferrari, not, you know, driving the Ferrari. Understand? Or building one, or figuring out how it works. I mean, that's why most people buy Ferraris, you know what I mean? But You know, I can't fathom why people consider copying the worst thing ever. Even copying takes skill. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Like, once again, I think as an American, I might be a little bit biased in my analysis, but I don't know. Like, I'm willing to acknowledge that. So that's why I'm saying don't, you know, I might not be the one to give you the, that's why I say make your own opinion. I'm like, you know, I don't know if I'm the right guy for this kind of analysis, you know? I want our space program to do good. I want the Chinese space program to do good. I want the Russians and the Europeans. Europe, where's your damn crew vehicle? You know, I want everybody to do good. Because I don't think we should all, like, I don't think there should be one global space program. I think if every space program works on what's beneficial to it, then that's when we can start doing stuff like the ISS. International cooperation of nation states in space has built the biggest space station in human history by far. You know, that us, NASA and the CNSA and Roscosmos and the ESA and JAXA all working together will get us the best yield in space. That's a firm believer, man. Like, you know, it's very important. Guys are generally inspired by the space film. Doesn't make it rule 8. Cam, that's what I'm trying to say. But Cam, I'll be honest. Like I said, man, I'm Mr. America over here. My opinion might be a little bit compromised. You know what I mean? Because I want, like, dude, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't want NASA to get to the moon before China. Come on, man. Let's not kid ourselves here. Let's not kid ourselves here. I want NASA to go before anybody else. I want, you know, to beat everybody else. Like, come on. Obviously, I want that. Right? Like, you want what's best for your home team, right? Blame Canada? You already went. We should go again. And then we should go to Mars. You know, like like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't want that, but what I try to do is take that out of my explanation and analysis, right? Because who the hell's going to listen to me if I don't? If I sit here and just say that this is the best way to do it, screw everybody else all the time, what does that do? We know reporters that do that, and people don't listen to them. I can tell you as a space fan, not as an American, but as a space fan, I want everybody to do well. I want everybody to peacefully explore space, and I don't have a problem with rivalries in space either. Space races are fine, no guns. If we have to space race against China or whomever, that's fine. You know, if that's the way that we have to do it, it's a stupid way to do it, but you know, but I generally want everybody to do well. Like, I want the Russians to do well. Like, I try to be impartial with that. You know, what about Nerf guns? We should do that. We should just fight that way in space, like Ender's Game style. Yeah, Swishio, I hear you. Wouldn't want a situation like in The Expanse. Yeah, who knows? I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going. Yeah, like I said, there's a bunch of different takes on this, a bunch of different points of views. That's fine. But what I'm trying to do is trying to not constrict anyone to any particular point of view, because the idea is that you come up with your own damn opinion, you know what I mean? It's just a critical thinking exercise. I do this all the time with space news. I try to get people to think. I ask questions to you guys that are thought-provoking about the space program. I do that on purpose. Because, look, you don't truly understand something until you can teach it to somebody. If you can teach it, you need to have a fundamental understanding that's greater than not being able to teach something. I have a pretty fundamental understanding of how rockets work. I can teach people the basics, right? But like I said, I know some of this stuff cold. Like, that's why I ask these questions, because, look, part of understanding how complicated rocket science is understanding that you need to critically think to get to this end result. Spaceflight is complicated, right? So the reason why I do these thought-provoking exercises during Space News, and why I say don't parrot my opinion, you come up with your own. Weigh the data and come up with an analysis. That's what being scientific is all about. But you also got to make sure that your data set isn't oversampled in one way or another. That's why I give different points of views. It's all a critical thinking exercise to get people to understand that spaceflight is complicated. I think we should do that, Cornbread. That's a good idea. Just got off work. Did I miss KSP? Nope. We're going to start playing it momentarily. So check this out. NASA Asteroid Watch, the DART mission, double asteroid redirect. Key technologies were successfully integrated into the spacecraft. It has rollout solar arrays and Dynamos reconnaissance and asteroid camera optical navigation system. Look at that. That is the asteroid, the dual asteroid redirect mission. SpaceX is going to launch this payload. What is it? DART is 2022, if I'm remembering right. The rep is at like 35 or something, John. It's not very high. I docked myself rep the other day from the SSTO problems, but yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. One step closer to launching Landsat 9. This is coming from NASA's Launch Services Program. Here's Landsat 9. Landsat 9 is a climate observation satellite that will be launched on an Atlas out of Vandenberg. That payload is looking up. Looking to be, yeah, that's actually pretty close to being done there. The difference between science and messing around is writing it down, yeah. Straight up. Straight up. All right, what else do we got here? So this is coming from Mike Sheets over at CNBC. Astra will publicly live stream its next launch of their rocket, 3.0? Astra CEO Chris Kemp said during the company's Q2 call. Cool. Astra is the small sat launcher that designed a rocket that can launch, like a shoebox-sized payload into space, maybe a little bit bigger. The cool thing about Astra and their kind of selling point is that all of their ground service equipment, mission control, fuel tanks, rocket, transporter erector, launch pad, everything can be transported in shipping containers. They can set up a launch site pretty much anywhere. They can set up a launch site in a Walmart parking lot if they really wanted to. Well, not if they wanted to, if they were allowed to. So that's Astra. You can launch anywhere. You can launch anywhere in 24 hours. You can truck in the fuel tanks. The mission control center is inside of a Connex. It's actually really cool. It's a really cool little piece of kit. It's like a Scud missile that gets into space, right? But even the truck that holds a Scud missile, you can't transport that around on anything, right? It's a big, heavy thing. Have you talked about Starship? I haven't gotten to Starship just yet. But here is some SpaceX news here. Falcon 9 1068, a brand new Falcon 9 is getting installed on the test stand at McGregor. There's a brand new Falcon 9 being put on the stand right there. This is coming from Reagan Beck. Blue Moon Dance. Yeah, Synerd, of course. That was a little bit of hyperbole on my part. Breakneck, what's up, dude? Got a Starlink question for you. Was there any concern amongst the space community of all those satellites on orbit? I have my reservations, dude. Yeah, basically yes. With all the objects out in space, how difficult a future launch is becoming. It is getting a little bit more complicated, Breakneck, for sure. The Starlink does have a reassurance thing, though. Every single Starlink satellite is in a decaying orbit. They're 500 kilometers up, give or take, 500 to 550, I believe. That's still enough to be in a decaying orbit. Anything plus or minus 600 kilometers, that's when the atmosphere exponentially falls off. So like 600-700 kilometers up, those are there. There's nothing you can do about them. Elon and the guys at Starlink, when they first started putting Starlink satellites up there, came up with the idea of putting their constellation in low Earth orbit to the point where it's decaying. All the Starlink satellites are decaying. So if one breaks, or if one hits another one, it'll all come back down eventually. So it's self-clearing. Self-clearancing. If I crash my car into a curb, right, and the bumper falls off, the bumper is self-clearancing. Okay? No. The Starlink satellites will all come back down. That's the selling point on Starlink. That also makes it so you can shorten the satellite life. because they're all in decaying orbits, you're going to need more fuel to keep the satellite in the right spot. And that lowers the satellite service life. So the Starlink network is going to require constant maintenance. SpaceX with Starlink, if Starlink starts, when it really starts to get going a lot, is basically constricting themselves to like at least 5 to 10 Falcon 9 missions a year just for Starlink for like the next 10 years or something until Starship takes over that duty. But that also, the byproduct of that, just on a positive note, is that these decaying orbit satellites give you a need to launch stuff into space. It's demand for low Earth orbit missions, which is good. It's double bonused. I'm worried about the other mega constellations. Yeah, those are the ones where I would be genuinely like. Side note: looks like the booster is expendable and either a center or side booster for Falcon Heavy. Interesting. When was the last time we saw a non-sooty Falcon 9? Oh hell if I know, dude. I don't know. I'm worried about the other made. Yeah, it's planned obsolescence, Marcus, but it's planned obsolescence kind of in a good way. I mean, Starlink is not designed to compete against an ISP. It's not designed to compete against like Verizon or Comcast or Cox or whatever you guys have over in Europe, whatever your provider is. What Starlink is designed to do is designed to pick up underserviced areas. So there are places, like I can only speak to the U.S., right? There are places in the United States that are so remote, it doesn't make sense to literally run a cable in some areas because you have to lay down all that line, right? And then you have to plug it into everybody's house. And the cost of doing that does not justify the cost of all the profits that you'll make. So there are super underserviced areas, right? But those underserviced areas, at least in the U.S., are a gold mine. It's literally a gold mine. There's so many people with crappy internet out in the sticks in the U.S. Not like me. I'm in the city, so I have fiber optic. I have it pretty good. Like, when's the last time you heard my internet go out? Now that I said something, it probably will. Those underserviced areas, there is potential profit in there in the trillions. Seriously, trillions. Australia, there you go. Yeah, does that happen predominant over there? I would assume so, because lots of Australia is very remote. Yeah, Smoke, I did, right? It also creates competition in the market, where ISPs have the market cornered, and you're forced to have one type of internet, and that internet sucks. That's a lot of people out in the sticks in the U.S. have that problem. The other thing about the Starlink satellites being in low Earth orbit is that the bandwidth can be competitive. Your connection speed can be competitive with fiber optic because the satellites are so close. So they're only what, 300 miles that way? That's not a long way for an internet connection. Not a long way at all. That'd be like saying, oh man, this phone call that's 300 miles away is going to have voice lag. Like, that's not really latency, not bandwidth. But also, well, Bauxy, wouldn't the optical transmission system that the satellites have improve bandwidth as well? Or am I not thinking about that right? Sorry, I'm not the biggest IT guy around, to be honest with you. Everything turning into monopoly. Well, .com, everything will do that if you stagnate. And Elon's all about that theory. You know, he's all about disrupting markets, not like, and creating new tech. You have to keep innovating. That's the biggest problem, dude. That's what we stopped doing. At some point in the last like 30 or 40 years, and this is not just the US, this is everywhere, we decided that innovation is too expensive, and we just kind of got happy with the status quo, which is annoying. It's really stupid. Depends. As far as optical, some of the recent ISS laser comms have bounced geosatellites. Oh, okay, Lavi, that's cool. Space only had some milliseconds. Well, yeah, you're right, but you can compete with ground-based infrastructure in that regard. So, I mean, that's just what Starlink. You can go read that on Starlink's website. I'm not, that sounds like a benefit to me. I mean, if anything, it sounds like the people in underserviced areas are put on equal footing. And SpaceX, because they, they have to they're not inadvertently competing with ISPs, but it's not just like city area, this is beneficial, rural area, this is beneficial. There's a blurred line in population density, right? And that's where that gray area is, to super remote to like not super remote. It's not like a city just ends and then it becomes sticks, right? There's a gray area. Starlink is going after that gray area. And if it works, then, well, heck, man, SpaceX ain't going to have no problems funding Starship in the future. That's why that's part of the reason why I like Elon Musk so much. He's the Henry Ford, Walt Disney. I mean, not so much Edison, more Tesla, if you catch my drift. He's disrupting stuff, and he's innovating. And look at how much crap he gets for doing that. It's really funny to me, actually. Hey, Hokie, gifted a sub to Axiom. Thank you. When does the ISS get its Starlink UFO antenna? I don't know. New FCC filing for SpaceX for USSF-44 mission. Double landing of the Falcon Heavy cores will be at 591 and 367 miles downrange. Interesting. I'm just waiting for Starship to deploy Starlink. That will quadruple the numbers and then open Starlink for more people. Can you rate the looks of your space plane? It looks nice. Does it work? I don't care how it looks, Sanshai. It's not about looks with me. Does it work? Will Gateway have Starlink? No. You're going to need some other type of communication system because the Starlink antennas are pointed at Earth, not at the moon. Green, look, man. I ain't defending billionaires by any means. Oh, yeah, you got it so hard. But you know good and well that somebody like Elon Musk works. That guy works hard. He's not just laying back and making money off of his businesses, and he could. He's in there every day. He sold all of his big mansions. He has one for functions. Guy lives in a freaking trailer down by the river near Starbase. Seriously. I mean, that he's there. He's there with the workers. He's there working on the assembly line. The guy does work. And he could just sit there and make money off the backs of people if he really wanted to. And maybe he does to an extent, but I firmly believe, with all the work that he does, there's only so much crap you can take before you just get pissed and you say something that you don't mean, I don't think that a human's tolerance for bull crap is very high. It only takes a little bit for somebody to say something stupid and you just be like, wow, you're a frigging idiot. Wow, you're stupid. And then that gets taken out of control, and then you get bad press, and then everybody hates. I don't think it's very easy for that to happen. I can believe that. I can see it. I wouldn't know. I mean, I don't have that much money, right? But one thing I can be pretty dang sure of, even if I did, I would probably still do this. In fact, having more money would probably make me stream more, not less. But then again, that's speaking to me, and I'm not a billionaire by any means, Elon could have retired after PayPal. Yeah, that's right, Boxy. Actions speak louder than words, in my opinion, dude. Well, not in my opinion, they do. You look really good today. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thanks, Liam. Barely isn't pay. Well, yeah, Thomp. He puts all of his equity, all the profits that he makes, he puts it back into equity in his company. Yeah, Ginger, the guy's a textbook workaholic, man. He doesn't take his foot off the gas. I respect the hell out of that, dude. I really do. It's very inspiring stuff. It's very inspiring stuff. The fact that he finds time to go and crap post on Twitter, I think is hilarious. I'm not sure I could do that. I don't think I could. I mean, could you run SpaceX and Tesla at the same time? And be so heavily involved with both of those things? Is that... I don't think I'm smart enough to do that. I'll be honest with you. I don't think I'm smart enough to make that happen. I would love to try, and I would probably fail, but... I don't know. Yeah, Boxy's like, I can. Yeah, Nick, I don't know, man. I mean, the guy has a fan. The guy doesn't have an army of people that defend him at every point for no reason, you know? I'm smart enough to know that I'm not smart enough to do that. Yeah, Sobs, exactly. I'm right there with you. You know, but then again, it's a fine line between saying, I'm not sure I'm smart enough to be able to do this, and then, you know, saying I'll never be able to do something like that. It's a fine line between, like, cynicism and optimism, right? Like, opticism is what I was about to say. Yeah, that's a word, man. Right? The haters are as cringe as the fans. Yeah, AJ, I'm with you on that one. Close to 1 a.m. here. Pretty tapped out. Have fun. Au revoir. All right, man. Yeah, Space News went a little long today. I apologize on that one. But, yeah, a lot of stuff needed to be said because what's going on with Starship and stuff. Here. Check this picture out. Here's a look at SN20. His brain is literally wired differently than most folks. He said so on SNL. Yeah. Yeah, John, for sure. You know? But, you know, like, the weird thing is that our brains are hardwired to an extent, right? And yeah, I get it. Chemically, some stuff is different, right? From what I understand how firing neurons work, but everybody has a certain extent of neuroplasticity. The cool part about it is that you can change that. You can change that. You can always expand your conscience by learning more. It's true. I think they're replacing the tiles on there, guys. The tiles cracked, and that's why I think they tried to stack this thing. Sounds like Ted Kaczynski in a way. Oh, jeez. I hope not, Keith. Jesus. You can change that, man. You can always get smarter. Like, what's stopping people from going and reading a book? Like, a book like this. Stopping people from going and doing that. Nothing. You can go buy this book right now. Start reading it. Yeah, you won't understand stuff. I didn't understand everything in here, but I've learned it over time. You can always get smarter. Right? But I can't read. Well, then you got a problem, right? Spaceflight's a hell of a drug. It motivates entropy. I don't know about you, but it motivates me in ways that I never thought I never thought possible, dude. You think 15-year-old EJ would think that I would be doing this? Not a chance, bro. Smarter every... Yeah, that's right, David. Yeah, you got it. And this is, you know, going back to what Maka said a little while back, like, this is why I know so many things. I never stop trying to learn. I always try to learn and understand things. And, you know, you do that with some good motivation, a good fire lit under your tail, everyone's capable of great things. Everyone. The tiles don't look right. They fell off, Labby. They cracked. That's why they did the fit test. They wanted to pick up Starship and see what removing the compression load and putting tension load on it is going to do to the tiles. That's why they wanted to stack. I can see it now. And the tiles cracked. They cracked because everything stretched a little bit when they picked it up and then they set it down again. What's going to happen to the tiles during a flight if they fall down and break during rollout? Guys, hey, okay, all right. Here's the thing. Do not fall into the logic loop of saying, oh, the tiles are falling off. The tiles are going to end up just like the space shuttle, right? The parallels are there, and it is kind of funny. That's literally what happened with Columbia when they shipped it to KSC. In 1979. They brought Columbia in, they flew it in on the 747, they brought it into the OPF, and they left it there. They came back the next day, all the tiles fell down. All the tiles were on the ground. They had to do a process called densification to make sure that the tiles wouldn't bend and flex and they wouldn't fall off. The tiles look horrible, though. Hey, it's their first attempt. It's the first attempt, dude. What I'm telling you is that the parallels are there, Thomas, but what's the difference between SpaceX and the space shuttle? Do you think you think Elon will stand for that? Hell no. What will he say? Get Let's make a tile that freaking works. Find a design, find a tile way that works. Put something on there, see what happens. Dude, literally frick around and find out. That's literally what this is. We won't know if the tiles are going to crack until we take one of these things and we put it on top of a super heavy. We do a fitment test. That's going to stretch Starship in a way that removes compression and tensions the Starship. It basically stretches out a little bit, right? That's a great way to understand tile deformation on the vehicle. I didn't see that right away. I missed that. I mean, hindsight is 20/20, right? But you know that SpaceX is going to take what they learned from this and make a better tile and make a better mounting system. You can already see innovation happening with their tiling systems. That's the difference between them and the shuttle. SpaceX is going to have to do a little bit of densification. The thing is that this Starship is just a prototype. With NASA, they ran into that with the finalized product with Columbia. And what did we say about changing projects halfway through development? 3/4 of the way through development, right? This is good. SpaceX will develop a better tile. They'll make something that sticks. This is great research and development into tiling stuff. And that's the reason why I think they wanted to stack. They wanted to stack to see what tiles stretched and how their tile mounting system reacted. That's why they wanted to do it. The tiles right now are SpaceX's centralized goal. I'm convinced from watching Everyday Astronauts, from watching Timmy's interview with Elon, this is the singular goal right now. Singular point of focus. Get the tiles working. Because if the tiles don't work, you're screwed. Starship doesn't work. Why not just use the rocket exhaust as a heat shield? It's called supersonic retropropulsion. You don't have enough delta V to do that. Bauxy, you'd need a rocket for reentry if you wanted to do SSRP. You'd need a rocket that would burn for probably 5 to 6 minutes, right? And it takes 8 minutes for a rocket to get up in space. So now you're doubling your fuel load. And if you double your fuel load, it's a diminishing return over time, right? So doing supersonic retropropulsion all the way down could work, but that's a lot of fuel. And now 90% of the payload mass of your vehicle, or 90% of your, no, actually more, like 99% of your vehicle is used to get it up there and get it down there, and now like 1% is used for payload. You're taking a hit on payload capacity. All that extra fuel is heavy. Fuel is one of the heaviest things that a rocket carries. Certainly ain't the payload, that's for sure, right? So the tiles are seen as a better solution because they're lighter. They're literally a lighter thing. That's a lighter thing that will get you through reentry, right? So, I mean, I know you just wanted to get me to say supersonic retropropulsion, but even the 20,000 tiles that are on Starship, right? All those tiles are still a lot more lightweight than the 1,000 tons of fuel that you'd need for Starship to burn all the way through reentry, going engine first into the atmosphere. But do you have to use all engines at full throttle? That would cut the fuel usage. Wait, that's a way that Starship HLS could come back to Earth. If you refueled it, Velo, yeah, maybe. But then again, it doesn't have header tanks nor wings. You're going to have some trouble landing. You would need grid fins or something to guide it in. The bot, link for EJSA merch. It's actually up there. It just popped through last. Okay. It could also be possible that they were ready to send it, but once mounted, realized that all the tiles are cracked and had to bring it down. Well, Swishio, we know that the flight, when they did stacking, you know that the rocket wasn't ready. Some of the engines on there hadn't been test fired, and that doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily an indicator, but Elon Musk saying that, you know, in Tim's interview that, yeah, that was just a test for stacking. Really, it's pretty telling, dude. What happened to cooling via evaporation? Well, John, you have that same problem. All that extra methane that you have to carry for transpiration cooling is heavy. It's a lot of extra mass. At what point do you just build a bigger rocket? It's funny because I keep saying it's a diminishing return, but if you build a bigger, dumber rocket like Sea Dragon, that's when that makes sense. You know, at what point do you just build a bigger rocket and you build it out of materials where you don't even need a thermal protection system? That was the idea with Sea Dragon. Just build it, just make the frigging thing bigger. If you make the steel thick enough, it ain't gonna, you could just make something steel just go right through the atmosphere. It'll just go right through like a meteorite. I mean, yeah, it'll burn a little bit and the steel might ablate to an extent, so who cares? So, okay, now you get only 10 uses of your 400-ton to low Earth orbit rocket. Related to yesterday's news, Almaz, all right? Yeah, that's the next thing, dudes. They want to try and catch the dang thing. Yeah, look at that module. Metco. It sucks that it's just sitting there, dude. It really sucks to see it, but yeah. That's cool. So, yeah, like I said, guys, rapid iteration. I'm pretty sure SpaceX knew to an extent that the tiles are going to crack. I'm pretty sure they knew. If you remember correctly, and I think it was part 2 of Timmy's interview with Elon, he said that the tile-making facility in Florida is scaling, and it's ramping up to be able to just rapidly produce tiles. Now, obviously, you want to do that. You want to do that because you want multiple starships. It's very clear from Blue Origin's infographics that they're going to need a lot of starships to support the human landing system and the lunar program, right? It's pretty clear, right? But also at the same time, if you're mass producing tiles like that, that means you can iterate a lot faster. I was just sent this, 15,480. Oh, right on. Guys, I think tiles are the right solution. If you're not going to make something that can just straight up resist coming through reentry, which is an extremely difficult task, that's really, really tough. Tiles are the lightest solution. You know how I know? Because they did it for the space shuttle, right? Which was a big government program. And then SpaceX, who isn't known for using bottlenecking technologies like that, literally did the same thing. See what I'm talking about? The fact that Elon Musk went at that idea and NASA in the 70s went at that idea and came to the same conclusion tells me that that's the best way to do it. Because Elon is very critical of big government programs like NASA. He doesn't think like that. He thinks in a completely different way and came to the same conclusion. You know, that tells me, as a viewer, that that's the right way to do it. Idea, use Starship tiles for your kitchen floor. I wouldn't want to do that. That would be like making a kitchen floor out of sponges. How does the weight of a metallic thermal protection system compare with silica tiles? Pigsley, those tiles weigh nothing. They have the consistency of about styrofoam. Yeah. Yeah. And then it looks like they have, it's either Nomex or some kind of cilia fiber backing the tiles, and then stainless steel behind that, the hull of Starship. That should be enough. Yeah, the stainless steel will take the heating okay. It'll take it pretty well. The aluminum cilia fibers are there to be able to spread the heat, and then the tiles are there to basically they absorb heat, and then the rest of it could be radiated through the aluminum cilia. Think of the aluminum cilia fibers, those, or the Nomex or whatever that is. Think of this like a boat hull. That's basically what it is. Plasma is the water, so to speak. Plasma is not liquid; it's a fourth state of matter. I understand that. So, like when this thing is coming through reentry, right? The tiles are the outer hull, right? And then this is the liner, right, for the hull, right? Basically, what it does is you don't want water to pop in over here, you know. So it's kind of like buoyancy almost, but with heat, so to speak. I know if you're technical, like technically speaking, this makes no sense. I get that. I understand. Just in case anybody's going to get up my tail about that. But how plasma moves around the vehicle and how a boat goes through water, it's a similar shape. They're not a similar phenomenon, but I use that to get the image into people's head of Starship riding like a wave of plasma. It's a good way to understand hypersonics. So like that mesh behind it does exactly what like a liner would do on a boat to keep the water out. And instead of water, you don't want heat permeating through. So, and that aluminum will be able to spread the heat around very well. Aluminum's very good at conducting heat. That's why car radiators are made out of aluminum. It's very good at conducting heat. And if you blow cold air on it, it'll conduct the heat from wherever you have heat, and then, you know, you blow cold air on it, it'll radiate that heat out, or convect that heat out really easily. I mean, and actually, Scott talked about this in his Starship video, talking about the tiles. The shuttle was made out of aluminum, or as he says, aluminium, right? The shuttle's made out of aluminum, and you know, obviously the whole thing is going to heat up. The tiles are absorbing the heat. They absorb the heat. They can absorb an incredible amount of heat. That's what makes the tiles, right? They absorb all the heat, so the shuttle doesn't absorb the heat and melt, right? But even then, the shuttle's still bent and flexed during reentry to an extent because it was made out of aluminum. The NASA engineers or the Rockwell engineers at the time thought, you know, oh, we'll make it out of aluminum, right? It's still going to bend and flex a little bit, but aluminum is lighter, so, you know, it'll work, right? They ended up needing to carry a heavier thermal protection system. They needed thicker tiles. I can already tell you by looking at Starship that Starship's tiles are about half the thickness of the shuttle tiles. And that's because of the stainless steel. SpaceX opted for a heavier metal, right? Heavier in quotation marks because it's about mass, and thermal properties have a lot to do with it too. But they went with that so they wouldn't need as heavy of a thermal protection system. Aluminio! And like I said, these tiles are thinner. These tiles are a lot thinner than the Space Shuttle's tiles. Anyway, that leads me to the next thing. Here, check this thing out from ERCX, from ERCX. Look at this. Watch this. I just got to make sure that it doesn't play the sound. Check this out. So ERCX did another render. Look at this thing. As a Spanish person from Spain, I approve of aluminio. Me gusta aluminio. Quiero aluminio en mi casa. Para no sé. I just do. Check this out. So ERCX released this, and then there's the QD, the quick disconnect. Ready? I'll give you guys the link so you can go and check this out. But check this out. Pretty close. Booster and arms will move faster. The quick disconnect arm will steady the booster for ship mate. And Starship will be caught by Mechazilla 2. As with the booster, no landing legs. Those are only needed for the Moon and Mars until there is local infrastructure. What? Yo. Dude. You know what? Screw it. Let's just make it that much harder. Why not? No, I understand why. You know, there are some big problems to tackle to make something fully reusable like that. There's big problems to tackle. That's why people haven't done it. But Elon doesn't do things because they're easy, all right? He does what he must because he can. That, I don't want to accuse Elon, but there had to be narcotics involved in that decision. Dude. How? Lavi, like, don't get me wrong, I'm still on board. That'd be freaking awesome. It would be so cool. But how are you going to do that? How in the frick are you going to make that happen, man? Like, dude, I'm excited. I want to see this, you know? It's so ridiculous. In a good way, in a good way. Don't get me wrong. I love it. I love it. I love it how they want to tackle these problems head first, man. It reminds me of the Apollo program. It's really cool. How will Starship land if the booster is already on the pad? Well, take a look. So, Bauxy, do you remember a little while back? I mean, look at ERCX's render, okay? Or ERCX. Look at his render. Watch the catching arms. Remember when I said, I don't understand why they're mounting the catcher arms on a hinge that's lined up with this? Why wouldn't you put them out here so it's easier to move them, right? Why wouldn't you put the pivoting point out here? The reason why they're doing that is because the arms can do this, right? But they can also do this. They can swing left and right. That's why the other day when chat told me I don't think there's a crane going on top of here, and I said, no, that's impossible. I was wrong, because that's what they want to do. Look at the arms. Starship Super Heavy isn't actually landing over the pad. It's landing over here. Or at least that's where it's targeting, right? And the arms catch it. Watch, dude. And then, whoop. Now, see, I still don't know how they're going to get alignment on the roll axis here, but I'm sure that's... If you can catch the booster, that's a small and easy problem to solve. Right, W? Yeah. Won't a lack of sound suppression mess things up? Not really, Bagel Buddy. That only is really a thing when you're near the ground. And we know that that milk stool is like 5 stories off the ground. That's like 50 feet right there. Wait a minute. What does Lunar Starship look like when there's the infrastructure with no grid fins? It just looks like Starship without wings. The grid fins support the weight of an entire stainless skyscraper? Yeah. Yeah, James. Sure. I know you're looking at me funny through the computer. You're like, what? Well, okay. Listen. The grid fins can support the entirety of Super Heavy for a couple of reasons. One, Super Heavy is hollow. It doesn't land with much fuel left. So it's not as heavy as you might think. Don't get me wrong. It's still heavy. Now, grid fins. The grid fins need to be insanely strong. Why? Because they're hypersonic control surfaces. Right? The air pressures that these things are experiencing are putting an insane amount of load on the grid fins. The amount of compression force that's getting put on the grid fins so they don't do this when they go, like if the grid fin is pointing this way and the rocket's coming down, so they don't do that. The amount of reinforcement that you need to get the grid fin to not just break, right? And because of the force exerted on it from hypersonic controlling, it must be greater than the force of hanging the booster from it. Because think about it, dude. You're experiencing the exact same force. Aerodynamic forces are being pushed on the grid fins, and the grid fins want to do this, right? But they don't. How's that any different than catching it? It's literally the same force. You already made the grid fins able to withstand force enough so they don't rip off the end of the booster, right? If you're engineering them to do that, you should be able to hang the booster from the grid fins. It shouldn't be a problem. Heck, you could probably hold Falcon 9 up from its grid fins. I'm pretty dang sure you can. Do you see those titanium grid fins bend and flex at all? No way. It needs to be because of the hypersonic aerodynamic loads. It has to be. I mean, Falcon 9's coming in going 5,000-6,000 miles an hour easily. That's really smart, dude. And James, I know you're an older viewer. Do you remember when I made the grid fins for Neptune? What was the problem that I had with those grid fins? The Kraken Tech grid fins. Do you remember? No, Smirks, I know about the pin. I'll talk about that in a second. I don't. All right, James, no problem. I made Kraken Tech grid fins for Neptune, the big heavy booster that has like 30 shuttle engines at the bottom, which is as more time goes on, Super Heavy it just really looks a lot like my Neptune first stage. I made this back in like 2016, guys. I'll show you, and you'll be like, what the heck? That looks exactly like it. It's just a coincidence, right? I actually didn't put landing legs on mine either because landing legs couldn't hold the damn thing up. I was like, nah, never mind. That's a waste of time. I just made it land on the engine nozzles because I couldn't come up with a solution. I tried to make actual grid fins for it one time. The problem that I kept running into with grid fins is that if I tried to make it articulate, right, the aerodynamic loads that get put on those grid fins would just rip the grid fins off or rip the entire top of the stage off when we were coming through it for re-entry. That's how I know, like when Elon said, I'll catch it by the grid fins, I was like, yeah, that'll work. Sure. Yeah, Breakneck, I don't know, man. The design is a little bit uncanny, all right? Like, here, I'll show you guys Neptune, and that's a good segue over into KSP. I'll show you Neptune, and once again, I made this thing back in like 2016, 2017. You'll be like, okay. Like, it looks like it. It's kind of weird. Even down to the engines hanging off the bottom. I couldn't make a thrust skirt that was big enough, so the engines are just hanging there. It's kind of weird. But then again, that's more like, you know, hey, I want this person to design a car and I want this person to design a car, and both the cars have 4 wheels, right? Like, it's just a coincidence. But still, it is pretty cool. I'm like, oh man, that means, you know what that tells me? That tells me that my mind was in the right place. That tells me that I understand what SpaceX is trying to do. That's the validation that I get from that. Not entertaining this stupid idea that, you know, like, oh, they copied me. Like, that's really dumb. Here. There's a Neptune core stage. Look. See? I made it just land on these outer legs, right? And that's it. Look at all the engines. The engines are hanging off the back. Same way. And I ended up going with control surfaces because the grid fins kept ripping the whole top of this thing off. Could Super Heavy be built on Mars and go further out into the solar system? Yeah, sure. I don't see why not. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I went with a fixed grid fin in my design too, because making them fold up and out was just a waste of time. 32 shuttle engines, in case anybody's wondering. And I just gave mine an upper stage and a fairing because I'm not smart enough to make Starship, dude. Or at least I wasn't at the time. Yeah, we made it to send payloads to that. That's right, Jackery. That's the right way to say that. It's kind of cool, actually, you know? Like, once again, I don't think they're copying me. That tells me that my mind is in the right place. Because what do? I analyze what SpaceX does. So if I end up coming up with a design that's similar, you know, at least at a superfluous level, that tells me that, hey, all right, cool. I understand what Elon means when he says rapidly reusable, or at least I'm on the right track. Probably, RJ, yeah. Actually, you know what would have made BCR fly better, RJ? An aeroshell. It's true. If I took X-33, the K-33 and Jebstar's aeroshell, and I put it on BCR, it would probably work better. That's a W in my book, right? Yeah, something like that. When are we starting the space agency? Hey, guys, all I do is analyze the space program, man. It's really easy to sit here in the peanut gallery and say, like, oh yeah, I came up with that idea in a video game. That doesn't mean I can throw my hat into the ring. That makes me a better analyst. It doesn't make me a good engineer. It's important to understand that. I mean, dude, I'd love to throw my hat into the ring. But the thing is, like, if I went and tried to make something like this, at least at a small scale, I know I would fail miserably. Like, I know I would fail miserably. I would need some